的初登场嘛，所以1个月过去了，觉得自己成长最多的地方是哪里呢？
首先是我的中期运营吧，其次就是我们打团的决策，
那
会更好一点。
那今天会再次对位到小天嘛，所以在野区对抗上，你觉得会是怎样的展开呢？
我觉得小天是一个非常厉害的选手，我注重一些前期野区的规划吧，然后就是打团的时候稍微注意一下自己的站位。
好的，我们期待一下今天这场精彩比赛，一会儿见。
Good morning, evening, afternoon, night, or whatever just happens to apply to you. This is going to be me today, folks. Sam is going to be traveling today, so it's going to leave me all on my, well, not on my lone son, I've got you, don't I? But it's going to be me casting alone, at least for the next little while. So let's get strapped in for FPX versus Weibo, and then, of course, our second game of the day, which is the huge one, Invictus Gaming versus BLG. Yes, BLG taking some losses recently, and having their 2 first series losses, going up against IG, who have looked pretty damn good recently. They lost to AL, but they did beat Top Esports as well. IG, yeah, a weird old schedule I've been having. Very much looking forward to that, though. I'm gonna go quickly get myself ready in the background. Then how about we watch some League of Legends, shall we, folks? 1 second, folks.
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。嘿，来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀 CLA， 李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品现已上市，上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI 预测，祝你赢1000元耳机。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶一口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高进游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先欢迎 FunPlus Phoenix， 上单 Sheer， 打野 IYY， 中单 Care， 下路佳琪，辅助俊伟。 Weibo Gaming Tap Tap。上单 Breathe， 打野天，中单小虎，下路 Light， 辅助 Crisp。LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛第6周第1日的首场比赛，将会由 FunPlus 对阵 WBG Tap Tap。比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I have completely forgotten that I had that up there as well. Oopsies, whatever. I forgot that I had that up there as well. Everything's a mess, that's okay. We're here and watching some League of Legends. FPX away about game 1. Apologies for the tech stuff on my side. Just hadn't set up my scenes correctly. That's alright. Let's get ourselves into the thick of things. Lots of the OPs banned out. Of course, a lot of the OPs banned out in our first game of the day. Varus is available. Varus should be first picked. Don't see anything more valuable than that. I think if Varus is up, easy winning lane, scales well. Multiple build paths you can go towards. Champion straight up busted. Should still be locked in. There we go. Now, Weibo, I think they have to either come up with a plan for Varus Rumble or take the Rumble themselves. Varus Rumble as a duo is absolutely disgusting. Enjoy an 10 stream streak. Imagine if I was this committed to my studies. Wukong locked in for Tien, Gwen for Breathe. Does mean that you have a great Rumble angle for Sheer. It's a fine matchup versus Gwen. That's kind of a bit of a flippy carry matchup, but I think Rumble Varus is just very, very, very strong. You could also lock in something like a Scion or a Ornn, which surprisingly do quite well into Gwen despite her reputation as an anti-tank matchup. Lock in the Skarner. Reminder that FPX not playing with Milky Way due to current ongoing concerns on the legal matter of things. And the Rumble is locked in. So now you have Rumble Skarner and Rumble Varus. FPX have got a ton of good combos here. Third pick for Weibo. What do they want to round out this topside trio with? I mean, there's an argument to say you lock in Annie just because you have pretty low lockdown. Alistair coming through instead. Likely looking at either a Sivir or a Jhin on 4. FPX might want to ban those out. Yeah, welcome on in, Brown, Lights, Akashi, Shrimp, True, Montez, Elliot, Solo Puppy, the regulars in chat, and if you're in Onivia, welcome to you over there as well, and on YouTube as well. What's Wukong's win rate in LPL? I'd imagine it's about 50-50. He's a strong champion. I wouldn't say it's game-breakingly strong. Tends to be very, very good in choice pairings like the Annie Wukong, but that's felt a little worse. A little worse this split. Let me go and check. Now check. Wukong is 44% win rate, but given how many games he's had, which is 45, it's not that crazy, right? I don't think it's necessarily wins and losses due to the champion being strong or not. Jin banned away from Light, we did expect that. I do wonder whether they'll let the Sivir go through. I think that's fine there. The Sivir's okay into the Varus, you can spell shield up early. Ugh, sorry, wow, early in the day for me. I can't spell shield the yawn. Imagine if you could just like parry a yawn. Like, bang. Parried. No more yawn. Renata's Poppy banned away from FPX, banning away an anti-dash champion, and well, I suppose they do have triple melees. So anything which is good anti-melee is a decent ban, I suppose. Annie banned away. We did talk about that being a low lockdown topside. The Annie would have fixed that. I think Sivir on 4 is fine here for Light, you know. Okay, no, that's a power pick left up. No, okay, I changed that back. Actually, the Taliyah would have been fine there. They go towards the Sivir, but I wonder whether the Taliyah would have been a good pick. I suppose for Weibo, they know that if they pick Taliyah, if FPX pick Taliyah, they can pick Orianna, which is a winning lane and something that the character is very comfortable in. So the mind game's there. I just lost track of Taliyah a little bit there. Normally, I'm pretty good at this whole drafting, but first game of the day, it gets a little bit mind-bending. So you know the draft gambit with the Taliyah. Do you want to buy into it? No, they do not. Silas goes in instead. What can you steal? The Alistar ult is fucking huge. Sorry, I shouldn't be swearing that early into this room. It is huge. They have just allowed the Silas into the Alistar. Don't know why I didn't see that angle. Yeah, it does play a decent amount of the champion. The other ults aren't fantastic, but the Alistar one is disgustingly good. The Rel last picked in. Decent matchup versus the Alistar. Now, what do you pick in mid lane now for Xiaohu? It's the Galio. Because you now have triple melees. Technically 4, I guess, if Rumble actually gets in there. To dunk on with the Galio. Double AP solo laners. If you ever get into the backline, the Varus hates playing against the Galio too. Yone Nautilus banned on the red side. Taliyah Varus open. I know, Castle. It was very strange the amount of. We do occasionally see this. Game 1, you're happy to trade OPs, but you've given up Varus Rumble as a duo. I say a duo, but like it's a top lane AD carry. You don't think about that. I want you to think about Varus Rumble in the same way that you think about Taliyah Pantheon. If Varus ult hits into an equalizer, someone is dead. Thank you so much for the coffee, Andrew. That is a lifesaver. What's happening to the meta? I actually don't know if it's Monday today, so we might be on new patch. I didn't tune into the pre-game festivities enough for that one. Anyway, we'll get ourselves into the game. Savardo. 1 minute has passed. Azir 0 prio in game 1. LPL doesn't love Azir as much as LCK. Galio's OP, it's winning every game. Let me have a check on the win rate in LPL. 53% win rate over 17 games rather. It's not bad, is it? Let's get ourselves into the game though. Let's hear if we get any of the Gyos. Oh, very quietly in the background. No, not that much in there. There was some in the background. Very quiet crowd mics. Invade going to get punished potentially. Cat. Ooh, jumping away. Their audio is off. They don't have game sounds. Okay. That's going to be a little bit mind-bending. The abilities are not giving sounds. There we go. They fixed it now. Nice. I heard that auto attack. Jumping forwards. Starting with that E. How's the Conqueror? Galio with the Aftershock. Get that now. The important thing about getting the Aftershock is that it allows your passive to do more damage in early levels, particularly in early levels. Because your passive slam as Galio scales off of magic resist, and then the Aftershock gives you some of that. Again, good E there. You see that really at the early levels, Galio can have very good damage against people who aren't constantly auto-attacking him. I have to give up a minion here. Looks like they're playing 25-15. You know what, hang on 1 second, I can check. I can have a check. I'm going to turn this off for just 1 moment. We'll keep an eye out for the patch on the bottom left, and then we'll switch that back on. Because I need to have my branding on there, you know? Both Rookie and Knight had 1v9 games on Galio recently. It's such a pleasure to see the best players of Galio play the champion. You know, I think that Knight is like top 2 Galio in the world. Xiaohu, not getting the W. It's getting a massive triple passive trade back to Care. Because he misses that W. Means that Care has enough HP to walk back in. Is this Sylas not just going to run the game with those ults? Well, with the Alistar ult, yes. The Galio actually beats Sylas in lane pretty well at points. Especially once you get to 1+ item, really. But the Alistar ult is disgustingly strong, you're absolutely correct. Jumping forwards into 2v2. It's the supports which are taking the most damage, but light full HP, doing a good job of trading back. Triple arrow though, triple stack arrow, leaving things up nicely. Heal blown from both supports. Hey Angie, 24 months on the resub? That's almost a year. Wow. The combo lines of Xiaohu in mid lane. I just can't stop myself. Shit, about to go overheated. No W for breathe. Wow, it's a full overheat coming through. Gets the E down there as well. Ton of damage from Sheer onto breathe. Who has the exhaust, but lane looks like it's going fine. Good Q evens up the trade a little bit. Jesus, though, good E accuracy. That's the last 4 we've seen. I have 0 expectations for BLG, so I am looking forward to BLG IG, I hope you mean. Hang on a second. TM walking forwards. Good bonk. That HP chunk should mean that Care can't really do much about this top side scuttle. Bot side went over towards TN. TN will go take this one. There should be a double scuttle. Even though you had the pushing rumble, sadly can't get top scuttle. Ooh, I said that. How chab would it have been to smite flash that? Hey, Nymaera, good morning. What comp do I prefer? Well, welcome in, Omni. I mean, I look at Varus Rumble as a duo, and I think that's super strong. I look at Skarner Rumble, I think that's super strong. I look at Sylas with an Alistar ult to steal, and I think that on terms of a comp, it's very hard to not think that FPX is stronger. Now, I don't think Weibo are without options. I think, you know, Galio Wukong is disgusting. Galio into double AP solo laners is very strong. Hang on, Sheer might go for a solo kill here. Might be able to force the exhaust. And remember, he doesn't have flash. Great E accuracy from Sheer. He's hit like all of them on screen we've seen for the last 2 minutes or so. They let Varus rumble through? Yeah, they did. Weibo banned Nautilus and Yone on red side. Both the Varus and the Rumble were left up, and I think it's okay giving just the Rumble, or sometimes even just the Varus as well. I think this duo is like, I view it beyond the tier of Pantheon Talia. I think that these champions together synergize so well. Mixed damage, long range, disgusting damage. You know, picking tanks into it just feels futile at some point because they just have so much damage. And the Varus ult sets up for the Rumble so well. They both also have very good laning phases. You have winning lanes with incredible teamfight synergy. Sheer also doing well in the 1v1 right now, 10 CS up. Level 6 coming soon for our solo laners. Xiaohu and Care hitting it a little earlier. Sheer getting it now. Afraid of Breathe walking forwards with the needlework. Dragons of Life. Grub's not looked at just yet. And Grubs and Dragon, Grubs you can take a little quicker. At least you can take one. Taking Dragon takes a lot of time. Potential mid-jungle TV2, TM walking in, i.e. has the upheaval. Does get the wall stun. We'll drive back towards his side of the map. Good chunk there. Skarner, if he hits you with multiple auto attacks and abilities and stuff, does a pretty good job of doing damage. He has his passive is the is it Tremors? Not Tremor Sense. Tremors? Whatever it is. It basically if you hit someone, I believe it's with 3 abilities, you start taking max HP damage over time. Amp time on Silas, disappointing. Oh, you were wondering if it was going to be the AD Silas? Yeah, AD Silas was... I think it's bugs. The thing is, I think the passive is applying more than once when that happens. Flash Force and Crisp, and a headbutt back. Jadchi needs to get out of range of that stun, can't do so. Blows both summoners as Crisp. Good combo on the Alistair there. Forces a lot out of Jadchi. And that's now with just 50 seconds to the Dragon. He needs to recall now to have HP to fight around, not Dragons, around Grubs. Anything of note. Cull in towards Sivin, not in towards the Varus. When you're going without the Varus, you don't really feel like going towards it anyway. I.e. driving through his own jungle. Driving in the 90s. It's running in the 90s, I know, but it's a song about driving. Well, it's on a show about driving. Initial D. Initial D's nuts? I'm disappointed in myself. CS lead in that top lane matchup is getting quite worrying. The AD carry one, at least there's a crash wave to make it more like, 10 CS rather than the 15. Walking forwards, they do have the Impale. And Chris uses Flash earlier. Should be a dead cow. Where's the Impale? Do they use it? They don't use the Impale. IE, surely that would have been an easy kill. Wanting to save it for something else? I'm so surprised at that. IE could have got that free kill onto Chris, and surely with that could have rolled into another fight. Strange not to use that ult there. I am maybe afraid he'd get headbutted away, but I think you can angle yourself with the wall behind you so it doesn't punt you out. Now Quat has flash, doesn't flash in time, and Weibo get the kill on the support. IE, my dude, you gotta pull the Impale in a situation like that. The extra CC being away from Weibo would have been so crucial for a moment like that. She is walking up though, and perhaps the Rumble can be the difference they need. First grub secured, Smite still available. Teleport coming through from that Raul who just died before. Jump forwards onto Xiaohu now. Don't get much out of it. Impale now used to force the flash out of Xiaohu. 3 grubs to the side of FPX and a side of Fries. I like FPX draft, but it's FPX. So Weibo win game 1? I'm not gonna lie, folks. FPX have had so many random changes to them. They had Milky Way, then well, did that towards the end of last year. Yeah, catch on the enemy jungle. Way has flash, has heal. I don't think he dies here. Yeah, he'll be fine. Hang on, Tien might get walls done here. He now has the blast gun himself to get towards. One, they punt him over the wall. He has flash. Is anyone else coming into this play? Good damage. Cares around on the flank now too. Sive getting onto the back climb. Jump forwards. Alistair ult stolen for the first time this game. This is where the Silas gets kind of insane. Crisp does not have it his own ults. Perhaps he can walk forwards and get himself another W. Not that much value out of the first Alistair ult. Now the needlework from Breathe forced the flash out of IE. FPX would have felt like in a situation or two in the last minute they'd come out on top, but they're not quite able to do so. Cat not able to quickly get onto Tien either. I wonder whether he should have invested the flash to try and get onto the Wukong. We have a pause, a tactical pause. I really like that string music in the background. It's almost like that string music in the background reminded me a little bit of some moments from Halo. Let me put this back up again. Do I have any pause trivia anymore? Perhaps I can. Do I have any pause trivia for you? Normally I do that. Hey, Simi, good to see you. Good to see you, Karma, as well. Let me have a think about some trivia. Because when it's been paused before, I've added some trivia in. Where am I from, Nymaera? I am from the UK, but I live in Berlin. You're Italian, very cool. Ragazzi, ragazzi. used to speak a tiny bit of Italian. I learned Spanish and then learned some Italian on the side. Morning, Derek. Good to see you too. Yeah, Harold is also of the pasta-speaking variety. Oh, I do have a... Yeah, I have a... Okay, back into games, we're fine now. But fun thing about Harold, who's in our Twitch chat right now. Harold, Takano, and Vasu, who are all good friends of mine, bought me a Lego set, a Star Wars Lego set last year. It's the Luke Skywalker's helmet from the original trilogy, Red 5 one. And I only just completed that Lego set 2 days ago. They bought it for me in June last year. You know, it took me a while to get that one going. You know, about good 14 months or so. Better late than never. Need to build another one, weirdly, actually. Sam got me the Moss Esper Bounty Classic set. I used to love Star Wars Lego. In fact, I still do. It's very cool. Anyone else Lego enjoys in chat? Weird question to ask nowadays, I feel like. Maybe not. There is like the Lego Brickmasters thing. There's a potential dive on top side. Breathe will see it coming. Alice is roaming up. Chris, will he be here in time? You have an exhaust, you have a double, you have a needlework. Do you have the ability to get yourself out of this? Impale comes down. No. No, you do not. But Chris does keep Dway taking aggro, which does mean it's a 1-for-1. Kill goes over towards Chris, and it's a solo kill, which means that there's no benefit to Breathe. That is suddenly much less impactful. Chris has ult. Can't dive and ulting Alistair, really. So that'll be the end of this play. 1-for-1. FPX not getting clean wins. Oda, the creator of One Piece, has a deposit unit full of Lego for when he retires. That is so cool. I appreciate that so much. Just like in the way that I have, like, probably 4 or 5 completely unbuilt boxes of Warhammer I need to get through at some point. Maybe I'll do that when I quote-unquote retire, i.e. turn off my stream and go to bed. Pushing towards the bot side, Needlework on top side. Needlework stolen by Care now, but he doesn't have the Gwen passive, which is where a lot of the damage comes through. And I think Care might just get solo killed here. W will make it a little bit of an extended affair. I don't think he's living, though, in the snip. Will break the chains of Silas in a way he didn't particularly see coming. Breathe, killing that is, it's a big problem for FPX. Gwen will be able to cut through anyone on your team very quickly, and the sad thing is that Care needs to be running this game as the Silas. Eventually, anyway. Being set behind means that when he puts on that Alistair ultimate, he loses a lot of damage now. He just gets caught there in the wave. Good approach from Breathe. Cooldown counting, spots that Care has used almost everything on the wave, and there's nothing left for him. Whenever you retire, you're going to have a storage unit full of different types of curry. That's true. That is true. Sam and I make a lot of curry. It's kind of like, you know, it's a thing we do, really. I do enjoy making a good curry. My favorite curry is a jalfrezi. I like a jalfrezi an awful lot. I've had it in dozens of places around the world now. I could critique one kind of food, like on Food Wars. Shokugeki no soma. That'd be what I'd choose. I'd rate someone's jalfrezi. That'd be fun for me. Anyway, back in towards the game. Mind a wandering. Skarner, a Roman. Currently making a homemade korma. You know, funny enough, I made a korma which was a Gordon Ramsay recipe, probably like a year or two ago. It had rose water in it, which was really nice actually, because korma's a bit more of a gentle flavor. Very different. Obviously I wouldn't call it like traditional, but it's pretty cool to see like an experimentation like that. So that was good. Recalls. It's been a slowish game. 15 minutes, 4 kills. Yeah, fairly slow, you know. 3 grubs to FPX, but they just can't use them really. No, it's quite hard to use grubs against you know, the Gwen that's now doing okay with that first item. Obviously just beat out Care. Sivir, who instantly wave clears, can pop ult around across the map. The Galio, which can drop down into a lane as well. A real Cornwall taste of ginger. True. Yeah, true. You know, one of my favorite things about Thai cooking is how the way they use gal instead of ginger, actually. So that's a very different flavor onto it. The Herald's going to go down. No contest. Weibo typically okay with trading objectives. trade onto Jachi. Jesus, the BF sword on top of the Yuntal takes most of Jachi's HP, courtesy of a ricochet or two. Owie. Wait, really? Wow. You had your gallbladder removed, so now Chili puts you out of action for half a week. Wow. I don't know if I could survive that. I like Chili too much. Jesus. Hey, Zara, good to see you over in YouTube chat. Galangel can be nicely replicated with ginger and a bit of pepper and lemon. Yeah, it's slightly more citrusy than ginger. It's a slightly less sharp flavor as well, actually. It's got a cool ginger flavor. It's quite, because it's, you get a lot of spice from bird's eye chilies and stuff like that in Thai cooking. Also, you need to shave your head. Yeah, Harold, why do you need to shave your head? There's a Herald going in towards top side. Breathe. Going for the 1v1 onto Care. Trying to get towards the Herald as an escape car. Well, we've seen that once or twice in the top lane at LPL, haven't we? Knock up onto Breathe. Will he be using it to fully retreat? I think so with the Galio. Well, a threat on the other side. Doesn't want to stick around under half HP. FPX will get themselves first turret. Now actually if they get one more objective, they'll get the feats of strength. Weibo, of course, a little ahead in gold from the kills they have. That's the other part of the feats of strength. Fun fact, you can get a Lego passport for free in any Lego store. You can get a stamp from every Lego store in the world. That's really cool. Fantastic. Fun fact, I have a fun fact for you all. There was once a pretty famous example of how versatile Lego can be. There was a, I think it was a chemistry lab somewhere that was trying to do a research paper on the behavior of some material, of something or other, at near zero, like absolute zero. But they couldn't get equipment which would hold its form at very low temperatures very well. I don't think it was absolute zero, but it's at very, very low temperatures. Absolute zero would be too much. But so like the metal instruments they had, they'd be expanding and contracting with the heat. So instead they used Lego which was very, very apparently good at that. It held its shape very well at low temperatures. So Lego has helped one or two scientific papers over time. Dragon started by FPX. Weibo, do they choose to contest? Teleporting from Gwen. This could be our first big fight of the game. Xiaohu on the flank can ult to the other side of it if needed. Care, which ultimate is he going to use? Double knockup from Chris. And Jachi, he has been cut off at the pass. Sent into the dirt. It's not a Thermopylae, even though there's an equalizer making the gates hot. And Weibo will walk away with two. It'll be a third soon after. They'll take the kills. And they'll take the dragon after. FPX, they stole the Galio ult, couldn't use it. Does Weibo run the fight? Did you like that? The hot gates, the Thermopylae? Nice. You have the paper saved. Can I post the link? Yeah, sure. Post the link somewhere. I think the links are okay to post in chat. Yeah, absolutely, go for it. Top lane, not top lane, mid lane, outer turret will fall. Weibo, they take control of the game now. First big fight of the game. Get a wonderful flank. Wonderful execution from Chris, who I think has been MVP on the Alistair so far. Some clean combos. The coldest Lego in the universe. That is so cool, Mr. Blameblade. That is so cool. I'm actually going to open that in another tab. See what happens. I mean, Jachi is completely cut off. They don't ward their flanks. They don't ward off their flanks well enough. And Varus is not good when you manage to provide him with multiple angles to respect. What do FPX play towards now? 4k down. Their Varus does not look particularly OP. If the first time Lego's been cooled to the lowest temperature possible in an experiment which reveals a new use for the popular toy. Special properties mean it can be useful in the development of quantum computing. It's Lancaster University is where it took place. What? They took it down to 1.6 milli-degrees above absolute zero. Are you kidding me? I thought, oh, surely it won't be absolute zero. That's insane. What? Lego, what can't it do? Wonderful substance, that is. That's fantastic. That's so cool. Weibo is a good top 5 in the LPL right now, but it still lacks a little to compete with the top teams. Yeah, I think that their team fighting lacks against the top teams. I think their macro can sometimes be pretty good. You know, they are, of our top teams, one of the most willing to trade objectives, trade on sides of the map. If you watch our top teams, a lot of them will rock up to an objective and try and beat you around the head with it, of course, because they believe in their team fighting, their skirmishing potential. Weibo are the most likely of our top, you know, 5-6 teams or so to cross map and instead try and trade an Atakan for towers or something like that. I want a Star Wars Lego quantum computer. You may fire when ready. Did you see that Darth Revan is coming to the Star Wars Lego video game? That character is what that one does not qualify as a glup shitto. That one is actually Darth Revan is a well-known character from people outside the games because Nice Little Republic is good. Crisp has ult. Does he choose to pop it? That's a Galley ult trying to go onto the Rumble. Only forces that flash. Maybe able to get quit the Jway. Rel, who does go down pretty easily. Tower went down as well, just behind the plate. Teleport in from Cat, could potentially steal the Alistair ult, but it's too slow from FPX. At first I thought, well, it'll just be the flash, surely, from Rumble. No, it ends up being the kill as well. They take the top lane out of turret, they use the Galley ultimate, force the pace of the game upwards a little bit. And FPX, they've just not had any teeth, have they? Onto the Atakan now. FPX, perhaps they can find their bite here. Cat would really like to steal an Alistair ultimate. Atakan, is it going to be an int? Breathe onto the side. No, I don't think so with a flank like that. Chachi does not have flash. He has given himself a red carpet from his teammate for his own demise. 2 quick kills back to the Atakan, and Weibo have shut down this Varus at every opportunity. The Varus didn't have a clean laning phase, and the 2 times it's died have been in important team fights. FPX have not been able to use the Varus at all. And the Atakan goes down. Okay, but decides if it's not Lego, what do you collect? I mean, I did collect the Lego in the past. Warhammer was a big one I collected. Suppose I got some magic cards about the place. Not as many as like actual magic players. Starting to get back into it again. What else did I used to collect? Those are the big ones, really. 40k is your Lego? You are literally called Mr. Baneblade, so I did guess that, yeah. Alex gives me Eldar vibes. I don't know why. You think a little bit more on that issue, and you see if you can find out a fun fact about me. I won't be... Yeah, cool. Jway gets caught out on this topside plate, of course. Crisp, a lot of damage to him, but he has the cleanse to get rid of some of that CC. Jachi, caught off again by Breathe. Breathe has been exceptional alongside Crisp. Crisp and Breathe have made this Varus' life a living hell. Just can't stand in the fights. Varus ult, yeah, not really what they needed there, was it? Sad times. Jachi, look, I think he's actually been pretty good in the LPL, but this game has not been a good example of it. Hard to rate or judge FPX given all of the changes to the team. We're expecting to play with, well, they had Shadow, he left, shit, IE came in, Milky Way came out and in, and out again. Cat, not in a great spot here, flashes out of the pit. Getting rid of that Stars Flash is pretty big. The Galley ult used defensively wards them away from Dragon. Chris does have Flash and ult, should be under that much threat. It's decent damage on him though. Not pulling that ultimate. Dragon going down. Shall it be a steal? They're going to try and it's a flash in to try and deny the Dragon, and they can't do so. IE will drive back over the wall, losing the summoner. If Alex doesn't make his faction public, it is 100% Dark Eldar Tower. No, I played Eldar and Tyranids. I'd love to collect Tau. Oh, I really like Tau. Tau cool. I think people really hate on Tau too much. I like them a lot. This is my first watch. Who does a team win? In terms of which of these teams is winning? Well, FPX have had some surprise roster changes. I don't think really against their will. Sorry, which I think have been like, you know, they've not been planned for. So Weibo already have an inherent advantage from that. They've had the roster on paper for a little bit longer. Of course, Chris came into this split, was on the team before, rejoining the team after winning a split on top east, was leaving it after that point. Teleports was topside. Jway to cut it out now. Does have flash, has smite too. Might just die though, and poor Jway. He's just been caught out time and time again. FPX just behind on the macro. Not able to stand and fight, really. Cat, jumping forwards, doesn't have the Alistair ult in range because the Alistair's on the other side of the fight. Walks into the enemy redemption, perhaps thinking it was his own team's. Steals the Galley ultimate. Cat will have to recall and teleport back into the play. Ooh, Ooh, good arrow over the wall there from Jachi. Good damage onto Weibo. I suppose Dway's come back alive, so Weibo get the pick, but they don't get it into an objective quickly enough. Was that another Varusar that missed? You know what? I've barely looked at the Varusars, because I've mainly just seen the Varus dying. I've been looking more at what's happening with the Silas. Yeah, Wait. Can anyone think of a Varus ult that's hit in this game? Oh, wait. Has he hit a single ult? It hit onto a clone. No! He's the only ult he's hit this game's onto a clone? Oh, Jachi. You guys are watching the game? No, I was talking about Lego, actually. I was talking about Lego. Warhammer, I guess. Okay, teleporting out. Tian, I suppose, could have cancelled the recall with a Cyclone if he got vision, but didn't want to walk in. Varus is useless. Varus is very, very strong. This is just a bottom tier team, sadly in Group Ascend. This is our worst team in Group Ascend, with unexpected roster changes. Struggling to communicate as a team. Jumping forwards onto Rel. It's not a bad Cyclone as Jachi forced to flash again. The Rel doesn't get value. It's a Galliwalt, which is not going to be used by Care. Well, FPX don't care anymore. They don't have one left as Chris will punch Jachi into safety. A brief spot of good luck for this unfortunate Varus performance. But yes, I used to collect Eldar and Tyranids. Those are the two which I collected. I am an avid anti-Imperium player. I dislike how the setting became about a dozen man-children demigods who decide the fate of the entire universe. This is the play. Baron will go down in picture. Jachi was caught again, has to flash immediately. The Impale, not really doing that much. And Cat, you know, doesn't get that much done either. Tries to get an assassination onto, I don't know, well, it was onto the clone. Why would you go then to the clone? Rumble goes down on the bot side too. Sheer had a good start to the game, not been able to really teamfight after that, though. FPX have not been able to set up for teamfights. Been engaged onto by multiple angles by Weibo. Box Space Marine's up the guard. Now I can appreciate that. Yes, there is so much more of an aspiring story about, like, the unquenchable fire that is mankind in a dark, dark universe, despite the horrors which they commit upon themselves. Then relying on, you know, kind of like gross, warped manifestations of their own darkest parts of their psyche and things like that. It's going to be a taunt potential onto the Scarlet. No, not just yet. Light! Oh my god, the Shiver ricochets the 3 items. It hurts. Not a bad double Impale, but where's the follow-up? All it's done is Impale a Cyclone and a Galliwalt into the backline! Oh, Weibo! They use the one Impale, which seemed to impact a team fight, to their own advantage. Sheer will go down as well. Weibo, they have died only the once this game. It was a kill onto Breathe under turret something like 20 minutes ago at this point. FPX have not been able to take a single other kill this entire game. Weibo will walk forwards, uncontested basically, towards the Nexus. 17 kills to 1. Another kill onto the pile. Aggro will be taken by Chris, but not enough to bring FPX even to a second kill. The Phoenix looking a little bit more paltry than mythical this time. The fire gone out. A reminder, folks, that FPX are currently our worst performing team in Group Ascend, and they have a bit of an unexpected roster change due to some quite serious allegations made about Milky Way, which he's contesting. He is contesting them, so just waiting until the G proceedings are out, right? You have to take them seriously, and Milky Way is has legal advice and blah, blah, blah. About basically competitive integrity. Okay, first game done. I'm going to quickly take a break, folks. We'll put on some adverts just to make sure that the pre-roll is off, and then maybe we'll play some horse game during the break. Did Sam take one of the last 2 remaining brain cells? That's rude. That's true. We're not really doing as many words on stream anymore. Thing is, like, it just felt awkward not doing words on stream between like all the chats. Felt a little bad that some people can join in, you know. No, Haunts, there will be Haunts. I'm going to do Haunts, don't you worry. Oh. 1 second. Hello. Is that the wrong thing? No, that's the wrong thing. That's you. Ah, it's you. There we go. That's me. Hello, that's me. Hello. Let's put up the Haunts game. So the Champions Meet is happening soon, and what that means is that I need to get my team ready for that. I think I should do another debuff run. I think I show them the helmet. Yeah, I can. Yeah. Hang on 1 sec. This is the Lego set which I think before. Can we book the 1 brain cell? Well, to book the brain cell, you have to have the brain cell to be able to have the intelligence to book that. I have legs, you didn't know? Yeah, occasionally I have legs. Like, not all the time, but occasionally I do. Okay, let's, I think I do a debuff run. And the thing is, I think I do Grass Wonder. Wait, do I? Because it doesn't give as much wit. But I do have Dominator, which I don't have on, I don't have on you. You do have Mystifying. Is Mystifying Murmur better than, Is this better than that, the other one? Than, whatchamacallit? Dominator? Do you know? Because this doesn't apply to the whole field, right, Mystifying Murmur? Does anyone know? I don't know if there are any, like, Umusume heads in there. Time for the serious players to absolutely crush my hopes and delusions. Yeah, a little bit. Because, yeah, Chris gets the MVP. He was really good. His flank angles were awesome and his ability to play around. His combos and sidelines were really cool. Okay, yeah, I need to figure out... maybe I should try a nice nature one. Well, the nasty nature. I'm not leveling up all the way to that. That is really good, though. I just don't have enough resources to do that. Just look how much gold it costs. We can... Yeah, I mean, I do have a decent grass one to use. We'll do this. We'll do this. Okay. That's a lot of money I just used for that. Not real life money, but in-game money. Yeah, we'll do this. Okay, then what we want to do... Ah, but then I... How many guesses? No, I don't have any daily borrowers anyway. That's, Is there a grass wonder one I can use? Because I should have a decent grass wonder thing to use. What do you give me? Just firm conditions? That's not fantastic. Frenzies, pace turns, and tether? That's not bad. We can do that. Do you also have anything else in your... You then have Sharp Gaze, Murmur, Trick, Rear. This is okay. We can use that. And what I need to get is something with... Ooh, Hesitant Pace Ratio is not too bad on that, actually. Decent amount of sparks. What do you give? Do you give Trick Rear? You do. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go with this instead, then. We'll do that. This is fine. Okay, and this is our, you know, screw you deck. Tosho is fine because this gives you Trick Front and Rear. This gives the End Closer debuffs. You give Hesitant Front Runners and Pace Chasers. Although I'm kind of... What do you give? You give... Subdued. The flustered ones are less good. Disorient. I could actually trade this out for Agnes Tachyon because you give Tether, don't you? You also have a career event which gives a debuff, I'm pretty sure. Subdued front runners. I actually think this is better then, actually. I think this is better. That means we're running 3, and then I know we've split the other ones, but this is like an anti run. This is like our debuff. What does a debuff run in Haunts? Basically, what we are doing is because the champions meet it's not about your aggregate score. It's just about do you finish first? You run 3 horses. You run 1 or 2 which debuff the competition, and then you have 1 which is like your ace, which is actually meant to win. This is meant to be like a debuff horse, basically. Also, Nymaera, what's your take on balanced team actively looking to add more variance and odd factors in the game, starting with the current patch? Well, I don't know what... I mean, they can say that, but then they actually need to, you know, like, showcase what they mean with that, you know? We need to train up more power as a debuffer. Like, power, you don't need that many stats as a debuffer. You just need, like, enough power to make it through the campaign. And basically what we're going to be doing is looking for, hint marks. What stats do we get up? We get power up, and then we get wits up. That's why everyone's running this character. They're really convenient to use. So they get 20% more power when you get training on it. This is energy up. We might do a recreation if there's no good training here. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We won't ever use the skill from the top option, so we always take the bottom one. Now we always look for this stuff because we want to get. I think we want to get Trick Rear. Murmur's not bad either. Murmur we will use because we have Mystifying Murmur anyway. It just gives us an extra hint to make it cheaper. We go for this one. This one here, Symbolic Rid-Off. Despite it being like a common card, basically, gives really good debuff hints. I saw a Nasty Nature with... Wow, what? Hang on a second. Whoa. You saw a Nasty Nature with, like, actual winner stats which could have it win the race as well? That's insane. What? Well, that's kind of an extra ace in the hole, isn't it? It's not bad. We actually need a lot more speed. We have 120 speed right now. That is a problem, actually. Did I run adverts? I think I did, right? We need to rest. Yeah, we don't have enough speed, actually. That is a bit of a problem. Power's fine. This is... Is that wit and energy? I think it's wit and energy. I just remembered. Oh, it's wit. Okay, that's fine. We go for the 3 on speed. And we're always looking for the exclamation marks because that gives us access to skills, potentially. We don't do extra training because it's not very efficient. Again, we actually don't have that much speed. I'm kind of... who got the MVP for the previous game? Crisp did. Crisp did. And we train power when we can here, actually. Failure! Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, dear. That's a problem. I hope that doesn't make us lose our debut race. That would be a bit of a problem. Okay. That could be a bit rough. Let's do this. Oh, dear. Hey, we hope we make it through this. It'll be rough now. If we make it through the race, this is fine. If not, it might be a quick restart. Oh no, that being said, we got some decent skill hints. There's no deer here. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this on while I go get my coffee from the other room. 1 sec. Oh yeah, by the way, if you'd like to, I didn't do this before, but if you'd like to support us, we do have a sponsor in League Mastery, which is an online coaching database, which you also get access to calling the coaches as well. These are pro players, these are one tricks. If you want to learn more about casting, you can learn through that as well. Sam and I are going to have a course on there soon. It's being backed up by an ex-LEC coach. Well, no, current LEC coach, Shidon. He's been around there for a while. He was on XL, I think, actually, for a while. Good guy, I like him. And the project's good. I've seen the content. It's good stuff, I think. short and snappy, constantly coming out. Anyway, gonna get a coffee. We actually might be fine here, I think. Oh, wait, hang on, we're getting instructed. Let me 2 times it. Oh, whatever. No, I've done it on the 4th time. I need to get used to just watching it in real time. That is okay thing to do. It's an okay thing to do. Nice up. Nice nature. Nice. Vamos. Great timing. Into the draft we go, I'm pretty sure. Wait, no, it did the it did like the faded camera thing. What do you kind of like did its whole like changing the focus and everything? Ugh, I got baited. Leave that up here for now. There we go. Into the draft we go. This on as well, then. Okay, so second draft, FPX Weibo. Weibo let through a lot of OPs on red side the last time. They did ban the Nymaera. They banned Nautilus and Yone on red side last time. Do they do the same? Yone's gone. Do they ban the Nautilus as well? FPX banning away, I believe, yeah, the Pantheon was banned the last time. We still have Trundle available. That one's a pretty sore thumb sticking out. I missed the debuff race explanation. Can someone explain in chat? Basically, because Champions Meet is not about the best combined score of all 3 of your races. You have, it's just about who crosses the line first. You have someone who debuffs enemy races instead of aims to win themselves. So that's the run that we're doing on the other side. Okay, so Ambassador's banned away, so we're going to get one of the OPs. Well, Trundle would have been one of them. One of the other OPs. I suppose Talia might be the strongest remaining pick. There is Azir as well, which gets banned a ton within the LPL, although it doesn't get played that much. It's the highest prior mid laner. I was checking it over. Thinking about a top lane matchup instead? I mean, surely the Talia is just the easy one to lock in, though. Kaz a decent player of it. I guess, again, they lock in the Sion because the Trundle's gone. Okay, fair play. Sion very, very powerful in LPL too. I mean, let me have a look at the Prio. Yeah, Sion 62% win rate over 37 games. Jesus. 5th most prioritized top laner, pretty sure. Khan on the other side. You need something to kill tanks now, and you don't have something like a Gwen, you don't have the Trundle. Tian goes towards the Xin Zhao. I mean, do you lock in Poppy already? Double dash champions, does fine against the Xin Zhao. Unironically, Poppy could be really strong here. Nico for lane dominance. Dre beat JDG playing this pick last split. Even though Nico has been nerfed, it's still very powerful here in the LPL. High prio anyway. And the Kai'Sa comes in for Jachi. He really struggled in the Varus the last game. The Kai'Sa, a very different kind of champion. Less about the lane dominance, more about repositioning. In a way, of course, Varus just can never reposition in the way that a Kai'Sa can. Into the second round of bans after this. So you can play it out the Xayah. I think Xayah fine versus the Kai'Sa Nico. I think that the Nico makes it a fine lane for the Kai'Sa. Like, I wouldn't say it's massively dominant one side or the other. Might be Cho'Gath or Aatrox Slammer for Breathe. I mean, Breathe will take any kind of lane dominant matchup and try and play the best out of it, right? In the past, it would have been a Gnar slam angle, but But Nara's been falling off a priority pretty heavily. For a long time now, actually. Really haven't seen that much Nara around. Jarvan away from IU. Wanting to ban some backline access. Talia still in the picture. I wonder whether Talia is a good lock-in for either side. Why FPX ban it there. Obviously, they don't want to play something like the Orianna into it and try and win through laning phase. I say win through laning phase, but have the dominant laning phase and then have the Orianna to be a little more useful than Talia in some of the skirmishes because of that lead which they get. Orianna are a much more defensive champion than Talia in some way. Well, no, is that true? No, because Talia can put down the minefield, but walking into the ball, threatening the shockwave, not sure I'd stand behind that statement, actually. I don't think that's necessarily true. The Azir, by the way, from Cat, who is one of our LPL Azir players. Not everyone is. Not everyone is in the LPL. It's a bit more of a... bit more of a kind of a... not a coin flippy pick. Bit more rare than something like the LCK, where every single mid laner plays it to a pretty good level. One thing about Fearless I don't mind is not seeing just everyone slam Azir on cooldown. That was quite a boring match for quite a long time. I don't mind Azir as a champion, actually. I think he's very flashy, but just seeing him every game, too much. Because the problem that we had with Azir was that Azir kind of just outvalued every single other mage in what they did. He'd have better DPS, better mobility, good wave clear, good laning phase. He'd poke as well at points with his Q. Yorick put in for breathe. Yeah, anti-tank matchup on that top side. Now, you don't have a global heading towards your lane. I actually think FPX can knock to an Orianna here. It's fine into the Xin Zhao jungle matchup. It's a global to put into the Yorick's lane. Goes onto the Xayah pretty well. Yeah, I think they're thinking about it. And there's not that much which deals with it in lane anymore. See, I can do draft me. Yeah. Occasionally. Nocturne locked in. Do they lock it in with the Orianna? They need some follow-up. But the Nocturne angle is a correct one, I think. You go Orianna, Xiao, who might go towards the Victor, try and be a little bit more bulky to survive the combo. I don't think FPX wants it. They need something to follow the dive. Now, Ahri's fine. Ahri's fine because Care is a very good Ahri player, and it still follows the dive. Now, it's a little different to play it than something like the Orianna, which is very point and click. Blam. Xiao, who now thinking about a pick which can survive something like the Nocturne Ahri, hovering over the Malzahar. I haven't seen Malzahar in a good long time. I don't think it's particularly strong right now, but perhaps it would prove different if... That's a long... Hang on, that's a long time hovering over that. Surely you don't do that into a Nocturne. That is death. Orianna's fine. Good laning matchup into the Ahri. Somewhat defensible. You can put the Shockwave on yourself. Ryze would have been a fine option too as well, Curium. I wouldn't have minded that because you're quite tanky. But the Orianna, it's a real comfort pick for Xiao right now. He's been playing well on it in laning phase, and right here into the Ahri, it's a good matchup. Care, worth noting, by the way, folks, Care was an Ahri one-trick before going into pro play. I think last year, I was saying that Care was a top 5 Ahri player in the world, maybe even the 4th best Ahri player in the world. I think that the 4 best ones were Knight was the best. I think then you had Chovy, Rookie, and Faker in some order. And then I think you had Care up there in the top 5, rounding it out. Earlier this year, Care had probably the best Ahri game I've seen all year as well. Occasionally pulls that out, despite the fact that Care is a very flippy player. Very streaky, very hot, very cold. Occasionally has those wonderful games. Occasionally. No Caps in top 5 for last year? No, Harold, no. He was very good, but he wouldn't crack my top 5. That's just how good the top 5 are. Caps is a very good Ahri player. Just the top 5 of the pro players around it. Very hard to compete with. I will say that Caps is clearly the best Ahri player within Europe, though Jojo is not bad either, actually. I quite like Jojo's Ahri. Into the game we go. Hit that beat. Let's get on to the Rift. Weibo looking to complete a 2-0. FPX have struggled for cohesiveness. Their macro, their team fighting, exposed versus Weibo. If it is a short series, you get to rush straight into Invictus Gaming versus BLG, our marquee matchup of the day. Perhaps there'll be another one to deliver here. You never know with teams like Weibo. Very inconsistent. Let's get on to the Rift. Be right back. I got to watch the G2 Fnatic series. It was yeah, it was a Fnatic experience of all time. Poby's teleports were not so good. Thank you, Angie. You gonna be back in time for Game 3 of this series then? Yeah, it was yeah, it was a bit of a G2 schooling of Fnatic, who I think were looking really good until that series, and then G2 were all over them in jungle support. I think Broken Blade had a magnificent series, and I think that's a worry about the current Fnatic roster, actually, is I think that they figured out what they're doing around mid and bot lane. I don't know if they've done that elsewhere. Care looking for the electrocute trade, can't get it. Starting that W level 1 gives you a lot of power. It's actually going to be the phase rush on Orianna, not going towards the Comet or something like that, which can really dominate lane with. Aha, 2 Kaisers. Using the Jaculov skin Chroma. That one. Wait, this wasn't the this wasn't the Hall of Legends Chroma. This was the LPL Chroma. Yeah. Some roads lead to Poby. The greatest of sometimes, the killable Demon King. Oh my god, that transforming thing from Nico needs to be shut off now. That is very, very loud and annoying. Losing some minions into under turret there. Oh, they lose 2 of them. Light and Chris lose so many minions under turret there. Yep. Absorber's a right to highlight that. That's just not good farming. You should be able to clean them both up very cleanly there. IE and Tien both heading towards bot side quickly. Standard clear. No camps missed. Clear speed is really important on junglers like AD junglers, because you're meant to be out onto the map fighting as soon as possible. Good electrocute there from Care, gets the Q pass through for that. Trading well, actually. He's a pot up on Shahu too. Must have been a charm off the screen or something like that. Well, not a charm. He's actually he's gone for the 2 points Q for the extra damage, actually, which means he doesn't have charm right now. He can't charm flash, but what that means is that you have better ability to damage through the wave. One of the worst things about Ahri versus mages is that mages can stand in the minions, and you can never charm them. And in fact, they'll just trade better than you through the wave. Orianna can Q through the wave. Victor can E through the wave. Xerath can do everything. Control mages tend to be good against Ahri in laning phase, because it's quite hard for her to force a mage off of the wave and then actually do good damage. If a root lands here, Breathe could be in a bit of trouble. It's not going to happen. He'll be safe. So what Care did there, and credit to him, he puts 2 points into the Q instead of 1 into the E, to give him stronger trading through the wave in a way that normally the Ahri doesn't have. You know, I still think it's comparable to an Orianna QW or something like that, but you see the logic. And Ket does the correct thing. He buys a Dark Seal on the first back. Oh. Snowball Central. If you're an Ahri player, always get the Dark Seal first back. Always get it. Unless you get... No, just always get it first back. It's too valuable. It's too good. Ahri is such a snowball champion, you want to index into that as best as possible, and she's the best user of Dark Seal and Magi's in the game, I think, in terms of the meta ones anyway. Evelyn's pretty good at it too. But yeah, particularly Ahri gets to collect stacks very early, uses them very well, and keeps them safe very well, so works very well for you. Shahu's teleported back, as is Care, took some good trades there. The thing about mid lane matchups like this is that after you teleport back and you're both full HP, it doesn't actually matter if you were winning the first bit of lane. If you then take a bad trade, then you are then losing the next phase of lane. So you cannot afford to take bad trades. It's one of the reasons why Ahri into control mages is quite difficult. You can't just look for that one good trade with one good charm or something like that. You then need to do that when you're full HP on the wave every time. Or it starts racking up like this. You know, now he's dead to another QW. Needs to back off. Cat, very good in the first phase of lane, but then eats a couple of bad QWs through the wave, and then suddenly the matchup falls apart a little bit. You can't exactly do much in terms of ganking. Shahu can literally kill here. QW with a Scorch, auto attack E, probably kills actually. The passive heal comes through for a little bit, so that should be less kill threats now. Needs to wait for the next Q thing. See how he's dipping in and out of that W range, but he's losing farm under turret. Shahu gets another QW on target. Kara has now lost the lane. Because Shahu can now walk up, QW under tower, walk back with the shield if he really needs to. I think he's got enough mana for just about that. He has a tier in inventory, so should be fine with that. Has level 6. Can potentially force ult out a care hit. Does he see the recall? No, he won't stop the recall. He wants to see it to recall right now. Can he force ult for ult? No. Okay, I wouldn't have had mana for that, actually. Would have had to flash out of it, not ult. Hope you're enjoying this little deep dive on some mage matchups in mid lane. It is my specialty for Ahri. Shockwave's the wave. Yeah, it's nasty. Close the cannon last. And Cad does not have teleport to come back in. If Jway can hold the wave, that's pretty nice for him. Using the clone to scout out a little bit there. If Jway doesn't do this, Ahri would be losing just an insane amount of CS. So it's going to be melee minion, not the cannon. Ahri actually gets a decent amount from this now. Jway saving the lane, actually. That should have been lane over. Jway saving it. Get yourself a support like that. Jway actually saves that lane. You know, Ahri should have been a cannon down, a full wave down. Instead, now just a couple of CS. Ends up being fine, actually. Now he has flash, has ult, and now if in the next phase of lane he's the one that takes a good trade, perhaps we flip things around again. Because now we're at the level 6 mark, and of course, Nocturne will be over the back shoulder at some point too. Dragon available, drugs? No, Krugs. Yeah, drugs are up in a minute. You know how it is. Ooh, Charm Lines, there we go. Gets the electrocute. Should have... Oh, was the Q just on cooldown? Not a great Q there from Care, actually. That was a bit of a Nymaera Q. Teehee. Get some damage onto him. Has the Merc Treads on the way. Has another Magic Mantle, so once they're completed, the laning phase gets a little hard to play again. Can you get a Charm out of Fog of War? No, not quite. Xiao using the Dissonance just to make sure that the W move speed was matched. Couldn't just get the free W there. Little tips like that can make a lot of difference. See that ward in mid lane, obviously very important for someone like IE who's got level 6 now as well. Yep, Xiao needs to keep a weather eye open. IE's going to get spotted by that ward over the wall, so he's been spotted. Tien in topside river. He's going to walk into the enemy jungle. Was there a ping onto him? Control ward in there means he's off vision. Tien can't currently get ulted himself because he knows he's not spotted. Knocked in on full vision. FPX, we complained about them last game, or were worried about them not having good enough vision control, not having good enough macro. Tien's now going to walk up. They were thinking about maybe trying to dive onto this bot lane. Level 6 Xayah, quite hard to do much there. But what this means as well is that Xiao can look for shockwaves like this. The W misses from Tien. Charm will stop the audacious charge. Flash out from Care anyway. Doesn't have ult. Doesn't have flash, rather. Didn't want to ult that. Wanted to keep the ult, presumably, for fighting potential. Shockwave's down. There is a paranoia. Tien still has flash. Orianna's going to push into mid lane. Weibo can choose to give up maybe one or two of these. Nocturne ult coming through. I don't love this from FPX. Xayah ult comes through. The Xayah is going to get jumped on by the Kai'Sa. It's not bad onto the Rakan. It is just one, though. And yeah, I wonder whether there can be a fight with the Orianna still. Gone a little bit too deep, though, as Tien. Crescent Guard comes through. But where's the fighting potential? Jachi has no ult, has flash, has barrier. Is that enough? Lights. Used both the summoners before. Does he have a feather pullback? Yes, but it's not that valuable. Charm might light to a kill. Last charge of that Spirit Rush. Forcing Xiaohu out of the picture. Not bad play by FPX given the tools which they had available to them. You could see how threatening that Orianna Shinzao could be in that moment. Why are they still on this patch? Because in China, patches take a lot longer to push through. Because it has to go through government stuff. Jachi, gonna die on a turret hit. Stopped his recall, did crisp. Okay, so goes down. Plate will be taken in topside as well. And yeah, FPX would have really liked to snowball off of that topside play. This is the point in the game where you use that first Nocturne ult of the game, the first Ahri ult of the game, get some kills, get something like Ultimate Hunter stacks for the Ahri, some Dark Seal stacks. Blue buff now getting stolen. Weibo not in position to protect it. Tien clearing through his Krugs instead. No grubs were taken by Weibo just yet. In fact, the third one wasn't taken, it's worth noting. The second one was. 2 plates up here for Breathe. Technically, the first one was taken by Shinzao, but still some gold for him. Wave was lost into turret, and we've been talking about that laning matchup for the Orianna Ahri fair bit. Good ult there from Xayah. We'd done that a little late. Would have been 2 quick kills, and a lost team fight for Weibo, I think. Tien, Charms. The ult damage didn't land onto him as Care went a little too far for that. Didn't want to get caught by the edge of the Crescent Guard. You don't want to play around with that, really. Shinzao with some extra shields and move speed is a nasty-ass champion, you know. Care jumping forwards. His ult just timing out here. He'd had one more. If he'd had time to cast that last charge, extra auto attack, might have killed actually. I wonder whether Care had a kill angle. He just missed that. You know, like in chess where you miss lethal, but you're not miss lethal. Yeah, well, I guess technically miss lethal. Well, no, that's more of a card game thing. But when you miss a checkmate or miss a mate or something, it's kind of like that where you actually have a kill angle and you don't quite see it in time. Dragon started by Weibo. No one took the third grub, by the way. The Kai'Sa was pretty close to stealing that, you know? I'm late. How was game one? Hey, guys, good to see you. FPX got 1 kill the entire game. And Jiaoqi, I believe, only hit 1 Varus ult onto a non-Wukong clone target the entire game. Missed almost all the others. I think he hit 1 ult onto Gwen under a top lane turret and a dive, I think. It was not good from Jiaoqi. That being said, wasn't great from Care on Silas either. Yeah. Jue got caught out a million times. I'm not going to pin it all on Jiaoqi. FPX, yeah, FPX arguably had the better comp in game one. They arguably did. They had Varus Rumble. They had a Skarner as well, so he had Skarner Rumble. The other team, you know, they had Gwen, Wukong. Who's their mid laner? It wasn't any. Galio. And then they had Sivir, Alistair. Crisp had a very clean Alistair game. He walked away with MVP from that one. But yeah, Jue was punished an awful lot in that first game. But reminder, folks, that FPX are a team with basically an emergency sub jungler again, where you know, their junglers this year were, you know, they started with Sorrow, then they went to Shadow, then they went to IE, then they went to Milky Way, and now they've gone back to IE because Milky Way has legal stuff to sort out in bad sense. Ult falls into mid lane. But there's a Rakan to follow. The Fear is broken. And now you've used your Paranoia. Chris uses the heal for good measure. And Weibo now gets to safely farm out. Ariel's down, Paranoia's down. You don't have Malignance yet, so it's not... You don't have any Ultimate Hunter stacks from Care. Not looking fantastic, actually, for FPX. You know what I'm quickly going to do? I'm going to go see if Epic Pen will actually work. If Epic Pen actually works and doesn't freeze my PC, I'd like to be able to draw on the screen again. That was a fun time, it was. There we go. Let's give it a try. I think that should work. Think so? Cool. I think we're in business, folks. Try that one more time. Need to remember how to use this. There we go. Cool. Right. We can draw all that now. So that means we can annotate some stuff on here. And teach you some bit about League of Legends along the way, hopefully, too. Let's get into it. So what's happening around the side of the map? Yorick wants to be pushing in down bot side. This is up in a minute. You want control over here. Threaten with a teleport if you need to, and you can cross map from Weibo if you need to as well. No, you don't have. You have the one grub from Weibo, which is important, of course. It allows you to use the Yorick a lot better. He has the Triforce already. We might have a fight in the mid lane, though, as we speak about it. Catch onto Jue, who's been caught a lot this series already. Has to blow that flash. Ignited as well to take that HP bar down just a little bit more. Weibo, they might even be able to take this full turret. I mean, FPX don't really have a great counterpunch. They have their ults from mid-jungle back up. And you can see how much it benefits Weibo to have this slow game right now. Because, you know, they're very happy to be playing around something like Breathe on the Yorick, getting some side lane pressure. I think FPX, they wanted a faster game around Ahri Nocturne, forcing plays. They have Malignance and Hexplate. Kai'Sa flying into the backline as well, onto that first target. Risk of MVP, hell yeah, he was very good. He was very good. Herald started by FPX. Weibo, do they want to contest? They could push in both sidelines. They are teleporting in. Orianna teleporting into one side, Sion onto the other. You potentially charged up by Sheer here. And Herald's peeled off of. That's a problem, folks, because that means that FPX have not taken the Herald. And Yorick gets to go in towards the bot side tower. Where's that Crescent Guard? Needs to be there a little early. The Shockwave is really bad, as is Tien's flash away. Actually, they're trying to play delay. What has just happened? Sion gets an ult into the backline. Shashi will jump on towards the Rakan and flash forward toward an extra kill. While all this is happening, Breathe just wanted to take a tower. Weibo, why did you not play defensively? You did the hard part of disengaging the Nocturne. And instead, there'll be a teleport towards bot side now. But Weibo, you should have just not fought. You got flash on so many people. They end up blowing 3 flashes. Losing 2 in Xiaohu and Crisp. Teleport up now. Hang on a second. As Tien went in for a steal. He's now in a 1v3. Does have a member behind him in Breathe. He just went back to one side. What has happened with Weibo here? What a strange series of events. What a strange series of events. Breathe was so happy for a short while there. Then Weibo stuck around, and I don't think they realized whether they wanted to be split pushing or not. Typically, Weibo much better at trading objectives like that. FPX pick up some good kills. Can you get 2 side lane out of turrets in back-to-back? Their first turret, of course, went over towards Weibo. In that play that. Denying a cannon here, if you can. Why did he not wait an extra auto to get that cannon? Questions. So what happened here? Weibo wanted... I mean, the shockwave is bad. What is happening with that shockwave? And then Sion nails the Orianna, who flashes and still gets hit by it. Xiaohu has a nightmare of a fight. He's died under side lane turret as well now. Even with that Seraph's on. Xiaohu was doing well in the laning phase and then just loses his head a couple of times. FPX, good pounce into that bot lane. Of course, had no flash. Even through the Seraph's, not good enough there. Then starting up Dragon. Gold lead still to Weibo. Yorick's in a good spot at least. We're going to get a contest over this? No. We do have ultimates from Jachi and Sheer on FPX. Not really much to be used elsewhere though. I wonder if Xiaohu has those 2 deaths if he picked Ryze instead. I mean, he shouldn't have had them on Orianna either, really. Herald into mid lane, of course, earned by them around that last play. Tien wanted to get it the last time. Even died for this steal attempt. FPX grouping up in the mid lane, perhaps looking for another deep play again. Ahri hanging off the vision as it's Nocturne. Ahri comes out of the picture, out of the fog of war now. 5 Dark Seal Stacks on the Ahri, by the way. That is definitely a win condition. Shit. Has flash, has ult. He's going to use either of them. Might need to. Ults first. Should be safe. Charm landing onto Breathe. Not bad damage from Care. It's hit by the Morning Mist though. And there's a speed up. Flash away. Care not wanting to use the ult. Been flashing early all the time. Q not landing over the wall. Weibo, take the summoner. This is an RE thing. Sometimes you can ult to safety, but you prefer to flash if you want to fight in the next minute or so. Another charm onto Breathe. Punts him into the Nocturne. Dark Procession goes down. Will he have to flash over the wall? Yes. Okay, Care going over the wall to give vision. That's not bad. Here comes Jachi. Where's the shockwave? Comes in, catches one back, and it's 2 kills to Weibo. Tien gets the healing, might even get a third, forces the barrier out of Jachi. 2 for 2? 2 for 2. All things said and done. Care walking away with a double kill. On the other side, Weibo picking up IE and Jue in the combo. Care getting very strong now. I think on the next back, he should be looking at a Medjay's. Got the charm to position him to get punted over the wall for the blast cone. That is niche. Charms him towards him, punts him over the wall, free to get some frequent flyer miles, hops over the wall to get some vision to allow the Nocturne to ult in. Jue flashes over for an instant 3-man, allows Jachi in. Jachi ends up getting CC'd immediately. That's not exactly what he wanted. I think he got hit by the end of the Rakan charm. Also ended up dying. Jachi still makes it out of there alive. Wonder if it should have been better, though. Better fight for them. Shockwave came in pretty clutch to buy time. Shockwave is sometimes just more useful as CC than damage, you know? Atakan is now available. Now, as we say, this is where games go to die. Where he doesn't have himself the second item just yet. Once he does, and he gets that Shojin in, Yorick really is a champion. Very hard to deal with a Triforce Shojin. Yorick has so much random damage on this kit, where the Shojin buffs it up. It is a pain. The way this is going, Kerr is going to need to hard carry this. Well, he has the 2 items. He's got his damage core now. He has the boots and the double burn combo of Malignance and Liandry's. That'll do well against the Yorick and the Shinzao, who are both HP stackers. Even works pretty well against stuff like the Orianna too, because you don't tend to burst out Orianna that well when she has stuff like a Saras, Merc Treads, what have you. Of course, her own shield as well. Going towards a slower burn build has often worked out well for Ahri into tankier champions. We saw Scout try the Blackfire Torch Bloodletters build a day or two ago. Actually worked out pretty well for him. Not sure I love the build, but the play was good. Means you can't play around your ult as much. FPX now going towards the Atakan. Teleports in. Zai will have to walk up the river. I think we were a bit slow to this. I think they're very slow to this. In fact, Tien has that flash. They go for a steal. Nocturne ult pulled in, and they'll just back off. They'll just back off. Free Atakan to FPX. Weibo, I mean, just not there in time. FPX get it for free. You can push up towards this top side. They have 2 grubs. Weibo will move in towards mid lane and bot lane, teleporting in. 2 items now onto that Yorick. That's his danger point. Mid lane in a turret taken by Weibo. They'll lose the top lane outer turret. They're currently 4 turrets to none. That'll only be even up for 1 there. Hang on, FPX, you guys do need to defend your base, you know? Half the damage onto the inhibitor turret. It will regen a bit. The bot lane inner turret is getting hit by the Yorick, and that'll die in a single wave. So it ends up being maybe a 2-for-2 turret trade. 2 inner turrets for both inner and outer on top lane. Dragon is alive. I think Weibo are happy with this. Reminder, as we said before, of our top teams, Weibo are the most likely to trade. And I don't think they've come that bad away from this. I mean, the XP from Atakan over towards FPX is not something which is lightly given over. But they've taken a whole swathe of the map. Swathes? Is a whole swathe? They've taken swathes of the map over. Shahu going towards the Bloodletters. I don't love Saras into Bloodletters. Bloodletters takes a while to stack up the damage if you don't have Magic Resist Shred. If you don't have DOT, rather. Yorick, big beneficiary of Weibo's non-confrontational style in this game so far. He's working his way up towards what I presume to be a Jack Show third. Sheer is behind 2,000 gold. Doesn't mean that the Sion won't be useful. Sion's still a teamfight tank. Weibo don't have the best anti-tank if Yorick isn't there right now. You know, Light's going towards Infinity Edge third. He's not going towards a tank-killing build, something like Lord Dominic's early. My knee just clicked very loudly. Warning miss, takes the cannon. Breathe doesn't have teleport. You can't stay in bot lane too long because of this. Using a Monster Blast going to get up there. He's roaming early. And you can see him walking up the minimap. Baron starts it. He is quite low here, actually. There's potential of the Rakan Orianna combo there. They go! The Shockwave's not going to save him! And Ayu goes down. They tag too hard, and they have no smites! They have no smites! They have leashed the Baron! And they have lost their ability to secure it. Not bad from Choi, and Sion gets it! It doesn't matter that there was no smite. Sheer takes the Baron, even though his jungler had died. How have Weibo done that? Only Weibo Gaming can throw an objective like this. They've lost 4. They'll probably lose a 5th as Jatchi'll go down. Flash and ult not going to save him. Ult's first does not get a kill. How did that happen? Weibo killed the smite. He's gone. Sheer doesn't have a spellbook. Dway doesn't even press his either. Does Tian just miss smite it? My dude, you were contesting against nothing. How does that happen? Baron buff is only going to be on to Care now. It's a one-man Baron, but how does that happen? IE tanks this for too long. Good Rakan Orianna combo. Dunks down on him. He dies. What happens with Tien's smite? What happens with it? Goes down to low HP. There is a spellbook smite. Ult comes through. And the smite comes through at what HP? Way too early. And the W happened that comes through. Tien has died. Crisp is now in the wrong side of things too. There's no Eon to him. Cat can chase him down. Weibo, what is happening here? The charm misses, so I guess Crisp will survive a few seconds longer, but there's no one coming to help him. He'll die. He'll redemption himself to be annoying. Ari's going to take a little while to kill him. That means that Yorick takes the mid lane inhibitor turret. Rakan's in their own side farming. Weibo, what a weird team. What a strange, strange team. FPX have been gifted quite a lot here. They have the one Baron buff, as we were saying. Ari's going to get the empowered recall. Sion will get bot lane outer turret, presumably. Mid lane going to be claimed as well by the 3-man unit of FPX moving up there. So what happens here? Trying to kill the one Baron buff member, and they overextend for it. Nocturne goes onto him. Stride breaker. Flashes away, doesn't matter. Fear charm. Dead. Between being an LPL fan for any team is always a coin flip between it's so over and we're so back. Exactly. That's the LPL experience. Weibo. What a team, eh? What a team. Wouldn't change him for the world, but like, what a team. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Questions. Ult in towards that mid lane. Sion following up. How much damage can Xayah do? Does not kill tanks that much. Flashing back into a not a bad pocket. The feathers are in the wrong spot. Low HP. Light rooted up. Jatchi going into the backline, but now he's alone. And the shockwave catches him. That's going to be the Kai'Sa down. Xiao, who is alive with 3 dead. I don't know if they have enough damage. Breathe. He's not that tanky. Another Q gets some damage through. And Breathe. The Yorick's here to play. Where's the damage? The damage is there from FPX now. They've lost 2 of their own. No, Nocturne pushing up that mid lane. Breathe. He is scary as hell. Gets another dunk down with that Q for the sustain. And perhaps Breathe can save FPX. Teleport now coming back in from Orianna. Dragon is alive. It would be Soul for Weibo. IE rather. Oh god, IG are playing later. Has Smite. Has Hexplate to get faster ultimate off. I wonder whether Weibo can start up the Baron. The Dragon. Words are escaping me. I wonder whether Weibo can start things up again, wait until their smite is now into position, and work off of that. They'll have their smite coming through. Breathe can take so much damage off the dragon. Has so much damage as that Yorick, of course. Okay, Weibo will get themselves the Chemtech Soul. I didn't think we'd be speaking about that at this point. The fight came somewhat out of nowhere. The Baron power play ended up being okay for FPX, but they lose the Soul now. Weibo muddle their way through to the Soul. Elder will be up on the table in 6 minutes' time. And we'll revisit this replay. Combo goes on to the smite target. They try and take out the jungler. IE gets blasted and has to flash out. The ult's a bit of an airball, but the root after is good. That root from just the basic Miko E gets great value. Light goes down to Jatchi. Shockwave trades the AD carries. And then Breathe, realizing, okay, well, no AD carry. Oh, so close to killing. Yeah, so close to killing him. Not quite able to do so. Hair miscalculating that, flashes in and dies. Well, the fight was over at that point, before that point, as Clean Feeds just died very briefly, folks. Should be back soon. Wait until the music starts up yet again. 1 second, 1 second, it should be back. 1 second, we're all good. Please, where are you? Where are you? Clean feed, please. Where's that sound? Where's that beautiful sound? There we go. Cool. Sorry about that, folks. Clean feed occasionally dies. Very occasionally. It's been much better recently. Should be okay now. Jachi pushing up in the mid lane. Gone for the Bloodthirster 4th item. Highlight that. Should do that. It's a good thing to do. Look at the Bloodthirster down here. This is a very, very strong item core. Waiting on this completion from the Zyre. See, that's where the gold difference is. That's a problem because this is a very strong Scion. Even with this gold difference, it doesn't matter. You still have the tank items you need. Sheer is doing what he needs. On the other side, yes, this is a game-ending threat from Breathe in some ways too. Where are the next ultimates coming out from FPX? They seem to be the ones initiating more and more. Chemtech Soul makes it harder to kill them now. Kill Weibo now, it does. Thanks to the follow, by the way, Tobes. Or Taubes. Baron started. Care looking for charm angles. Lands. There's a little bit of extra tenacity from the Chemtech Dragons. Baron now below half HP. The Scion, fairly tanky, ults forwards and will die to secure the Baron. That's going to go through. What about the fight afterwards? Can FPX retreat? Can they retreat at all? Ahri ult use. Empowered recalls. Not going to be able to stop any of them. But Care caught over the wall. Might be able to kill Crisp. He will die. Crisp goes down. But if they kill Care, that's more than a worthwhile trade. One more Ahri ult charge. Not bad damage from Care, but I don't think it's been not a great shockwave. Very nearly kills Light, by the way. Xiaohu and Crisp went to stop Care's recall. Now 2 dead. The solo lane is dead from FPX. Meaning that they won't be able to 1-3-1 towards a Baron multi-lane setup nearly as easily. Weibo a little slow to the objective. They were afraid of walking into the Fog of War, and you understand why. You know, walking in as a Shinzao or a Khan into Nocturne Ahri with a Kai'Sa follow-up, that can get you killed. Not to mention the Flash Nico ult. Chwei is a very good flashy engaged player. Is Chemtech still the worst soul? It's situationally very good. And the thing about let me write on screen for this actually. I can do this briefly. See this, right? This is why Chemtech Soul can be good, because it unlocks these. This gives you 12% tenacity, 6% per one for these. This is actually quite important, because that will apply to Ahri Charm, it will apply to the Fear Tether, it will apply to the Root from Nico. These are important things. You twin that up with something like the Merc Treads, you can see an inventory here, and here as well. That's a lot of tenacity. It can actually be very, very good. Hey, thanks so much for the raid, Hedon. Hedon, of course, our partner in crime. We've got a link towards League Mastery in the chat. Hey, good to see you. We're going to be going through some LPL. And we were just talking about the value of Chemtech Soul, where Chemtech Soul is often viewed as the worst soul in the game. However, because it gives you access to basic Chemtech Dragons, which give you heal and shield power, and then also tenacity, it can be situationally very, very good. See that Weibo playing things slow again. We are at the point now where doesn't it give heal and shield power? Yes, it does. It gives both. It's very, very good. Shinzao gets that from the passive. You're absolutely right. And then the Yorick Q will be getting extra bunch of things too. Sheer. There's no anti-tank damage right here right now. While I say that, Breathes right there. Starting to chunk through him with Shojin. Loses a third of the HP. Has some regen. Teleport behind. They're masking the teleport with the Paranoia as well. Going in. Doesn't get that much done. It's onto Xiaohu though. Defensive Shockwave might not be enough. The Nico ult goes onto most of the enemy team. Orianna goes down. But have they killed the rest of the damage? Breathe is still very high HP. But he can't get the auto attack onto Jachi. He goes invisible. Sheer down. But Breathe doesn't get the killing needs. Charm onto Chris. The burn ticking down. But not able to kill. Ends up being 1 for 2 as Xiaohu. Sorry, 1 for 1 rather. As Xiaohu hits the dirt, as does Sheer. 40 seconds now on the Elder. Breathe so close to getting that bonk onto Jachi with that Q, but the empowered supercharger, the evolved one from Kai'Sa, makes them go invisible, means that they can't finish the kill. Crucial E button press from Jachi there. Such a good cast, actually. Thank you, Hedon. Sam's traveling right now, so it's just a solo cast for me. Shit, we were saying this before. It doesn't matter that he's behind God knows how many thousands of gold. What is he, 5,000 gold behind? 4,000? Doesn't matter that much, because he's still a Scion. Scion with that Soul Furnace passive. Scales very, very well. And the Paranoia masking the teleport in. Flash predict from Care. Potentially could have hit Light if there was no flash there too. Awesome. Care is a Ahri one-trick. Was a one-trick pony of the champion before he went into pro. Showing off some great mastery there, so close to the death cap, but doesn't have it now for the Elder. Elder started. Sion ulting into the mid lane to get himself closer into position. Won't have that for the fight. That could be crucial. No Sion ult. And we might come down to a flip, but it doesn't work in IE's favor. Tien, smite is true. The dragon taken by Weibo, and the jungler goes down from FPX. Try as they might, FPX, this has been a better game from them. They've had some good masked teleports, using that paranoia to increase the power of other engaged champions on their team because they come out of that murky blackness. Care is trying to do a Marin 2015 and cut off the wave, but they've already got some with them with those void, what's the ghouls coming down. And the inhibs are already exposed. 2 going down for FPX, mid lane, bot lane down. Without a wave behind them, FPX will not lose the game to Weibo. The game goes on. Care saving the game by holding up that wave. Reminder, folks, that after this, we have our main event of the day, Invictus Gaming versus BLG. But this series is somewhat important too. FPX only won a single series in Group Ascend so far. They've had, what does their year look like in terms of junglers? They started with a jungler called Sorrow. They changed him out for Shadow, BLG's current jungler. He ended up moving in this split. So they had Sorrow, then they had Shadow, then they moved over to Milky Way, who came back in. Over to IE, who I'd never even heard of before he joined the team. Then they had Milky Way. Milky Way's now been subbed back out due to some controversy about potential fair play and competitive integrity violations. He is contesting these claims. We won't make any comment on them because of that. Wait for the review panels to come through, really. So FPX, how many jungles they've had? You know, 3, 4? If you count dunking in and out, they've changed jungler about 5 times this year. It's the same amount as BLG, actually. They've had much, much less success with it. FPX, of course, ran into a lot of issues last year with Shallow, who their top laner, having some friction with the staff. Seems like the staff really didn't help out in that issue there. Jway, can you get a monster engage? How do you defend against this Elder, though? Breathe, shredding turrets. Weibo, team who don't let them fool you. They actually can be quite a good team. They're just incredibly frustrating to support because about 2 years ago in 2023, I coined the term Weibo gaming consistently inconsistent. And I've now used that term 1,000 times because it turns out it was really, really on point. Baron's now spawned with the last of the Elder wearing off. FPX could contest in a fight, but they're not going to be there soon enough, I don't think. You could ult into the pit, can't do so. First Baron of the game for Weibo. The 2 previous ones before this went to FPX. How can FPX win this one? You really hope that Weibo flips something. That's what you're hoping. You're hoping that they flip something, that you get Paranoia, which allows Care to get a crucial target onto the Xayah, onto the Orianna, which forces them to lose to play a very defensive fight where the Orianna can't shockwave as CC aggressively. The Xayah has to back off. That's how you win a game here. It's difficult. That's how you manage it. Breathe, shuffling in that wave. 5,000 gold the advantage for the Yorick. Weibo fell into some issues earlier this game because Breathe was quite intent on taking side lane turrets, and I think it was the right decision to do so. Weibo didn't back off on the other side of the map. Have to balance the equation. Can't fight everywhere at once unless you are very, very lucky or very, very far ahead, and at that point, they weren't. 4,000 gold. Hang on, Charmer to Tien. Get some damage onto him. Paranoia coming through. That's good damage, actually, coming through. Dre taking some damage on himself, though, and IE has to flash immediately out. Chris, charming back in. Light, can you get the damage down? Q lands onto the Ahri, from the Ahri onto Light. He has enough lifesteal now. I think just with basic auto attacks to heal back up. That's a big shotgun blast miss from FPX. They will not have another Paranoia for this base defense. The turrets are going lower and lower. Jump in, Care, trying to get some damage down. Gets damage, but it's only on to Chris. Dway dies on the other side, and I think that might be the last shot fired for FPX. The chamber is empty. A shockwave will land onto IE. Jachi trying to fire for all his might, but he'll need a 3rd and a 4th skin to match the second one to have enough damage to see it through. The second skin, not enough. Weibo will end the series 2-0. Fun plus Phoenix. More paltry than mythical in this series. Weibo cleaned it up 2-0. Stick around for the second series of the day, folks. It's going to be a banger. Weibo clearing us up with the preliminary. The appetizer for the main course. Weibo moved to 5-6. I think Weibo are clearly our 5th best team within the LPL. clearly, at this point. Struggling to contend with our top 4 consistently, but enough here. Our pre-roll ads have literally just ran off, so what we're going to do now, folks, is we're going to run some adverts. There'll be a little bit of a break. I'm going to go quickly take a break myself. A little bit, I'll wave hello. Where am I? Did I turn that off already? No, I didn't. Hello, how's it going? My name's Nymaera. Thanks to everyone who raided in from Hedon. Good to see you. I need to go follow your channel back, actually. I'm not sure I followed you before that. That will soon be rectified. Cool. All right. There'll be a bit of a break for the second series. There'll be some highlights. There'll be an MVP. We will do some stuff in the break, like we shall play the horse game. The horse game shall be here, ready and waiting. Just going to quickly take a break myself, though, before we get into that. We'll watch through some of the highlights. I'm going to put on some adverts, and then we'll get back into the thick of things. Where'd Sam go? Sam is traveling today, so he's traveling back to London. He's got a wedding to rehearse for. He's playing in a band at a wedding. He's a very multi-talented person, is Sam. All right, let's have that break, and we'll get back to you soon. Katari resubscribed at 8 months. That's almost a year. Wow. Good to see you, Katari. Thanks for joining. Hey, there we go. Breathe, well-deserved MVP. Look, Weibo, their whole game plan was this guy gets ahead and then he'll do stuff. Hello, everyone. I'm back, by the way. How's it going? Okay, let's get a thing. Let me put this up as well. Yeah, by the way, I know that obviously the people from over in Hedon's chat, you know about this already. However, this is League Mastery, a new partnership between myself and Sam, and then also Coach Hedon as well, and the platform which they're growing, which has a bunch of resources to learn about League of Legends, climb, improve yourself as a player, and potentially learn some other skills about League of Legends as well. It's something which Sam and I will have a casting course on there at some point soon, TM. We'll get that ready and rolling as soon as possible. So if you just want to learn more stuff about League of Legends, yeah. Wait, what's this thing? Sam sings. Yeah, Sam sings. Sam plays keyboard, piano. He plays piano. I play guitar. Yeah. Okay. Right. While we're on break, we shall do the thing. Hey, Hamza, good to see you, by the way. Let's go take a bit of a break and keep on. We're running a debuff Nice Nature run. Oh yeah, we just about made it through that. I think we probably should Infirmary and then wait for some meet-up events if we can. I don't want to. Yeah, we crashed out on a training earlier, which sucks. Subdued front runners is pretty good. What is this? We always take the exclamation marks on these. Oh yeah, this is Evil Nature. This is good. We're getting some really good hints here. And next time we have, we don't do much with this. This gives us some extra stats, which is good, I think. Yeah. Now we're looking for, wait, did I not get rid of the fucking, oh, I didn't hit it. Damn, that sucks. Go for 2 on this. Okay. 30%. Oh, fuck it, it's on stream, we do it. We definitely pass these. Nice, cool. On Skulls duo, exactly. Let's do this. Hopefully get rid of this. Nice, finally got rid of that. Cool. Let's get a recreation. That's good, really good mood up. That's really good energy up. I have no idea what that is.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采
Okay.
访，我是主
They
持
got
人
their
轩。恭喜 WBG Tap Tap 拿
They
下
got
了
their
本场
thing on
1-3
there.
的胜利。我们请到的是辅助
They're
选
in
手
Steam.
Chris
Snapshot
来
of
到赛后采访
motions.
席，
This
欢迎松松跟
is
大家打
speed
招
or
呼吧。
power.
大家好，我是 WBG Tap Tap
I'm
的
gonna go for speed. Our speed's kind of low.
欢迎
Normally I
松
don't do that here,
首
but it's fine
先
here.
恭喜你们2-0直落 Fun Plus， 及时的止住了你们的连败。那赛前小天也说嘛，说最近大家复盘了很多，所以你有没有觉得说这些总结其实是有实质性的反馈到今天的游戏内容
We'll
上
take
的？
that.
主要的话感觉还是之前的比赛，就是在沟通跟一些配合这方面，
We can
就是
actually
没
do
有
this.
做得
It's
很
fine.
好。
For wits, you can.
其实今天也出现了一点一些小失误吧，但总体的话还是没有犯比这个更大的错误吧，就可能像之前我们很
We're hoping
容
for
易
trick
可
rear
能
from this.
经济差不多，然后就突然被打了个0换5的团，这样就直接有点晕了感觉。
至少今天第一局打的是非常流畅的，就18分钟你河道开2个的那一波，包括格温的一个 TP 绕后嘛，当时的一个
Wits
指
is
挥
good.
情况还
That's
记得吗？
not bad. We take the 3 on this though, I think
看到对
actually
面的
instead.
人的位置都是在小龙附近吧，然后当时敌方他们的野区里面是有一些可以 TP 的眼的，然后就当时就直接让格温踢过来，就他们在河道的话
Where's my chat box?
那个位置是不好跑的。
开得非常非常好，当时我还看到有些人评论说是流神，
Chat,
度是
you can
牛神
replace me
稍微玩了一
briefly.
个这个谐音梗，但是今天发挥的非常非常出色。但是第2局好像前边的画风对于 WBG 来讲稍微有点不太对的感觉。
Okay, so we do want to run away a race or 2. Can we run in this one in the miles? No, we
稍微有一
can't.
点点的
Let's
奇特。
recreation, hope we get
这一段时
karaoke.
间里面你们是
This
怎么
is
去做
fine,
拉
it's
手的
okay.
运用的？
主要还是
I go for which
第
one
2
is
把的话
this?
就是前期给了对面的发育
Stamina or speed? A little bit of
火力的装
stamina.
备都比较好，然后我们进河道是会比较困难的，就很容易被打掉状态吧。然后
Oh, this is energy down, but straight away acceleration, right? Which is not the skill that we're getting. This is the negative thing about this card.
所以就是
We want to run in this race.
是拉掉大龙的，但是就是我们的想法就是大龙可以给对面拿下吧，但是我们去打后面的团战。
那你们
We
后
do
面的
want
一个
these,
团战的一个重心是怎样的呢？
重心的话，其实就找Nico 跟那个狐狸的位置吧，然后。
Let's have a look at these things. So what do we get from this? You get hesitant, subdued everything, and tether. So we've got one of that. 1, 2,
今天
3.
刚刚在对问题的时候，也听到工作人员的就是感叹嘛，说啊，好不容易一个2比0。
Because if we buy one of these, it takes it out of the pool. That's pretty good for that stuff on the whole. Hesitant late surges. Who has that? It's not you. I think hesitant late surges is no. Your end closes. That's not you. What do you have? Hesitant pace chases. It's not you.
那今天当然也看到现场有很多比较特别的一些应援版，因为2天之后就是松松的生日了。我们先全场提前给松松说一句生日快乐，好不好？来，3、2、1，松松，生日快乐！那其实到现在也已经是一名老将了。那站在这个时间节点上，最想对
I think we still go late surger here.
就感觉时间过得
I guess we could go pace, but then still 5 in there.
在 FPL 打了很久了嘛。
Our stamina's pretty low.
今年我跟队伍都能有一个好的成绩。
We do this,
好
I
的，
guess.
再次恭喜刘劲松获得了这场比赛胜利，也恭喜 WBG 拿到了这场 BO3的胜利。那这场比赛的采访结束之后，来看一下这场比赛的 Spotlight。
流程啊，
出来打团还是打团？
要打团，
看一下梅地，看一下梅地。
要打团，要打团。
那准备看呗。
我觉得直接出来，这地没视野了。谁少想一下？来，看。
吸住他了，他会回头一下。
AD，
敲出来了。
后面有 TP 兰博啊。
好，
追兰博大。
我去找兰博了，继续打。兰博走了。我在这
打大了，来到了吗？
好，
人流水。
太慢了，兰博在下面啊，小吴。什么状态？满的。哦，那我不去了。
他这个狐狸也挺装的。
卡他一直想开了他们。保 AD 完啊。没事。飞进来了。
哎，慢点。
Oh, you lost the bet. That's why you have to shave your head?
看。
Damn.
木眼没血，那就慢点，再慢点。卡莎还有大的，尼克也有大。
没事，这塔快掉了，慢慢耗他们就好。尼克变小兵了，变成炮车。OK。
掉了挺多血了。
先打框里面的这个可以吧？
Oh, rushed is not good.
他变成三郎。
We don't have that much stamina. At least our whip means that we get rid of rush pretty easily.
慢打。
你扣死了。
我有火甲，看小点。
打脸上。
先打脸上。杀了吧。太大。
Okay, we're doing pretty okay here. We're also in third, which is... Third is where our ult procs, if anywhere, by the way. That, like... Not that, like, you're expecting to get Nice Nature's ult, because that ult is really hard to proc, but... Okay, second's not bad. Do we have the... Hang on, do we have the finishing power for this? I don't know if we... I mean... This race is pretty easy to win. It's the easiest G1 race to run in the game. I think we've just about got enough here. Oh, it's getting a little close though. Get out of here, gold ship. Get out of here, gold she. Get out of here. Nice, cool. Cool. I'm gonna have to run another ad break before the series, I think, because I don't think it'll. I don't think our current pre-roll will take us through the first game. We want skill points. This is a very skill point heavy run. We rest. Oh, shitting hell. It's a tad annoying. Well, we just won a G1, so we should be okay with this. But, I don't know. Not sure. Oh, I don't know if we win this one. I don't think we have the skills for this. And we get a late start. Oh, Jesus, just put me out of my misery. Yeah, we lose this one. I guess we have slightly better skill. We have some okay skills. I just don't think we... Yeah. When you're trading debuffs, you're not necessarily looking to win races. You'll just want to get through the campaign. I reckon we finish maybe second here. I don't know. We'll see. Oh my god, no. We're actually getting... Oh, Jesus Christ. We're in actually some really... We're in a really bad spot here. We might get fucking screwed. 10th, 9th. Okay, at least we get a roll. Second is not awful, but it wasn't close. Oh shit. What is that? Oh, it's BLG. Obviously, it's BLG versus Way. But they also have. Wait, what is this? I don't know what this translates to. Well, we do have BLG versus their jungler they had from most of this year, and then of course summer of last year too. Recreation. Oh, why did I do that? Because we get it in March anyway. Oh, I'm stupid. And we got one up here anyway. Jesus, that was a bad... I should have just rested. That was bad. We take this. We don't fail 21% on stream. Nice. I'm glad I wasn't a liar that time. This is good. This is good. This is energy up event. And we don't even get the negatives of it. Nice. We hope we get Trick Rear. Meh. Now we hope we get some good stuff from Inspiration. There are some skills we can get from Inspiration here, I think. None of those are fantastic. I mean, Quarter Adept will help us finish the campaign, but this isn't actually like that useful. We might be able to run this. Maybe. Stamina's kind of low.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人欣然。我们先请到的是 BLG 的下路选手 Elk 来到赛前采访席，欢迎 Elk 跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG Elk。
昨天稍微有点遗憾，没能够延续自己的连胜嘛。但今天这场比赛是你们在常规赛头一次碰到 IG， 所以大体的准备是怎么去做的呢
？The graphics said IG and BLG are the first and second in bloodiness.
没有赢下来嘛，然后我们就是自己简单的就是复盘一下，然后去看一下我们自己的哪些失误吧。然后在今天的话，就是希望能够打得更好吧。
最近其实选手们吧，队伍里也一直在聊这个问题，就是说可能在队伍打到中期的时候有一点乱，稳定性不够。所以在这一块的话，大家最近是怎么在打磨呢？
我觉得更多的还是就是减少每个人自己的失误嘛，然后在中期的时候决策做好一点吧。
好的，我们期待一下今天这场精彩的 BO3。同样，我们请到的是 IG 的下路选手 Gala， 跟大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 的下路选手 Gala。
今天终于是碰上 BLG 了，强对决。那他们最近的赛场风格给你留下了怎样的印象呢
？I didn't get murmur。
队伍还是喜欢拿一些前期有线权的嘛，然后去前面打一些进攻，然后对喜欢在前期取得优势吧。
那这场大家也是期待已久嘛，而且双方的下路选手都非常顶尖。你会怎么看这一场和 Elk 的赛段首战呢
？Nice。
因为这也是我们第一次跟 BLG 交手嘛，然后
Nice, we actually win. Cool.
其实也是很久没有对上了。
Is the Shy the most overrated player of all time, and or perhaps the top lane who had the highest peak and then the lowest low? I mean, the 23 finals, it was bad from him, but also his team was really bad at playing towards like they gave Zaya's counter pick 3 games in a row. Musimi, let's go. Yeah, we played that a lot during breaks here. Is having a not so nice nature mandatory for champions meeting? I think having a debuffer is really important. Out of post proficiency, meh. It's okay. This is wit, I believe. Like I don't think it's mandatory, but it's pretty damn good to have it. I swear to God, we've had like 3 of those, and we have this too. What is happening? What do you give? You sometimes give Murmur, right? Or Tether, which do we already have Tether? Actually, was Tether the one that we already used? We try for Tether. Come on, give us Tether. Nice, there we go. Tether's a good skill. Why are IG underdogs? Because BLG is still BLG, Bin is still Bin, and Knight is still Knight. I don't know. I mean, they've been looking pretty sus. Might actually be worth going for this just because. We want more skill points. This actually might be worth it. Screw it, we'll go for it. Onto the stage we go. Don't undermine my fanboy. I'm sorry. Look, BLG stands for bad late game right now. They are struggling. BLG are not the world-beating team which they've been in the past. At 23 and 24 were very different times for them. Now, Shadow has been really struggling. They as a team have really been struggling. We've been completely pinned back by that one person. That is really annoying. I think we lose this one from that position. Like, we're getting really cut out here. Unless we get Mystifying Murmur. Maybe? That's good. That's really good. Wow, that really helps, I think. I remember Shadow from when he played in the LEC. Was it Mad Lions? Yes, it was. It was Mad Lions, yep. We've been completely blocked up. Ah, that sucks. We're going to finish like 10th. Yeah, well. Finishing third's okay. It means we don't get any debuffs, but we'll still get some. Turn back free roll. Yes, we got to run some ads now, folks. Yep. Good point. G'day, Jay. Good to see you. Still get 67 skill points. That's what we're there for, really. Finally get a well rested. Nice. Gonna go for this because our stamina's really low, and we do need that to finish the campaign, you know. We'll do this for a little bit of extra power in the friendship training. Into the draft we go, and we'll figure the rest of this stuff out later, won't we? Draft for our second series of the day. BLG versus Invictus Gaming. Now, you go back even half a week or so to a full week, and BLG and IG, I think there was a chance that it would be what a lot of people would assume to be the best teams in our league. BLG dropped a series to Anyone's Legend. Then against Weibo, the boat got rocked a little bit more, and then they lost to Top Esports. Invictus Gaming, on the other side of things, got slammed by Anyone's Legend, but they did beat Top Esports before that. Both these teams, definitely in our top 4. The order of that top 4 changes on any given day. BLG, IG, I think it's a little behind Anyone's Legend and Top Esports as it stands. I think in the interplay of all of them, I know it sounds a little strange, given that IG beat Top Esports. They're a close bunch, though. They're a close bunch. Varus is available. IG don't ban that. BLG likely lock that in first. The Azir banned away from Knight. Now, a lot of people have spoken very poorly of Knight's Azir before. I don't think Knight's Azir is bad. I think the team is bad around playing Azir. He was actually very good in their game versus Top Esports on it individually. Varus banned away. Pantheon first picked. No Talia to go alongside it. On the other side, you can't counter it with something like a Trundle. You can still Shinzao for Wei. Of course, Wei, the big story about this series is Wei against BLG after Wei brought BLG to Worlds last year. A lot of people talk smack about Wei and his time on BLG. I'm not sure they would have made it to the World Championship last year. They were capitulating in summer 2024. Wei, about halfway through summer split, came in, replacing Shun, righted the ship, and got them all the way to Worlds. Fell apart in Worlds group stage, yes. And then Shun came back in to take them to a World Finals. But I'm not sure they would have even had that opportunity if Wei weren't there in the first place. Annie locked in for rookie. Go Annie Wukong. Wukong's fine into the Pantheon. Jarvan early would be a bit of a decision. No carries locked in for BLG just yet. They could go something like Lucian, which can dash away from the Jarvan fairly easily. In terms of mid laners with mobility and safety, a little bit harder to figure that one out. Aurora is good. There we know. That's not even hard to figure out. There you go. Easy. Aurora locked in. That's one carry which deals well with the Jarvan. Sion's fine here too. Annie doesn't really love playing into that. Neither does the Jarvan, honestly. Jarvan's not great against multiple tanks. Could do okay versus one. You can kind of ignore them, go past them, get onto the back line. Aurora's good into the Annie too. Knight is our best Aurora in the region. Very, very strong at that champion. The Rumble goes to BLG, not the Sion. Perhaps just wanting to deny the spicy hot pot combo from the Jarvan Rumble, which could have been locked in on 3. Now IG need to think about what they go into the Rumble. There are double AP solo laners. You could actually go Galio top lane here. The Shy plays a bit of it. Of course, the Galio has dropped off in prior for top lane. I think it'd be quite powerful here in top lane, though. He goes towards the Ornn instead. Still fine. Still very, very strong tank. And I think the Shy has been, actually, over the last couple of weeks, the best top laner within the LPL, especially on tanks. His tank play has been very, very good. I feel personally offended that the caster called the Swiss stage the group stage of what bit? Which bit? Oh yeah. Group stage of what was last year? Yeah. Sure. It was technically Swiss stage, but group stage has been part of my vocabulary for the last 15 years. You know how it is. Where's Sam? He's traveling back to play in a wedding band. Actually, he's rehearsing with them this week. Lucian and Poppy banned away from BLG. We did say that mobile carries are good for them, and of course now that they have double dashes on the Ornn and the Jarvan, having the anti-dash tech removed from the Poppy quite valuable. No bot lane for BLG or IG, both of them going towards bot laners. IG going to have the Alistar removed. Would give them a really annoying tank front line between the Ornn and the Alistar if they had that. They could still go towards something like a Rel on 4 here. Pretty hard to counter it at that point. Could also go Sivir if you think that's contested. Well, yeah, I don't think that's contested. I don't think BLG necessarily want that. Sivir into Jarvan could be quite hard. Quite good into the Ornn. Could go for it anyway. Sivir tends to just win you laning phases. Kind of clears waves by herself. Why are we hovering Shaco? Why is that a thing? Yeah, Alk, what's the plan now? You see the Sivir. I think Corki's good. Yeah, I think Corki's good here. Good early pressure. Can escape the Cataclysm. You got good damage from your solo laners anyway. So while Corki has less damage than some, I don't think it's a problem here. Corki's good. Mobile, early power. I quite like that. The Xayah, I mean, it's better at disengaging the Ornn ult because you can ult through it. Scales a little better than the Corki, of course. A lot better than the Corki. I think the Corki would have been better here, though. I guess you could go Xayah Rakan. Trust in your lover's duo. Now Mako has to make a decision about what he wants to go here. He could go something like Nico to give you more laning power and engage. Well, it's actually not a bad pick here, going double rage. I think Nico's the pick, though. He does better in the laning phase, and he gives you that unexpected, quick engage with the flash protobelt, particularly out of Fog of War, that can be very powerful. Then suddenly you have Jarvan, Ornn, and Nico. Then you think, okay, if they had picked Corki into all that, yeah, the Corki might be a bit of a free kill. The Xayah at least has a chance to stand and fight with the ultimate. On's Rakan is also one of his specialty picks too. I say specialty, but everyone's a Rakan player here, don't get me wrong. However, he in particular has been very, very strong. Let's have a look at his career stats on the champion, actually. Rakan is most played of all time. This will be his 91st game. This year, he's 100% win rate on it. 5-0 is on. Not this year, sorry, in this split. Across the entire year, 83% win rate with 18 games played. 15-3 on the champion. BLG have some strong early lanes. They have the ability to pull the trigger with the Rakan and the Pantheon. The Rumble follow-up is nasty. However, IG, they also have some incredible scaling factors. They're engaged probably a little easier to land, actually. The Ornn, the Nico, the Jarvan. Nasty stuff. Let's get ourselves into the game. The coaches will fist bump. I think we've got ourselves a pretty fun set of drafts. I don't think one team is necessarily exploding the other one. Get ourselves into game. Are the Shy and IG ramping up for Worlds? Could they do some damage at Worlds, or is it too early to know? They're an inconsistent team, but their peak has been oh so good to watch. I think IG are a solid top 4 teams. They should make Worlds for me. Unless there's a disaster in playoffs, which, let's be honest, in the LPL has been known to happen. But perhaps we'll see Rookie back at Worlds for the first time since 2019. A little way to go before that, though. BLG IG, our top tier matchup of the day. On your screens right here, right now. Tell a friend, tell whoever else to be interested. Get them sat down, get them tuning in. Let's go watching some LPL League of Legends. The Gyos ring out. Crowd mics have been a little lower, but they've been still present and available. Level 1, any shenanigans? Perhaps, actually. Shadow and On around the corner. If On spots out Rookie, Shadow could flash W. I think it would be flash for flash. Quite dangerous to blow that Pantheon W early. Maybe wondering whether IG would walk over to... Ah, you see right there. You see right there. That was actually quite an important thing. Most of the time, look down on the minimap. Typically, you'll have the mid laner walk in and ward around here. You want to ward onto this bit of Raptors. So what BLG do is hide around that corner and stop that ward being put down. There's a ward now down here to stop an invade, but nothing more than that. Gala popping the Ghost to get extra auto attacks on target. Has the lethal tempo running, and Gala and Mako just smash through the level 1. Maybe a mistake locking in that Zyra after all. If the Zyra can't see you through that level 1. Elk is going to have to recall at level 1, lose all of this XP and farm. On is going to stick around to at least get some melee minions worth of XP. But Gala popping the Ghost to get extra auto attacks on target, keep the lethal tempo running, makes all the difference. Elk not running the Ghost himself to match and walk away. What are BLG going to do now? They are not a team which does very well when their bot lane loses. When BLG lose bot lane, they tend to fall apart. This is now a really dangerous scenario for BLG. Shadow clearing from bot to top. He's not in a position where he can just perma-gank bot or something like that. And on the other side, Wei is going top to bot, so he can actually interact with his bot lane at the end of his clear. BLG struggle streets already off of just one level 1 trade. At least, I suppose for them, that Nico Q missed on there, but... Alkanon, what are they going to do to recover this? They'll be able to, soak a wave, maybe lane swap after this. But that'll be pulling the alarm pretty early, actually, for BLG. And typically, BLG, they'd want the Rumble to be against the Ornn a little bit longer, maybe. Who do you think the best players in their positions right now across all leagues? Well, that's an interesting question. That is a question. You know, I'd actually have to spend some time to think about it, and I haven't had as much time to think about LCK recently compared to LPL. I can definitely answer it for LPL, but LCK, that's where things get a little bit more interesting. I think right now, almost every single player best in role will be from the LCK. Am I going to get a second passive onto Rookie? Takes one tower shot, but again, just keeps the hurt onto Rookie. potential of a flash for Shadow, actually, onto Rookie. Rookie realizes that and will recall on the other side. This is an overstay from Rookie. He has flash. Needs to walk away from tower. Will lose some farm. Knight bullying out Rookie in the early stages of the lane. A reminder, folks, that I think Rookie has been on an MVP caliber split so far. He's finally going to get a recall about a minute after he wanted it. Knight can get a recall and get back into the play. Shadow, hang on a second. Wei just missed his flag drag. Teleport in. Oh, Shadow, you have overstayed, my friend. Knight can teleport in and has done so. Shadow needs to choose his retreat path very carefully. Teleport in from Rookie. Doesn't have the stun right now. Flash out early from Shadow, but Rookie will get the stun anyway. E is not bad from Shadow, but I think he'll die anyway. The recall from Shadow, not getting what they want. Passive from Knight, so close. The last auto will take them. Knight gets something down. Another passive from him. Escapes the knockup. Knight doing very well to trade back something there. Potential now of On getting a flash knockup onto Mako. Not able to quite do so. We'll get onto Wei instead. Passive coming through. Actually gets a decent amount of damage onto the clone there too. Knight will get some random extra healing from that. Knight having to cover the blushes of Shadow. The initial recall stops were good, but you can't recall that point in the jungle. The teleport back was so deadly. Shadow has been struggling for BLG after a great early start from him. And Rookie will get himself onto the board. He does die, though, during that play. And, of course, he already used his teleport. He's now down 15 CS. Probably 10 after the waves equalize. Shadow tried to stop another recall. Uses the empowered Q, not the empowered W, which I wonder if that was a mistake, actually. Empowered Q, definitely a mistake there, actually, thinking about it. I think you get definitely more value out of stacking your concrete. Gets hit by that Nico Q. The E's not bad. And it buys enough time for Knight to get through some passives. The shotgun lands there, too. Rookie had already used his flash earlier to stun that Pantheon. Flag drag just short from Wei onto his old mid laner. Wei 001. Not going to lie. Wei getting the better part of that jungle pathing in the early levels. 10 CS down is Elk still onto Gala. Gala's got a BF sword first back. That used to be the luxury. It's been the luxury buy for a long time. Bot lanes used to be determined by whether you could recall early and get yourself that BF sword. In fact, it's why Ezreal was really strong, because Ezreal could go first item Sheen on the back rather than the BF sword, which was something which hamstringed some champions like Caitlyn, for instance, or Ashe, or other people who want to go towards a Bloodthirster first item. He doesn't have the cull right now, though. I'm going to get that to max scaling later on. Yaya Khan are matching skins. Yes, they are, RNG. However, they did get absolutely butchered at level 1 as they lost the level 1 trade to Sivir. Pressing Ghost and running at them with auto attacks, which was less good. Having said, starting to stabilize now. You can see right there. Good knockup, good damage onto Mako. Has the flash, still no heal. Gala not stopped off for that cull just yet. I was wondering whether he would do just to match the Xayah. I always like seeing cull matching. I always like to see the cull matching if it is words stutters. Cull. I'm so cull maxed. I'm so farm pilled and cull maxing. Knight does have the level 6. There's no flash. Ult coming in from the Pantheon. Going for the serve play over the wall. Rookie has no flash, but he does have a stun. Might be able to trade one back and might be able to do so. Wei has the flash, has the ult. Should be able to pick this up onto Shadow. It will be a 1-for-1, but Rookie dying means that he'll have less access to some of the farm. Wei will pick this up. It will still be an assist over towards Rookie. Flash in on towards Gala, who spell shields when the fleet flashes away from the feather pull back. Ult going forwards. Auto attacks another target. Ghost onto Gala. Will that see him to safety? Yes, it will. Double flash from the Xayah. Rakan not able to secure the kill. Gala losing both summoners, but living through to tell the tale. We have the Shy, Ornn, and Sivir. How can IG lose this game? Well, it's very, very good scaling front to back, isn't it? But BLG sometimes give you a little bit more to think about outside of those front to backs. Wait. 1-0-1. Shadow 0-2. Stunned under that turret. Teleport now onto the top side of the map. Nico recalling. Grub started by Shadow on the top side of the map. Wei still has the dunk, by the way. And that's no flash on the Pantheon. He actually can't stick around. We'll smite one. I think that's as good as they get. Hang on. Wait, Rookie has no flash still. Wait, gonna get jumped on flash down instead. Remember, there is that dunk available from him. Good early damage on the Jarvan, especially onto squishier members. No recall stopped by Gala onto Elk. Means that he won't be around for a fight. No teleport on the top laners. They won't be joining either. IG saw the first grub over. They'll go towards the second one now. Pantheon wanting to farm up. not contesting here. I think that's the right call. Jarvan's really scary here. Tunnel is a good first back for AD skirmishes. Gives you just enough HP and AD to be threatening. Knight clearing through things. Knight has got the better of Rookie, I will say that. Knight's had the better of Rookie so far. Doesn't have to stay that way. And sadly for BLG, often Knight has been getting the better of his lane opponent, getting great value, but not able to really determine the game because BLG have struggled with vision control, with objective setup, with late game decision making. Not bad poke from Elkanon. They've been doing okay in the Zyra Rakan lane to land W's from Rakan, which will give kind of guaranteed QEs from Elk. Pops that W, gets the extra move speed, waits on top side. Hang on a second, there's no flash on the Zyra, and he's going to get pulled into the cage. Is that enough to see him through, though? The Zyra ult will keep Elk alive. It's a masterful bait. Up with the best of them. Elk will use that ult, tank the damage, and Wei goes down. This time, he's the one getting counter-ganked. And IG lose their jungler. Kill over to Shadow. Jump out of Fog of War now, and that's a second one to him. Wei, after winning the early game so hard, gives a counter gank over towards Shadow. That's a great kill back. Knight in a little bit of trouble here. Has the flash in the ult, though. Shouldn't be under too much threat. Hang on, Rookie has the flash. Could potentially kill here. A little bit of threat there. Knight will survive, though. Not use anything important. And will teleport back to lane. Was looking for a reset anyway. Is Elk a masturbator? Well, you know, far be it from me to say such things, but I think potentially Elk did a masterful bait here. He could have ulted early to see things off. And ults through a play. Oh, Wei missed the flag drag out. That one's not a masterful bait. That's a disasterful fate. Could have flag dragged out a little bit. Gala has no flash. Oh, gets hit by the center of the ult. That's a pretty sweet spot there. The ult is pretty good from the Nico, but Shadow getting the center of the ult gets the extra damage. A kill back onto the Rakan, though, does mean that Gala gets the kill anyway. Ricochet came through. Off of the minions. That is a lucky kill going over to Gala. A 1-for-1. Did not expect that to happen. IG should have just had one death for no return, but they get one back. Good Q from Mako. Mako's actually been playing pretty well. Good root. Plans out. I think Alex dead this time, folks. There's no one coming to help him. No ultimate hit. Might be able to turn to Mako. Won't be able to. Flag drag comes through. Nico Q will get some extra damage. Well played from Mako to get the root. Force the cleanse. Get the damage down. The early Nico damage is disgusting. Disgusting. That was one I used, wasn't it? Knight going over the wall. Rookie has flash now. CC combo a little bit awry there. I think you wait for the point and click of the Pantheon, land the Rakan W onto the frozen target afterwards, and then you kill, but still flash away from Rookie, who has been punished very hard by Shadow, Knight, and On. You know, earlier in the year, and into last year as well, one of the problems about BLG is that they never gave Knight resources. Now, it was good because Knight was doing so well, it didn't matter. He would just kill you anyway. You can see here, though, they are actually sending people mid lane. It's been something which top esports and BLG have both sort of done. Top esports had a different issue without... basically, if Kanavi didn't path bot lane would die in a 2v3. So they just... what top esports did was just leave just pure 2v2. Kanavi would invade on top side and run solo lanes. But then teams would just run bot lane instead and kill Jackal and Crisp, of course, it was at the time. They've now evolved into a team where Kanavi ganks bot lane and gives them more resources. BLG, similar thing through mid lane. They just said, well, look, Knight is good enough to just win a game solo through mid lane. And he often did. That's why he was my MVP for earlier splits. But now, I think after seeing Anyone's Legend kind of dunk down on them in 3v1s mid, stuff like that, they're putting more in there. Hang on, this is a 3v2 in mid lane. This is a little bit too much now. Wei had Cataclysm and Flash. Could have forced summoners out of Knight or Honor Ultimates, potentially. Rookie getting the Faker treatment. Yeah. Worth noting as well, the one thing which Rookie really holds over Faker is a split win in Season 4. Now, of course, Season 8 was huge from him too, but Season 4 LCK, or OGN as it was back then, so hard to win, and he won that summer. Shadow jumping in with the ultimate. Dragon's been leashed. Wei's jumped out of the pit. Can they finish off the dragon right now? Will a fight come in before that? Here comes the bin. Rumble. Easy kill. IG being bought into a play around the dragon. Wei's trying to see if he can kill the damn thing, but his whole team's dead. The dragon's been leashed and Wei won't be able to turn around. Triple kill to Knight on the Aurora. He has turned up to say, look, rookie, you're in an MVP split, but you have to be better than me. 5 kills tonight, destroying the mid lane matchup as rookie is sent to 0-3. It's a pretty hard game to watch if you're an IG fan. Things were going pretty well for Wei early against his old team, but BLG threw this monstrous killer bunny rabbit with the sharp, pointy teeth. Have got themselves to a huge advantage. Elk walks forward. Great play on the Xayah to just buy out the cooldowns from rookie, knowing he won't get one shot. The Aurora ult into the choke point hits so many people, and Knight gets the triple at the end of it. Knight is terrifying. 6 stacks on the Dark Seal after that triple kill. Liandry's building in towards a Riftmaker. And the terrifying thing about the Aurora is that she kills squishies and tanks in about the same amount of time, folks. If you don't know the tech on Aurora, if you go towards the Liandry's and the Riftmaker, you get so much percentage increased damage, which is very important to Aurora because she has so many base damages. Her passive, where you get 3 hits from abilities, goes wild. They're going to look to shut him down. He doesn't have ult. This is likely a kill. Stun under turret. This should be a dead Aurora. Jumps out with a W, but that does mean there's no extra auto attacks coming through. The redemption coming through. And Knight outplays. Knight outplays. Goes invisible as they try and land the CC chain. No auto attacks to follow up. Had some Merc Tread tenacity value and the HP from Liandry's. The redemption from across the map. Knight gets away with it on the weak side of the map. I thought that would be a quite easy kill. Not to be. Knight is surviving, even though he had no flash and no ults. But yes, when you get the Liandry's and the Riftmaker later on, because you get to start with like your QE, but you wait for the Q to time out. You wait until Liandry's and Riftmaker time up with the Haunting Guise passives to give you, what, an extra 16% damage between the two of them, something like that. And that 16% applies to your base damages, not just AP ratios and the extra damage on top of that. Aurora kills squishies and tanks very quickly because her damage is so ridiculously high from that. You think, oh, to kill squishies, you need something like a Ludens or a Malignance or something like that. Well, no. Actually, Aurora is fantastically fine playing around percentage damage increases. Like, if there's a world where there's a Shojin build, she wouldn't be unhappy with that. Of course, there isn't no AD ratios in the kit, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's that similar kind of thing. 5-0, 6 stacks in that Dark Seal, well on the way to that Riftmaker. And it's Knight, he will get a Medjay at some point in this game, folks. He's carrying this game. IG, they failed to shut that down. Spell Shield gets rid of the charm, but not. The knock-up, the ult, aggressive from Elk as the Xayah does give value. The redemption to keep them topped up afterwards means that IG, they just see BLG buff out the damage on the paid work. A couple of scuffs, healed up by the redemption. IG lose their AD carry. And IG are falling behind the Pantheon so much. Jesus Christ, the Aurora damage, forcing the flash out, and the Cataclysm doesn't really do that much either. Hop over the wall. Knight will accidentally hop into the Herald. Uses that as a bit of an escape card. We've seen that a lot in the LPL. Flash away from the Nico means IG are running out of tools to clutch engage on later. And sadly for IG, you know, Gala's been shut down now. Rookie's been shut down, and the Shy hasn't been in a position to influence the game. BLG cleansing IG from the Rift. Now, it is worth noting. It is worth noting. BLG are bad when it comes to the 20+ minute mark. They throw it out of Calm. They throw it Baron. Spell Shield can't save you against everything. Didn't have flash to get out of that double angle. Great engage by On. The redemption afterwards to keep them topped up. Nice as well. Then they can push in for a quick and easy tower kill. They had only the one grub, but the Herald will make up the difference. Despite the level 1 advantage from Gala and Mako, you now see Elk with a 2-level advantage over Gala. Yes, Mako has more XP than On, but support XP means a lot less unless it's around the level 6 mark. First ult of the game does matter. Champions, players like Delight, very good at soaking extra waves to get level 6 for grub fights, for instance. And stuff like Rel, stuff like Renata, that does make a world of difference. We saw that with Zillion support too, actually. Back in Worlds 2021, it was how Diamond beat SKT in the semi-finals. Maokai Zillion. Disgusting stuff. The Maokai support, of course, was part of that combo. Oh, no, it was Jin Zillion, of course. That was it. But the Maokai support, getting the level 6 off the midways. That was what Beryl did to them. Bot lane out of turret will get taken by BLG. Shared between Knight and Elk. So gold going on to ever-increasing problematic gold leads for the Xayah and the Aurora. What is this? BLG looking clean around the map? Playing well through the early game. Significant lead. Localized to this kitchen. Aurora Borealis at this time of year. Can I see it? No. Makes me sad that Simpsons references will continue to get older and older and more faded from memory. They have kind of irrevocably changed society and cultural understanding of certain things. Simpsons, it's very hard to really put into picture how influential it's been. Even though it's lessened impact now, it's still up there. Oh! I used to watch that stuff religiously. Futurama as well. Probably preferred Futurama, actually. Bim, feeling like he's on weak side of the map. He is. We'll clear out a wave. Well played from him. 700 gold ahead. The Shy not really able to make much of a dent in this matchup. Dragon goes over to BLG. IG don't really want to play that much around this. Been walking through his own jungle, just seeing what camps are available. I'll start leashing the blue buff. Wait, is he going to take blue buff himself? Oh, he's almost at the level up. That's why. He wants level 14 before heading back towards lane. I think he's afraid that he's going to potentially get engaged onto on that timing. And Pantheon was just going into the enemy side of the map. Shadow can pick up some XP. Damn, imagine being Shadow and actually, like, giving a camp over to Bin so he can get himself an extra level there. Oh, ain't that nice. Atacon up in 10 seconds. Beryl the Legend reached 3 World Finals in a row. Yeah, he was damn good in them too, wasn't he? Beryl is one of those players which I think should be remembered as being one of the greatest supports of all time. So creative. Yes, very, very coin flippy, but so creative. Take a sip of coffee. Keep myself hydrated. Is coffee hydrating? Yeah, sometimes it is. I'm going to say it is for the purpose of my mental well-being. Leandris Riftmaker, $6 Dark Seal stacks for Knight. He is ready to pop someone on the other side. What have they got to fire back with? Well, 2 items for the Shy. Does him have himself his own upgraded Kaenic Rooker. And then Spare makes him a very tanky champion indeed. BLG, they have thrown so many games around the Atacon. You know, if I'm playing against BLG, I just wait for them to start Atacon and just see if you can out-team fight. They've been very poor. Hang on a second, the Shy going very low. Ultimate pull by Bin, though, means that the Shy will have to recall. Could teleport into the bot side of the map. Bin's going to recall himself. Atacon started up. Desire helping with this. The wave will spot this. Is there going to be any contest? No. Okay, IG, sadly for them, will not be able to punish an Intercom. Atacon cleanly taken by BLG. This has been one of their biggest pain points in this entire split, this entire year, really. They've not adapted well to the new objective. LPL as a region does not adapt towards new objectives that well. This is all just a bunch of Electro Harpians go into the Shy's backside, reducing the magic resist. Combo onto turret. That's going to set up for a dive onto Bin. The Tib is getting some value. Teleport in from the Aurora. They need to finish this off pretty quickly. Nico ult going on to the anti-stun. Aurora will be here, though. Forces 1 flash. Will get potentially another kill. 2nd flash instead. Knight, Riftmaker stacked up. Has the W to jump force. 3 flashes for 1, buddy. We'll spot him out in the brush there. Has Merc Treads to help him out a little bit. Gala's used that ultimate to go forwards. Knight, can he get the kill? Yes, he can! The shotgun comes through. Is anyone else coming into his service? No. Not at this point. Gala will get the kill on the backside. 1,000 gold shot down to the Sivir. That's a pretty penny in the pocket. 3 flashes blown by Knights, and he will get 1. But giving over that shutdown towards that scaling Sivir, that is a little bit scary. 2 for 1 on the top side because Bin died in the dive before it. I think IG will take that, though. The shutdown onto that Aurora, removing some of the Dark Seal stacks. He will take that. Us millennials will still keep the Simpsons quotes alive. I don't think I count as... Do I count as millennial or am I Gen Z? I was 96. I don't remember that, actually. No, Rookie gets the stun and the chunk onto Bin. Basically just prepping the dive. Gets some damage through. Knows he can get a free chunk hit. Wei took aggro. Nico's the one who has to engage because of that then. Flag drag landed after. Knight got a 3-man ult. Wonder whether he should have just focused on killing Wei instead. Walks up, both of them sweepers running. Q landed. E flashed to secure the kill. Cataclysm came through. Knight knew he was going to at least get 1 out there. But the 1,000 gold shutdown, very important for Gala. 96 is Millennium. Right, good to know, Mike. Thank you. Could have gotten away instead of the checking brush. Yes and no. I think maybe Knight shouldn't have died there. I think he should have just taken the flashes and out. You can save your own flash at that point. That's GG, by the way. It has just given 1,000 gold over to an Ornn item Sivir. The Yuntal Wild Arrow is now upgraded for Gala. That is a ton of AD. BLG don't have a tank, so it's not like Gala really needs to go towards Lord Domit's regards. If Sivir hits 3 items, man, I don't know. Aurora is one of the better checks into Sivir, because you can only spell shield a part of the combo. And often Aurora has excess damage to kill you. If you spell shield the Q, that is quite valuable, because it stops the passive activating so easily. On jumped onto, has flash, has ult. Knight gets the double things onto that, uses the ult out of the way, gets some damage onto way. Could have maybe W'd out of the ult. Now no Aurora ults. I think that's a good trade for IG. That means that the Sivir is more safe. This is the first front-to-back 5v5 of the game we're going to see, folks. And I'm not going to lie. I think IG are now, despite being down in gold, I think they're favored in it. No Aurora ult. 1,000 gold shutdown given over to Sivir. I think Knight might rue that at the end of the day. BLG letting the objective control go over to IG. Pantheon all into the backline. He's going into an Annie stun, though. He hasn't pulled it just yet. Sivir ult on the way back. Ornult's good. Dragon secured. I think this is a good team fight for IG, all in all. Stun goes on to Ollie. He can't engage now. IG, get the Dragon. Do they want an extra fight? They're potentially walking forwards. Flash knock-up onto Bin. Maybe a little far there. Shotgun lands onto just the clone, actually. Got a little bit baited by that. The Shy loses the flash, but gets it out of Bin. IG get a Dragon. They get to start scaling now. They can deny earlier Soul on the Ocean Soul map to BLG. Oh, recall stop by On. Onto On, rather. Not by On. Cancel out by that flag. Surprised it worked that way, because it's magic damage from Way's standard, and he did have a magic shield from the extended Merc Treads there. Surprised it cancelled it that way. Typically, when damage goes into a shield, it doesn't cancel the recall. Still 2,000 gold ahead in the mid lane is Knight. But you do just get a bit worried about a scaling Sivir Ornn comp, don't you? Especially when you have the Jarvan standard giving you an extra 30% attack speed at max rank, which it now is at. You forget about these things. If Jarvan drops a standard, it's effectively like having another Zeal item in terms of attack speed for Gala. So don't just consider him being 2.5 going on 3 items. He's actually closer to maybe 4. Especially with the Ornn item in 2. He's in range of that flag. The extra 30% attack speed, it gets you through your ricochet so quickly. And of course, attack speed means that your flicker blades are more valuable too. The more attacks you get, the more flicker blades procs, because it's on hit, on attack. I think BLG, we might be heading towards BLG, the acronym bad late game again. Way can aggro Baron, get a little bit of poke onto Elkanon. Yeah, I think Knight giving that shot down to Gala, I think that might be a crucial misplace. There's one death of the game, and don't get me wrong, Knight has still been the best player on the Rift so far. Very impactful cleanse from that spellbook. Oh, rookie, he has flash. Sorry, it's Mako, rather. Mako, sorry, my bad there. Loses there a lot of HP. Game's slowing down a little bit. I'm shared between Elk and Knight, don't really want that. Three items in from Elk, slightly ahead in gold compared to Gala, but you have to favour the Sivir over the Xayah coming into the next few fights. Hey Mason, good to see you. From my son. Blue buff being stolen away will be a team blue buff reminder, because it's just as Baron is spawned, or after that, 2 minutes, right? As soon as Baron spawns, the buffs which you take apply to your entire team. They don't get passed on anymore, though. You can't buff steal. Rookie walking topside, 2-level disadvantage, by the way. The Atakan really helping BLG. 36 petals to 15. The Atakan giving you extra value from them as well, an extra 25% value. Sivir on IE. You know what, folks? I think Gala can carry this now. Doesn't matter that Rookie's behind in gold. If you just get some CC onto people, that's a problem. On, chain CC, completely dead. On had no right being there. You had no teammates even near you. Shared perma CC'd as On. That's a bad death from a guy that's had... Hang on, is it Elk's turn to now randomly ints? IG, hang on a second. They have a lot of damage. They can go towards the Baron. I think they can. They can go for a topside dive if they want to. I think IG can go Baron. I think they can. They have so much damage on Gala's Sivir, and they can tank it for forever with the Ornn. Perhaps they're afraid of sitting in the pit against the Aurora. But there was an option for them. I thought with the Ornn and the Sivir, they'd have enough DPS to force BLG to teleport to that side of the map, potentially. On got his W interrupted by Ornn. Yeah, for all the slipperiness of Rakan, if you do get the CC chain started on him, he does tend to die pretty quickly after that. Even with the upgraded Merc Treads. So all that ends up doing is giving vision control to IG. You give vision control around the Baron. In fact, I haven't done this at all this game, but you look at awards like around here, here, here. A little bit of shallow vision. Now, there is a problem, though. You will see all the outer turrets from BLG still stand. That means it's hard to get vision into, like, this kind of line. Now, around Baron, you want to get some out. Hang on a second. Knight getting caught out on the top side. Maybe they don't need it. Jumping over. He's just way too far up. Way too far up. Has flash, doesn't use it. Knows he's gone way too far. That's such an easy kill onto Knight. And suddenly, with the Aurora dead, perhaps they can fight. Maybe they can fight the Baron now. There's no Aurora combo into it. Just Knight pushing up way too far. IEG had just gotten vision control on that top side. Elk now going against the Shy. Will put on his ultimate. It might be too late, though. Ult from Ornn lands onto him. He's still safe, though. And IG do not get the killer blow. Flash forwards, gets onto the carries again. And the Civic gets the free fire. The Equalizer is magnificent on the other side of it, though, as Bin turns, burns, takes down 2, and Bin's Rumble cooks IG alive. Even after killing Knight, after killing Elk, they forget there's a carry in the top side. The 2-item Bin goes absolutely mental. They'll take down the mid lane inner turret as IG. That should have been the game-winning play for them. Instead, they go too far looking for an extra kill. And Bin turns things around. The upgraded shoes from the Feats of Warfare give him the pen he needs on top of the 2 items. And now BLG will get themselves a 4-man Baron. Maybe even 5 if they can get it onto Elk. I have no idea how BLG turned that around. After losing Knight, after losing Elk at the start of the play, after Gala flew into the play, 3+ items ricocheting through it, IG cannot get the kills. The Equalizer is the damage they need. For those of you that don't know, the Chinese community have often dunked on Bin's Rumble because it's not been that good compared to his other champions. But that right there shows you the practice he's put into it. IG will get themselves Soul Point. That could actually be an issue for BLG, but the Baron onto all 5 members will be a destructive sledgehammer they can use. The ultimate from Elk, pretty good actually. Does get CC'd after, but he's bought distance and got a decent amount of damage onto Wei. So what the hell happens over here after this? Gala walks in, gets a double Q, gets exhausted. He gets exhausted by the spellbook of the Rakan, and then Bin gets to turn it around. If that exhaust doesn't drop, I think they kill 2 through that. Top side of the map, On dies again, though. In the picture-in-picture. That's going to blunt a little bit of the Baron push. On. Some bad deaths from him this game. Bad deaths in general from BLG. You know, Knight and On and Shadow all had a couple of oopsies as they've misread the map. This is a problem with BLG. BLG are not great at reading the map anymore. This is where you can pull them apart a little bit. That will blunt the Baron push just a bit. Now, it's just the support. In terms of pushing potential, the least important person to actually be around to buff up minions, of course. IG may well survive through to an Ocean Soul. This game is not over, folks. Not by any means. On just CC'd out. The W does get through, but then they have a Sivir roll. He uses W. And I think Knight knows that On is dead. There's no point in him sticking around to die as well. On's the one that's caught. Let him take the L, you know? Okay, IG, they see the win angle now. It's get to that dragon and fight with a better fight with that 3.5 item Sivir. Gala could not do that last time because the Equalizer was so damn good from Bin. He has himself 3 items. The upgraded boots, as we said, giving him some percent and flat pen. BLG, a minute left to the Baron. 2,000 gold up. It's not fantastic for a power play. It's fine. 4 items on Elk, who does have himself the Lord Dominate's Regards. Now, Knight has a Shadow Flame. It's pretty terrifying. Now, what that means is that if you get the full combo, but you keep the Q on target, chances are the burn will bring them down into the point where the Q will always get that Shadow Flame crit. First pulled by On from the spellbook. Not exactly sure what he was looking for there. Pushing in 2 lanes, not the 3. We don't really see 1-3-1 with Baron buffs anymore because ever since G2 2019 showed us that you can just engage onto the 1-man unit or 3-man unit, you can't really do that. Equalizer's nasty. The Bloodletter's popping. Gala going low. Remember that. Hang on a second. On's going to get turned around onto, and he'll die in return, though. maybe that's the option. On another death from him. It's been an awkward split of deaths from him. Shadow caught out has GA. He can at least respawn. I think he made a mistake using that empowered Q. He won't have the E when he comes off of the cooldown. Now, Bin getting caught in the Cataclysm. IG trying to get one last bit of burn. A flash forward for a Bellows Breath, which doesn't quite get it. And on the other side, Knight shotguns back into their face. He still has the Aurora ultimate. Can potentially get a kill over the wall. It'll be 1 and out on. Getting caught again. Remember at MSI when he was on the Nautilus through nearly a 1 game back towards, I forget who it was. Was it Mad Lions or was it against FlyQuest? Trying to remember. On misreading where he can safely go, walks into the Annie. Rookie, credit to him, had a rough early game, getting a ton of resources onto him. I think they're spotting out the Ricochet. As the Ricochet goes, the Ricochets do a lot of damage now, don't they? Yeah, his teammates of Elk and Shadow delivering it to him. It's like when you got a brand on the other team, don't stand too close to people. Shadow loses his GA. I think he shouldn't have used that empowered Q as he went down. I think he could have maybe looked for something more useful than empowered E a little later on. The Ricochet does so much work. Maker lucky to make it out of that alive, by the way. Dragon now in a minute. I think IG can win the next fight, despite BLG having the advantage. I don't think IG feel bad about this next fight. They've scaled up. They have a level 17 Ornn. He's given those items towards all of his teammates now at this point. That's gold, which you will not see on the scoreboard. They have an extra dragon. The Petals are in favor of BLG. That is a bonus for them. And the Atacama will help them with that too. It means that they have 2 level advantage on AD carry and mid-level advantage, 2 in jungle, 1 in top lane. Bot lane is the one which, of course, AD carry. So BLG hit 11,000 kills as an organization. A lot younger of an organization than Invictus Gaming, which have been around since the start of the LPL. Often not referred to as one of the big fan bases compared to the early days because they weren't as successful back then compared to Team WE, EDG, of course RNG as well. EDG actually came in a little bit later, of course, but still viewed as one of those huge fan bases with the success they had. A little later on, Rookie has level 16, has Flash. First bit of the Ornn misses, the second bit's even worse. That's not good from the Shy. Good Q coming through from Gala will take some chunk out of Elk, but they have Redemption. That'll help even more, actually. Using that earlier, I don't mind that. The Shy, ooh, that's a problem. Pantheon coming in, separating out the team. Ongoing forwards. The Nico ult is stopped in its tracks. Elk putting up the feathers in the choke point. I think this is the one fight for BLG. A missed Ornn ultimate, a failed disengage, and IG lose their top laner. A lot of HP on Gala, who also loses the Flash. I think this is the game-ending fight for BLG. Despite their late game woes in previous series, this one looks a little bit better in game 1. Great play from Elk to just put down their ultimate feathers in the choke point. Give no hope of IG fighting back. But it's really the missed ult from the Shy, which sees BLG the winning angle. Is there any other play now? Gala going to be forced onto by Shadow. Spell shields well, but that's the Aurora ultimate coming through. IG don't lose anyone. Gala spell shielding well. Down to half HP. We'll be able to survive through that. Dragon is alive. IG... Hang on a second. Whoa, whoa, whoa. BLG, guys, you are giving time for the Shy to respawn. You better head towards that dragon. I think that might be a problem. Is the clean feed? Oh, please, not now. Now, this is not the time to freeze. This is not the time to freeze at all. Clean feed frozen. That is really not good there, folks. Really need that to fix itself up. We've got a Soul Dragon spawning now. Really need that back and available. Where the hell is the gameplay? Where is that gameplay? Where is the objective? Please do not tell me the game-ending fight will happen in the blackness of our screens. Where is it gone? Where is the clean feed? Where is that volume? There we are. Where are we? Where are we? Give us the gameplay immediately. What's happened? Dragon was taken by BLG. That is really, really not very good there, folks. Clean feed, sort yourself out. Rookie will stop a recall onto the other side. Bin gonna get caught out on the recall. Level 18, it doesn't matter. The Rumble goes down. And in the late game, BLG get the Dragon, but they lose one on the recall. And Rookie getting himself a great kill there on the back end of the plate. Nocturne altered our screen, folks. Nothing we can control on that one, sadly. And IG, they do not give over an Ocean Soul. That's important. The Shy will take some damage here. Ultimate into the choke point. Knight had the full Leandries and the Riftmaker flash onto the Aurora, and Gala can get some damage down. The Shy, will he be stopped in the second part of his ultimate? No, he will not, and he'll go down as well. Elk is alive. He'll ignore some damage, but not enough. Gala, full HP. It's currently a 2 for 3, a 3 for 1 as things go through. As Pantheon also goes down at the back end of the plate. That should be the sign that IG can start the Baron. There's no teleport on Knight for him to get back into the plate. If he wanted to, he has enough HP, but God, Bin dying on that recall may well cost BLG the game. Objective bounty for IG. Even more items, an extension of the game. And IG get to keep things going. So what happens here? Bin dies very, very quickly. On gets the spell shield out of Gala, but not the knockup. Might get some good damage down. And that leads to the death of the Shy. Elk not in great position, though. Elk's late game positioning here leaves a lot to be desired. Elk needs to do so much more than that in the late game. Gets butchered in the late game fight. Tries to follow up on the play, leaves himself out of position. IG much better at peeling back into the choke points, giving Gala a better position to ricochet from. He's full build now. He's 3,000 gold ahead of Elk. He had a good mid game, had some good moments on the Xayah, but right there, that positioning left a lot to be desired. Jumping over the wall. Wait, spotted. Hang on a second. There is a quickness here. He'll get it on target. Rookie over the wall. I don't think they see him. Gala can fight into the choke points. That'll end up being the quickness for nothing. Red buff starting to get taken. Clones used to scout out. I don't know if BLG see their winning angle anymore. I mean, this is a really fair Aurora still, yes, but I don't think you're one-shotting people in the backline very easily. Shadow struggling to have impact in the late game fights in the same way. Gala, full build. Has himself a Bloodthirster. The upgraded Yuntal. Is there a locket to go onto him? No, I think he could use a little bit of... I actually wonder if the Shy should go towards a Knight's Vow or a locket or something like that. Maybe a Redemption himself. I know he wants to be tanky, but you need Gala to stay alive. IG. Another shot at Ocean Soul in 2 minutes. Yes, BLG will get it themselves, but I actually think even if BLG get Ocean Soul, I don't think it wins them the game. BLG, they have struggled in late game. They said in interviews that Shadow is their shot caller this split. He talks so much that he naturally falls into that role. If that's the case, then perhaps there is a finger to be pointed there. Because their shot calling around objectives around late game has been poor. Deathcap on the way for Knight. He needs that now. I think if he gets Deathcap, he can one-shot Rookie or Gala in a way that he couldn't before. I think the upgraded Merc Treads are actually fairly impactful. I'm not going to blame him for not going for Pen Boots. Rookie has himself Deathcap 2 now, by the way. Which, we upgrade into a Rabadon's Death Crown. Wait, hang on a second. Went over Raptors. He's not been spotted. Will they spot the shot? They spot the flag. They spot the flag. They should know he's around now. He gets jumped on to Elk. Elk is going to turn around for a huge round of damage. He doesn't have flash, though. Elk, he's face-checked into the side, and Way's magnificent vision play kills the enemy. 80 carry. IG get themselves the Xayah for free. Way against his old team of BLG, the team which kicked him for Beitron and then Shadow, might have just delivered the killer blow in game 1. BLG's late game vision control, their macro has been their undoing. And the jungler is apparently their shot caller for it. They've said it themselves in interviews. Not to dunk down too much on him, but if he is struggling, perhaps there is something to be discussed there. BLG do not look like they know where they're going. The equalizer, the ultimate coming through. The empowered E is not enough to keep him alive for that long. He'll go down for one last flick of those, that Chalice, those cross blades. Where's the extra damage? Shadow goes down. That's an awful ultimate from him. He just jumps into his death. It's not Helldivers, it's not ODSD, but he still jumps feet first into hell. And that's going to leave the jungler dead for the soul. BLG stands for bad late game. IG will get themselves Ocean Soul after turtling and coming out of the shell and smashing BLG's head in. The equalizer and the ultimate from the Pantheon, just not good enough. Elk dying before that left them without that DPS. It's hard for the Xayah to walk forwards into the play anyway. Great vision play from Way to catch out Elk. Now, you could blame Elk for walking close to Fog of War. You spotted the flag there. This is after he's died, of course. We won't get a replay of that. The center of the ult does actually land well. But the Nico ultimate does so much work to buy time. Gala instantly one-shots the Pantheon. This is the power of the late game Sivir. It's one of the reasons why Sivir has been played so well. Great laning phase, but you know you have that assurance in the back pocket. 8-3 and 4. I think Gala has had a spectacular late game. And BLG, they're on the back foot now. Ocean Soul on the other side. They didn't have the damage to begin with. Bin has flash, might have to use it. Doesn't use it right now. Knocked up, the CC chain starts, and Bin, you might have wanted to use that flash. Goes down twice in critical late game scenarios. Lost them the Baron. And right there might lose them the base. BLG's late game just leaves so much to be desired. Knight 7-2, but cannot determine this game. BLG as a team do not know how to pick apart this IG composition, who have done so well at picking the engage and peeling back from BLG's lackadaisical plays. Redemption will stop some recalls coming in, interestingly. Baron up in 30 seconds. It's not close enough for them to rush it. Elk has flash now. Will that be enough? A flash Xayah with GA. A flash Aurora. Doesn't have death cap yet, importantly. He really needs that. That late game stat stick is so much needed from them. IG draft gap. Now the thing is, when it gets to 44 minutes, you're completely right. It's a draft gap. BLG shouldn't play towards, shouldn't win that. However, BLG should have ended this game multiple times before. Baron's now started. Teleport in from the Rumble, who has a death cap himself. Bin has struggled in this late game. Flash forward onto Knight. They catch him on the edge of that too. Ults forwards, but the CC chain might just land anyway. Gets out to safety. Mako uses his combo. Removes a lot of threat from that Aurora, but Knight will make it out alive. Wait, has flash, has ult. Might be able to go flash for flash with Elk. Might be worth to do so. He pulls it out early. Flash out of the side. That's all they need. That's all they need. No summoner now on that on. Trying to protect Elk. Double knock-up. They still have the ultimate, and he won't even use it. Elk goes down into the GA. Pantheon comes back into the play as well. BLG, where's the magic? You don't have the damage. They'll get some damage onto the backline. GA pops by Gala. He'll revive, and Shadow goes down. Rookie good stun. As Bid is caught out again. Died at the start of the play. Dies at the end. 3 kills for IG as they'll keep walking forwards as Elk could not get peeled for. The fella pullback, not enough. Invictus Gaming rule the late game as BLG cannot get it done. They cannot get it across the line. Teleports into the base. Invictus Gaming, they shut up shop. They wait till late game. They saddle up and will beat BLG in game 1. 45 minutes plus, but IG saddle up and the late game advantage comes through. Wei will kill his old mid laner as Knight cannot rule the game from the early advantage. BLG, 2 uncoordinated. Invictus Gaming, 2 on point in the late game. Elk's late game punished heavily there by IG. Bin as well. BLG just on the hold could not get themselves into the right position in the late game. Picked off time and time again. BLG truly stands for bad late game. BLG, another late game where things are under their control. But they just can't do enough in that late game. Folks, I'm going to have to go get myself a drink. I pushed my vocal cords quite a lot there at that point. Someone was asking what IG's average game time is. In this split, just shy of 34 minutes, 33:59 seconds. I'm going to put on some adverts, folks. If you don't know who I am, by the way, my name is Nymaera. I normally cast this with my brother, Initialise. We bring to you all the LPL action that we can because there is no official LPL broadcast anymore. We are the best you're going to get outside of that. There are other co-streamers, of course, doing their best as well, and please go support them in whatever ways you can. No one's getting paid to cover these leagues, this league anymore, which is so important in World League of Legends. Anyone's Legend just went top 3 and top 2 at different international tournaments. We've had world finalists consistently out of the LPL as a region. If you like the LPL, if you like to learn about their players, if you want to support people, please, if you can, donate to our Ko-fi, subscribe, like, comment. It helps us battle the algorithm. And of course, we've got a QR code you can scan here, which can help you, help us rather. This is a QR code for League Mastery, which is a coaching platform where you can get access to one-tricks specific guides. You can speak to them person to person as well in group settings. And we'll even have a casting guide on there too soon enough. I'm going to go take a quick break, get myself hydrated, and we'll get ourselves into our potential last game of the day. IG Outlast. Outrageous that we're complaining so much about BLG, considering they are slamming nerds so hard for the most part. Unless they play other teams in top 4, no one has the hands to make it to late game. But this thing about BLG, BLG should be a top 1 team in the region. If you have a team with Knight and Bin on them, you should be the best team in the region. They are such incredibly good players. The fact that they're actually struggling against top 4 teams means that you have to hold them to account. Now, yes, there is this question about perspective. However, BLG have messed around by switching out the most important role within Pro League of Legends macro multiple times. I think that you absolutely should complain about BLG. BLG were Game 5 world finalists. They have generationally good players in Bin and Knight who are, at best in their in the world in their roles. The BLG don't look like that, do they? We'll put on some adverts so I'll start playing some horse game. What are we doing here? Oh, we're doing the nice nature run, that's it, yep. We'll actually rest it. Bin isn't the best top anymore, no, he's not. And that's why I was saying at their best they are that. Right? At their best they're at that level. What is that, 40% off? We actually will take... No, do we take that? No, I don't think we do, actually. We'll do Tether. What the doubt is that? I think they all ended up getting shown up a little bit in that late game, didn't they? Evil Nature time? Yep, we are doing an Evil Nature. Hey, Mason, by the way. Saw you on Twitch. But yes. I also need to make a meme edit as well. Hello? Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. Dankeschön. Ooh, is that a match shirt? Okay, cool. And it's Sivir gets the player of the game. Gala was really, really good in that late game. What do we got? Whatever, that's fine. On died a lot for no reason, yeah. Knight and On also doing some sussa overextend without backups, and then Bin dying on like 2 random occasions too. I go power training.
Okay. 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显。
I made a funny meme. People should go look at it.
丰富明暗细节，典藏其影像体。
You give hesitant pace chase. We've actually got enough from you already. Oh, kick show. This is going to be a disaster. I think Knight giving the 1000 gold shutdown is just not good enough, really. Yeah, this is not looking great. We have 200 stamina to do to Kikuku show. This might save us. This actually might save us. Oh, we don't have... We need to run a race just to try and get some XP for this. Not XP, some skill points. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I don't know if it's going to be enough. But, like, we need to get, like... we need to get the Swing Meister. We're going to get completely destroyed at Kikuku show. Like, completely destroyed, actually. Oh, late start. Lit. This might be a very bad run, folks. We did not trade stamina enough. Oopsies. Oh my god, we might even lose this, you know. Oh my god. Okay, we're just about win that one. It's good. Yeah, we might get a bit screwed in this next race, which is a problem. $52, that's not enough points for corner recovery. Do we have any recovery skills we can get? No. Late surges, tether. This is a long race, so we don't even get... Oh, shit, now this is gonna be bad. Is it Kokura or Nakayama? Or is this it? It's a Kyoto, so we can't get a buff for that either. We might go corner adept, I guess. How many skills have we got? So we've got late surges. We need to get something on pace chases, I guess. Go for pace chases like this, then. This is gonna suck. We're probably gonna get like 6th in this or some shit. At least we have good power, but like we're gonna get screwed on stamina. This is just not enough stamina for a long race. We have to finish top 3 in this race too. Okay, we've got to get top 3. Okay, if we get third, as long as we get through the race, that's fine. Like, I don't mind not winning. Wait, we're actually not doing too bad here. I'm actually very surprised. Wait, hang on a second. That's not even too bad. I think we get second there. That's pretty good. Honestly, that's not bad. Given that we're not geared up for long races at all. Shadow choking is not what I expected from him. He's done that in the last few series. He's struggled the last few series. Do we have it? Okay, skill points up by 20. We'll go. Wait, what is that stats right now? Go strength, I guess. Top 3 in a Ree McKinnon? Ugh. I mean, okay, whatever. We'll just hope that we survive. Like, this is gonna be rough. This is gonna be really rough. Hitting corners is meh. I guess we could run one race here. Yeah, I think we run one race here, maybe. I guess we could... So we run one race, we can get corner recovery. Oh, screw it. We'll be fine. We'll be fine, right? Oh, I hope we get trick rear from this as well, maybe. That's not useful! Amazing. Exactly. Amazing. Cool. Corner adept is okay. Unstrapped haste is actually okay. We have something for late surges and we have something for pace chasers. Let's go front runners. Okay, we might run over into the game doing this, but we'll do it anyway. Amazing. By the way, I would actually just happily sit and watch, sit and play Umazuma. I just don't think a lot of my audience would like happily watch that. Because it's not League, right? Most people want to know me for League, and that's completely fine. But I would actually just happily just do Uma runs on cooldown. Like, I am actually very much enjoying this game. Off-season stream? True, yeah. Also need to do ODST Helldivers with Jamada. Because I'm such an ODST fan. My favorite game of all time is Halo Combat Evolved, and my second favorite Halo game is ODST. And what we're hoping is that our debuffs affect everyone else in the long races so much that we can get some use out of it. In long races, debuffs are killers. That's why when it comes to like the PvP stuff, like debuffs are really, really good. In the Champions Meet ones, less good in the yeah, they are less good in the actual like team trials. We need to finish top 3 in this, right? Oh, I don't know about this one. Oh dear. We got a bit screwed. Okay, we'll have to figure that out after then. That is not good enough. We might just auto-resolve this then. We'll just see if it works, but... Second, that's okay. We've worked with second, that's fine. As long as you get through it, it's fine. And we do get the over 100,000, so it means we get the extra skill points at the end of the year. That's good. Looks like there's been a bit of a delay on stage. Kanavi's the best jungler in the world. Kanavi is so damn good. I don't know if he's best in the world right now, but he's very good. If you could make add an Ahri skin based off of any Uma, what would you choose? I have not thought about that at all. Questions. Anyway, into the draft. Got delayed a little bit. I'd have to think about that. Not sure. Have to figure that out. Or Favre would be pretty fun. Draft 2. Electric BLG Galoo. What's still around? Varus, presumably the last ban from IG. With the Jhin ban, it would make it even harder to kind of like nullify that Varus pick. Imagine banning Azir versus BLG. Hey, Knight's a good player of the Azir. BLG are just not a good team around playing around Azir. They're really bad at peeling for backline carries in the same way, you know? Not like JDG, where, well, no, that's not always true. But, like, JDG were much better at playing slower games like that. The Gwen was banned. First pick of the Varus. There's no Sivir, no Jhin to nullify this anymore, so you do question what Gala's going to play. I guess you could go for something like Corki. Gotta question what they pick in that bot lane, though, after most of the Varus answers are out. Varus first pick, Sion on the other side. Trundle is not available as an anti-tank. Yunara is available as well, and while Elk was not very satisfying on the champion, Gala has been, actually. He has been very good. So now, IG have strong tank frontline. The show has been very, very good on tanks so far. So there are questions here. Great front to back. Did BLG look for a dive comp with this? They don't have something... Well, they can't pick a Kai'Sa now. They have the Varus. It's the Ambessa instead. That's one of the dive pieces. You need something else to get on top of that Yunara, though. Yunara is not very good against heavy dive. She struggles to escape it, and then just kind of dies, really. The Vi goes in. You would love to have a Kai'Sa with this. You'd love to have a Kai'Sa, but you've already locked that Varus. What do you lock in for IG? Something to protect the Yunara now? A second carry? Could go for something like Victor, an anti-dive mid laner. Galio's pretty damn good. Yeah, Galio's good. Because actually, BLG might have been looking for that too. I like this. I mean, the thing is, IG are now setting up to have one damage source. If this Yunara dies, what do you do? Knight Ahri banned away, a good combo with that Vi. I guess you could block in something like the Akali, but going Akali into Sion Galio kind of sucks. If you want to also, you know, yeah. If you want to also, like, burst out the AD carry. Pretty hard to deal with the solo laners. Going burst or slow burn can be quite a difficult choice. Nocturne banned away from Wei. Actually not sure if Varus wins lane against Yunara, you know. Yunara is so good in lane. Yeah, Alistair banned away. Shinzao's pretty good though. Good early game. Good ability to peel for your backline. Good at kind of playing through the meat grinder team fights. It's the Wukong instead. But again, I don't mind the Wukong. It actually gives you a lot more damage to deal with the divers going in. And it's not like you need to be as early game centric on the jungle because the Vi is not as good as playing through early game. So the Wukong has a bit of an easier time. Wukong should get through to the mid game okay. Vi Orianna. I mean, the Orianna's fine against the Galio. My worry with this, and this was my problem when Shun was on the roster too, when BLG were playing some bits of Vi Orianna or Nocturne Orianna. Knight is clearly the best player on BLG. If you give other people the go button which he's supporting, I don't think you're making the best use of Knight. This is a comp where Shadow has to call the engages. He's been struggling. Knight has to now combo up with him, and I'm sorry, Shadow, I don't think you should be calling the shots ahead of Knight. You want to give Knight the extra agency. On goes for the Leona, extra dive, extra potential to jump in. But I think IG are going to set up such a good anti-dive here that it's going to be so hard for BLG to reach the target. I think IG have outdrafted here quite heavily. You know, you have extra damage on the Wukong. The Galio can also be a threat too. Mako just needs to now pick something that does well in lane versus the Leona. That can be a bit risky. Very, very good at picking out double immobile carries. Mako, one of the greatest supports of all time, trying his hands again at the Bard, which is not necessarily been an LPL classic. You know, over time, Mako's not played as much at the Bard as many other fantastic players across time on the champion. In fact, how many has he played? Played 10 games all time, and you might think, oh, that's quite a lot actually. He's been playing for a hell of a long time, folks. Let's get into this game then, folks, shall we? I think IG have outdrafted. I think BLG have less agency for Knight than I like. I think perhaps Bin on the Ambessa can make something happen, but diving in as Ambessa, Vi, Leona, these triple melees going into a Wukong Cyclone, a Galio ult, a Scion full combo, and of course even the Tempered Fate at the Bard can leave your team fight very, very hard to navigate. BLG set themselves up for a very difficult scenario. Their drafts have not been fantastic. Coaches fist bump on stage. Let's get ourselves into potentially last game of the day. Let's say those gyros. So sorry, I was distracted for 1 second. Important game, but I was distracted by Don Jake doing a Jamaican accent, replying to Raz on Twitter. Enough said about that, I guess. Rookie. Ooh, manages to get the Q onto Knight at the start of lane. Normally quite a long cooldown, so you often have to make a choice between poking the enemy champion or hitting the minions. Of course, Rookie had an insane Galio just the other day. Second Q of the lane, then gets to be put onto the minion, whilst also retaining some poke onto Orianna there. Typically, the Orianna really bullies about the Galio in laning phase. See how this laning phase, the level 1 goes. Of course, the Leona can struggle at level 1. Can, of course, walk up and get the Shield of Daybreak. Does so. Well, for the Spellbook, not gone for the... Yeah, not gone for the Zenith Blade. Trying to get through another Q. Lethal tempo. Good Q there from Mako. Elk popping the ghost and getting nothing done with it. Getting nothing done with that ghost. This is a problem. Gala on Nymaera. Gala Nymaera. Got a pentakill on it. The Prince of Pentas himself. Adding another champion to his repertoire of full team kill champions. Winning the early levels. We were wondering actually whether... Oh, hang on a second. Jumping forwards. Use that E movement speed. Gets ignited now. Doesn't have the cleanse afterwards. Gets full value from that on very low HP. Mako using that extra empowered auto attack onto Elk. Wasn't quite in range for on there, I don't think. Thank you for the extra emotes there, Amber. I appreciate them. Knights. Potentially going to get jumped on by Way here. Rookie could look for a flash E, and he does. Just about miss it. Phase rush available for Knight. Is he going to be able to get out in time? Way. Oh, gets out with that flash bonk. Way gets an early gank down. Rookie great setup. That Q at the level 1 helping. Honor's now recalled from bot side. Flash in for the stun, and that'll be a kill on the bot side. Traded it for a 1-for-1, but the wave dies to tower, so it's massive advantage for IG. Killing the mid lane in a 2v1. Killing the bot lane after beating out on in the early levels. IG, they're onto something here. Good draft, good early game. BLG on the ropes already. By the way, Helo, thank you so much for the resub as well. I did notice that over there as well. My man's going to have to play out of his mind to not get Vyambessa Ori-ulted. That's true. But I do think that Gala, with a Galio ult on his head, especially if Galio's winning the game as well, winning the lane, it'll make all the difference. It's not a bad flash or not. He just couldn't quite get himself the phase rush in time. Where he gets that bonk, flash that for tower. An extra tower shot would have just about killed him. Maybe close. Then make up Q flash. Very hard to avoid the bard there. Can't hide in the minions. Can't hide against the wall. Flashes, dies anyway. He's trying to reaction flash, so just sucks that it happens just a split second after. Knights, they're coming through mid lane. Anything else happens here? Whoa, Rookie's over the wall. Shadow, quite low HP now. Been on top side, coming off of his wave first. Yunara's up there too now. Find out Way, get some damage down onto him. Scuttle Crab flamed. Well, I guess Way was looking to avoid getting double scuttled. Shadow took that bot one first. BLG, this early game worry crops up again. Hey, we even have a bit of a hype train going. Let's go. Appreciate all the support in Twitch today. The raid earlier. And of course over to the many of you watching on Nivea as well. Got over 1,000 people watching on that. Very flattering to see you tune in for LPL like this. And I hope you enjoying this fine Monday. Or whatever time of day it is for you out there. The BLG fans, probably not the brightest of days right now. For IG, well, things started poorly. Ended very well in that last game. And once again, you have Gala on a hyperscaling AD carry to an extent. Actually, Yunara in the very late game. He actually struggles to be a hyper carry. Definitely a strong damage source. And then you have the Shy on a tank. Rookie on the Galio. Has global threat. Has early presence here now too after that early assist. I do think that Knight, you could argue, has been the better laner, the better player than Rookie across the series. The Rookie has provided to the team what he's needed to. Often that's the case though with Knight. Knight will often be the best player on the team, but strategically BLG just struggle to make things meet. Like ends meet, I suppose. We've had some good early games, some good mid games. Even then, the early games have been flimsy. I think they're quite easy to predict in jungle pathing. Jumping forwards on. Takes a tower shot there. Good damage on the way back as well. Gala putting that Q on. One of the things about the Yunara is that once you stack up your Q, you can use it like the Ashe Q, where you can get an auto attack reset off of it. It's very quick for Yunara as well, so a quick double auto attack gets you stacked up on lethal tempo very quickly. Oof, gets stunned through the minion there. Managed to get the prayer bead on target there. IG, today it's my birthday, please win. Well, Datsukes, I hope they win for you then. BLG JJ went. You know, funnily enough, on Chinese social media, there was people running a poll, and I think it was like a 70% vote rate for yes, let's get BLG JJ. Now, I don't know how much of that is memeing, and I'm sure part of it's just like a lot of it is just the meme at this point. Jump forwards again, another good Zenith play. Cleanse out a Gala this time. Good arrow from the Lethality Varus. Starting to get more control back in this 2v2 after losing those not early kills. Just the singular. Just the one, actually. Yeah, a lot of it will be memeing. But still, funny that that conversation is now out there. Giving a top team Varus is typically a way to lose a game. Typically. Having said, Gala Yunara has been impressive so far when we've seen it. Apparently the Chinese read Reddit and appreciate our memes too. Awesome. Do they view Twitter at all? Because I have some very good BLG memes recently. I don't even know if they know who I am, but maybe not. I'm a little bit small fry on that front. But I've had some very good BLG memes over time. I had Your Bin Day is Changing. I've had BLG Bad Late Game. We had the BLG Wants to Know Your Location recently too. Jump forwards and Rookie. I don't think it's going to do that much. Decent trade though. Galio can rack up trades like this quite effectively because, of course, after a while you can get to the point where your W will recharge, Shockwave back in, Rookie uses the E to buff around. Good damage, but not that effective. Rookie can recall and get back into the play with his ults, which is why BLG wanted to make a play right then, actually. Sent a play just short. If that had hit, would have been a good timing before Galio could go back and regen. The Shy farm alarm on bot side, the global ult sound signifies him going towards bot lane. Drop started, BLG will be able to get at least one here, you'd assume, before Smite Fight comes through. Dragging them out of the pits. Is it just one and out for Shadow? Just one and out? That's the first one. Yeah, that'll be it. Testing over the others now. There is a Vi level 6. No Shockwave behind it. Q just short. Bonk on swing. Gets the arm shred. Ooh, Prayer Bait onto Knight. Doesn't have that much to escape with. Flashes away. I was wondering if that flash wouldn't be enough, you know. But Mako didn't have 6. Gala didn't have 6 either to run and then dash at him. 2 grubs to the side of IG. They definitely know you, Alex. There are 1 or 2 people that do. In fact, there was somebody who was ages ago who was offered to help set up a Weibo page for me, which I really should have done back then. They definitely know the former LPL English desk. But they know people like Munchables quite well, but they don't necessarily know myself because I wasn't actually in China that much. I only was in China the one time. That being said, I've got long hair, fairly, you know, recognizable. Anyway, whatever. Less about me. No, more about me. Haha. Yes. My stream. Gala getting a recurve Bowen. See whether he's going towards oh no, it will be Blade or Kraken Slayer, right? Just wait, does Kraken Slayer build out a recurve blow anymore? Oh god, shows you how much I've played that item. I just never build Kraken Slayer anymore. Anyway, it does build into Blade the Ruin King, likely going towards that. Shy doing fine in this match. Doing more than fine in this match. 10 CS up. We were talking about how the Shy's tank play has been very, very good recently. And Q gets some more damage out there. Yeah, that has happened before. Oh, that's a good step aside from the Shy. Has flash, has ult, should be able to get out with it. Trying to see if he can get away without using it. Flashes away now. I think you probably should have just flashed and then ulted first, the Shy. Going under turret. I think the Shy, that's an unnecessary death. Good slap back from BLG. We'll get the kill there. Goes on to Vi. Not onto the Ambassador, I suppose, which they would have liked. Yeah. Wait, walking towards bot side. Ult onto the tower means that the full cyclone can come through. The tower is not heated up just yet. Do they have enough damage? I think they do. Wei will make it out alive. Great play by Mako. His bard has been excellent. You know, it's not a pick he's played that much, but the Qs through the minions, might be a reset stop here. On going to walk up and we'll be able to do so. Rookie will not be able to reset and then teleport back quite as quickly. How far is On going to do this? He's going to ult him. You going to ignite him? No. Not wanting to do that much there. But Mako, so good on the Bard so far. And this is not a pick which I really associated with him. Not really. Ults now onto the Varus. We'll get a little bit... The Shy might die here. Trying to clear out the wave. I think... Okay, he's quite tanky. All right. I misjudged that a little. But you see that last arrow coming through. And you see, it's not that hard to kill the Scion yet. Especially with a 3-stack Varus set of abilities. That can really, really hurt. Who kills Scion late game? The idea is that you dive past the Scion and it won't be an issue. Also, you'd be surprised how much damage a full damage Varus arrow can do. And weirdly, Vi very good at killing tanks. Vi can 1v1 a Scion late game sometimes. Although, getting a ton of nerfs recently might not be true anymore. Yeah, you'd be surprised Vi with a Black Cleaver and a Sunder Sky can do a ton of damage. When it's IG WXZ playing, best ADC in the world, that's a good deep cut. For those of you that don't know, I think WXZ was like the former owner of IG, who subbed himself into play with the World Championship IG roster and won a best of 3 with them. Ridiculous. Neko tunnels over the wall. Dragon goes to BLG, first one of the game. A little bit late for that first dragon, but as we say here, the most valuable thing you have as a jungler is time. And taking a dragon takes a lot of it, so you don't always take it early. Plate can be taken by Elk just before the teleport comes in. Knight. Fighting with Rookie. Onto as well. Rookie has Flash. Fairly tanky. Oh, and a good shockwave there. The Sombrero works. Rookie outplayed by Knight in the bot side as he flashes to his own demise. Good play for Knight. And he makes his entrance into this game. 1,000 gold up on Rookie, by the way. That could be important. We did say, look, we didn't like the Orianna for Knight, not because he's bad at the champion, but because he doesn't call the shots as much. Bin, gonna get full CC chain, but he gets the ult onto Wait. Is it enough? Cyclone coming through. I don't think the flash will be enough and he'll die. Mako tunneling through. But he may have to add on a little bit of extra CC as well. So a win in one side lane, a loss in another, for both teams actually. Cross mapping, well and truly. Jump over the wall. Slow onto Gali, gets the move speed out. Where's the arrow going? Wide is where it's going. Shadow over the wall. No shockwave here. The Shy is here. Ulting onto the Wukong. That's a full charge. Scion Q, though, in the brush. They didn't spot him. And Shadow goes down. Wei will die as well. Knight now has red buff. I think he can chase him down here, actually. This should be a 2-for-1. Knight gets himself the extra damage needed. And the Shy will flash. As he gets a double kill. Does Knight. Fighting all over the map, though. Elk dies in his own jungle. IG, given as good as they get across the map. What have we just seen? So, that was Mako forcing a flash from Elk with an ult. Flashes everywhere just being blown for the hell of it. Some of them very, very bad. The Shy, bad flash. Rookie, bad flash, and bot side. Mid lane tower, fully finished off by IG? I think so. Oh, flash forward trying to catch them out under that. Good flash forward from Shadow. Gets himself a kill onto Mako as they overstay for the tower. But that being said, outer turret for 1 death. Get the flash out of the Vi too. I actually don't think IG mind that. Wait, what the hell happened here? Hang on a sec. What? So this is how he died. So he blew his flash first. Gala got the move speed. Shreds him down. Yeah, Blade of the Rink and Gala. Nymaera, by the way. Oh, it's not Blade. It's Kraken Slayer. Does obscene amounts of damage. What's happening in this top side? Well, the Shy, his tower's dead, so we won't have that to help him. I think the Shy's gonna die again, folks. Well, the Shy's just died in the side lane once more. I wish I could say that's an uncommon phenomenon, but it's not. Rookie will take a tower on the other side at least. First tower did go to IG. Question mark? Doesn't matter. They have the feats of strength anyway. Oh, they took the mid lane tower. Yeah, of course they did. IG took the first tower there earlier. Mako has ult. Potentially, hang on a second. Shy doesn't have that good shockwave onto Gala. Oh, that is so close to killing. Less than 30 HP. Good shockwave by Knight. He's had a good Orianna game outside of getting caught out in that 2v2. Now caught out in their own jungle. Wei has... Oh, missed ult from the Ambassador. Wei had flash, uses the Cyclone. That is going into mid lane outer turret. No, he's afraid of getting Cyclone there, I guess. So we'll just put it through mid wave, pushing the mid lane instead. Taking it on a roundabout journey. On's bizarre adventure. Just gonna check actually whether who does have the highest average kills per game. I'll have a check. Yeah, BLG and IG. BLG have 19.9 average kills per game. Invictus Gaming have averaged 19.1 kills a game. In terms of deaths a game, where are they with that? IG have 15.5, BLG have 15.0. So, hang on a second. BLG, kills and deaths per game, about 34. That's over a kill a minute average in BLG games, because deaths also count towards the kills per minute, right? And the same for IG. Both of them have over an average kill a minute. That's fantastic. I love that. That's LPL for you. These two teams do love to scrap right here. A little bit below the kill per minute average, but on punted back away from the enemy jungle. Both Wei and Shadow in decent spots now. Triforce for Wei. Shadow has the makings of his second item, Black Cleaver. Wei will spot out the members in the bush there. Huge leads tonight in the mid lane though. 1.7k. Will it matter that much though? No. The Galio, pretty strong just on utility items. On pops that W. Dragon started by IG. Now, will they get engaged onto properly here? Hang on a second. Shadow coming in. Bin does have ult. Gala forced to back off a little bit. Dragon taken by IG. Varus onto the Shy. Does have ult. Good ult. Hey, it's a little bit anti-synergy. It's not too bad. The Q coming through a little late from the Shy who goes down early. Where's that Galio ult going? It's going into the backline. Shockwave onto 2. BLG out. Team fighting. Taking down Gala. Leaves them without so much damage. Nile pick up another kill. Great Shockwave in the middle of the fight from the Orianna. Rookie flashes over the wall. I don't think he gets out from this. I don't think he gets out. There's so many people heading towards him. He doesn't have a teleport. On won't go for the full kill himself because he knows he can. He just puts the ignite on to make sure there's nothing like a silly, thingy or whatever going. Kill over tonight. No exhaust. No exhaust. The other thing. Oh, execute. On to Rookie. 5, 1, and 4 on the Orianna. Now, typically, as we've said, we don't really like BLG playing around Orianna. Same way in the Azir, where actually Knight isn't bad at the champions. I really like his Orianna on the individual level. It's just not necessarily about him calling the shots. Oh, I think that's anti-synergy. Maker's had a great Bard game, but that is just not it. And then, as Galio ults forwards, Gala gets ulted into the backline. Bad peel by IG. They don't peel around their Yunara. Want to go on the carries instead, but they leave their AD carry out to dry. 10-stack Dark Seal. 2 items for Knight. Yeah, you go get that Magi's. You deserve it. King. Pop off. So he didn't get Magi's last game, so that's why he lost, I hate how bad IG is about peeling around Gala sometimes. That fight was pretty egregious. Now, he does have the AoE damage built now with the Kraken Slayer into the Hurricane. But in that fight, their eyes are so narrow-sighted onto what's going to happen at the The engage. Hang on a second. Atacon is up, and BLG unknown to inter-round this. The Shy's on the flank. Please do not throw at Atacon again, BLG. Not this time. Please, no. Atacon now started by IG, or rather kept going from then. BLG had taken a decent amount of the HP off of it. It's now under half HP. Now, IG, you also... Yeah, just let it go. Just let it go. Please don't get tanked. Yeah, Garlic making the right choice there, walking into the Atacon so he doesn't tank up too much damage from it. Shadow and Bin spotted on the flank. Hang on, that saying means that they can actually take a fight on the other side. What's happening with the Ambessa? Going towards mid lane, wants to push that out. Shadow, is he starting Gromp? No. Spotted on wards there again. He's not in range right now. Heal used to buy some time. Redemption used on both sides now. Both supports are going for it. Bard and Scion warding off the flank. This is a slow objective play, but what that does mean is that Bin can push in mid lane and take the inner turret. See that on the minimap, right? Let's open this thing up again. Yep, there you go. Pushing up the mid lane. Scion will walk down there now. Both of them have teleports available. That'll help. Jumping forwards again. Warrior Trickster. Inner turret not falling. But it has been threatened. The Shy looking for a little bit of wave clear. The Shy dying so many times on the sideline is actually a problem. You can see now that Bin does do significant damage to this champion. He's got a level 2 of his ult, so he has, what, 20% armor pen free from that. And then also he has the Black Cleaver, which helps with that. Knight does get himself the Magi's. Yay! A treat for you, sir, in the mid lane. Some light reading. The Death Note variety of light. See, that's funny. It's the person with the Death Note and Death Note. It's called light. This is light reading. I'm funny. Laugh. How funny you say in chat. How funny. Vi also shreds armor. Yes, very true. Vi ends up getting the Q auto E. That's some armor down. Got Black Cleaver shredded onto them too. The Shy is not going to be that tanky. Means that a full stack Varus arrow will hurt like hell. The Shy is not here to build the door shut. I was worried actually that Mako would get caught out there. A good Zenith Blade could have been very, very scary. Cleanse coming through from Mako. Extra tenacity means that the Varus ult doesn't get that much done either actually. Cleanse, good value there from Mako, but they are losing the slow bleed of tower damage across the map. They lost some in the mid lane inner, lost that bot lane outer. BLG playing the slow objective fight pretty well actually. Finn CC'd up again. Redemption. Broken ass item right now. There's a ton of healing down there. IG not finding their own openings. Typically, I think that IG are pretty good at playing the slow game. But right here, because Bin is very far ahead, because Knight is very far ahead, they can always send someone who's fed to a point of power. You can see that Knight 10 stack on the Magi is a little faster to walk around too. IG will find it a little harder to shut him down. That was a killer joke. Wonderful. Bin jumped onto again, so arm shred onto him, jumps back with the repudiation. Half health now onto the Atakan. IG, they can use the Bard ult to delay the objective if they see it going down. Mako might choose to do that now. In fact, I would cast it now, potentially. Just make it a little bit of a flip. It's going to be a flip anyway. Wait, doesn't get the smite. Shadow has flash, but is not going to be able to use it. One kill goes down. Atakan, of course, already dead too. There is the chance of a Galio ult coming into the play. On doesn't have flash. Should be 2 for the Atakan. Mako not able to stop the bad Atakan going down. The last kill will go to Gala, that second of the fight, which we were just talking about. Going towards the Dragon 2. BLG, I actually think Dragon and 2 kills is not fantastic for them. They get the Atakan, but lose that objective. Elk, well, maybe they don't. Elk, where's that arrow? You heard about one about Elk on the Varus before? Doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. No KD in 1v4 and Heroic to win Pro League. Inner turret survives, and IG, you know what? They come out okay from that. And now we reach a point again where we start asking questions about, okay, BLG. You've got late game worries. This one is better than it could have been. What happened with the bottle? Where did it go? I'm not onto that. I think they should have used it to try and stop the Atakan. Freak things out a little bit. Oh, it went there. Yeah, I missed that. One goes down. Who does he give the kill up to again? Ah, it's Gala. Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, Yunara getting kills is a bit scary. A little bit ahead of gold compared to Elk. Going towards a higher crit build with the Infinity Edge third. See you, Pelipip. Thanks for stopping by. Poor play from IG again around Atakan. I would say BLG are worse at Atakan than IG, but this is the thing, bro. We'll take an extended point about this. Baron has Swarm. We might see a setter around that. The LPL as a region has not been fantastic at adapting to new objectives added into the game. It took them a number of years to figure out how to play around the Herald, and then when they did, they started getting world championships again, starting real world contenders. I think around MSI 23, you look just before that at you know, Worlds 21, stuff like that. No, they did quite well around figuring out Heralds eventually. When it went into the double Herald meta, it took them a little while to figure it out, and they managed to do so. Then Grubs came in, and then struggled a little bit around that, actually. A little bit, on the whole. You look now at this season, the Atakan coming through. Atakan is even worse because, you know, let's point it out on the minimap, right? I'm gonna draw this out for you, so watch on the minimap now, I'll show you it. Like, when you fight in around, like, the big objectives, typically you'll have this wall at your back, or you'll have this wall at your back. You'll have these pits to fight in. Atakan does not have that. You have entries from here, from here, from here, and from here. This is not a pit. It's very, very dangerous to play around. It means that your instincts that you've learned from fighting around Dragon or Baron from years past don't apply to Atakan. You have to set up for it differently. You ward differently for it. You push out bot lane, or whatever side it's in there. Hey, Spirits, good, thanks to the stream streak. These things are hard to learn, and it takes a long time to figure out, well, this is where we want our wards. We need to be this early to it to fight around it. Inner turret would fall from BLG, for BLG, in favor for them, I guess. I know words are hard. They'll take the inner turret. Mako, gonna tunnel through the wall, maybe. Where's the C? That is a lot of CC. Mako being handed the on treatment from last game. Full CC chain, could not make it safely out there. Would have had to flash tunnel, I think. Wasn't on points with those reactions. And now recall on vision. Ooh, that could be a problem. If they can catch one person out, that could be a problem. Vi could be over the wall. I wonder whether IG should have let one recall come back in. One recall happen, and then attack the second person. Knight, using that ball to zone Rookie off the tower. BLG playing a slower game. It's working for them this time. Simple siege. Varus, 12 stack Orianna. Going towards pen item on 4. BLG playing things out a lot more calmly this time. They seem to understand how to... Well, okay, I say that. There's still plenty of time to throw. But they seem to understand their win conditions a little easier on this one. Okay, 3-item Nymaera has both summoners. Is that enough for IG to take a winning team fight? Well, you know, they have to be afraid of the Vi Orianna. I think the problem that IG are going to run into is Galliol might be able to save you from a shockwave, but will it save you from a 4-item, 3,000 gold lead Orianna shockwave? I don't think so. And even if that was the case, if Orianna was even or behind even, could the Gala Nymaera survive through not just the Vi, but Vi into Ambessa? Because Galliol doesn't give you physical damage shield, it's a magic damage shield. That doesn't apply to Vi and Ambessa's damage. I don't think it does. I think that IG are going to really struggle to keep their damage piece alive. I don't think they have enough peel for this, and this is my issue stylistically with Nymaera. Look at the arrow there. You know, one arrow just took like a quarter of the HP. This is why we don't let Orianna free farm Asaran in side lanes, folks. That is very, very true. Especially because Ambessa is happy laning up into the Galio too. Very happy. Happy doing either, really. But Orianna has 2 great side laning matchups and has been bullying about. Remember, caught our Rookie with the self shockwave, catching Rookie out on the flash timer. Level 16. Yatkan helping with some XP. Just pray for another 1,000 shutdown from Knight. True. Yeah, that last game was well, I'm not going to say it's on Knight, because he had the shutdown to give over, but giving it over was bad. Not a red ult there for Knight. Oopsies. Tunnel through the wall. Ooh, Taunt onto on. I don't think they should play it around this choke point, though, with the Orianna just around. Shadow, gonna get jumped up by Gala. Not bad damage, though, from Varus. Jesus, that's a lot there. Shadow. Shadow caught out. That's a problem. The jungler of BLG, another late game fumble. The Shy will go down, and it's a 1-for-1 with no smites on the board. IG, I think they'll take that, honestly. No Viol now to threaten out Gala, who heals up a little bit from the Krugs. A lot of it from the Krugs, actually. Decent from that. 1-for-1. Way, walking in. Knight is kind of strong, by the way. Shockwaves him back. There's a flash on him. Oh my word, there's a lot of damage. The Redemption threatening the kill means it zones him right back into Knight. Knight, the assassin Orianna in the shadows. 20 stacks on the Medjais. That is a pretty penny. 120 AP item now for just 1,600 gold. Nice value. Baron will get started. So even though Shadow dies, Knight plays the assassin Orianna. Shadows of Faker Season 3. Of Rookie. Season 4 even. Those early seasons of Orianna. We just randomly one-shot people from brush baiting. Baron goes down easy as you like. 5-man Baron for BLG. And a slight rumple in the game plan fixed out. Dragon, not alive just yet. Fighting over vision control, if anything. Vi does have GA. And we haven't seen it yet, but there is that Vi Orianna combo. Knight has flash, does not have a Seekers. Look how he's just one-man controlling so many areas, though. There we go. The ult's coming through. Bardot's not bad, actually. It's okay. Keeps Gala alive a little longer. Gala might be able to DPS now. Okay, Ambessa going wild in the one side of it, though. Gala backing off. I don't think he's going to have enough to save himself from Ambessa. Okay, maybe he will just about. It doesn't matter, though. Gala not doing damage means that IG cannot stand and fight. 2 kills very easily. IG tried to disengage with Galio and with the Bard. I don't think they really communicated which one should go first. Guess it didn't matter too much at the end of it. Way caught out now as well. Has flash. I don't think it's going to matter at all, though. I don't think he wants to use the summoner. May as well just go down peacefully. Good night, sweet monkey. 3 and 4 his way. Great first game. This one looking okay from parts of it, but our BLG much more on the same page in game 2 compared to game 1. Gala. He's having some real issues dealing with the Ambessa. This is why we said, look, this champion struggles against heavy dive. You don't have enough lifesteal to see yourself through an Ambessa. Most AD carries don't. You don't have a Zyre ultimate. You don't have a Kai'Sa ultimate to get you away from those threats. There's another Vi ultimate, by the way. It's off cooldown. And they do have the Vi Orianna combo. Shadow just pinging that Q on cooldown. Screaming at us all the while. Parasol onto the Shy. Okay damage, not fantastic, I suppose. Parasol. Poke more than anything else there. Ult onto Elk. Has flash. Teleport in from the side. Here comes Galio. Is he spotted? No, he's not. Flash potentially available. Gets on to Elk, but Shadow has found himself a target on the other side. So Wild Knight might be able, well, Wild Rookie might be able to get himself onto Elk. I don't think it's going to be an even trade as easily as you like. And the shockwave from Knight, who goes to the other side of the fight, not using the teleport to save his AD carry, makes the world of difference. The dive onto the AD carries is not equal. Elk lives. Gala dies. No outplay there as IG blasted in game 2. BLG so much more clean this game than the last. They've had a couple of throws in the late game. This one bereft of them, luckily, thankfully for them. And we'll be going to a game 3. We see the problems of the Nymaera up front and center. If you don't have the peeling tools, if you don't have the ability to save yourself from the heavy dive, Nymaera gets popped. You don't bring them yourself. You don't have that Zyre ultimate, the Kai'Sa ultimate. Gala, despite having a pentakill on the champion, cannot rectify the mistakes of his team in this one. IG get brought to a 3rd game. Shut down comprehensively. Slow and steady wins the game for BLG. And hello, everyone. If you're enjoying these games, you might be asking, who am I? Who am I? You might have seen me on the LEC or the LPL official broadcast in the years past. I've cast, I think, about 2,000 games of Tier 1 League of Legends between LEC, LPL, cast some LGL here about the place too. I've had some NLC games, EMEA Masters. So you might have seen me about the place. What I do now, of course, I'm still on the LEC, and I do appear there on Desk and on Cast. You'll see me next weekend casting for Series 1 of Day 2 on the next week. But what I do here is cast LPL because the official broadcast was shut down. It was cancelled due to costs, basically. And now no one is paid to cover the LPL. Now, I love teams like Invictus Gaming, like BLG. I love players like Rookie, The Shy, Knight, Elk, On, Bin, you name it. If there's an LPL player that's played in the last few years, I've watched their games, and I have that connection to them. I want to bring that connection to you, especially now with no official broadcast. I feel like it's more important now than ever, especially with so many worlds, hopefuls coming from this region and having genuine shots at international tournaments. If you'd like to support us, given that no one is paid to cover this region anymore, please click on the QR code here, potentially sign up to that. It's a coaching website with a ton of different resources you can get yourself access to. And actually coming soon, Sam and I will be doing a casting course on League Mastery as well. You can also donate to the Ko-fi, but honestly, if you don't want to dip some money in there, it's also fine as well. Just like, comment, subscribe, just keep watching. Because that, honestly, battling the algorithm is one of the biggest things that we can do as well. All right, we're going to go into a quick break, folks, and we will see. We'll take a quick break, put some adverts on, and we'll see you on the other side. We'll play some horse game in the break. Okay, where were we at? Oh yeah, we're doing a Nasty Nature one. What do you give? Hesitant front runners and hesitant pace chasers. Do we already have those? Hesitant pace chasers, hesitant late surges. We could still get hesitant front runners. Not bad. Or we get the double on this. Or we get this. I think we try for the skills, right? The skills are more important than anything else. No, we didn't get the skill. That sucks. Do we have to run in an Arima Keenan again? I think we do. Carrots, whatever, it's fine. What are our career goals? We have to place first in Arima Keenan. Okay, now that changes some things. We get a potentially trick rear here, which is good. We probably do have to go for... Swinging Maestro. Swinging Maestro is too important now, I think. We haven't got enough stamina to make it without it, really. You give us hesitant pace chases, right? So that's fine. We don't actually need that. Can we run today? Maybe we run this just for skill points. So we've now got a debuff for every single kind of... this is also really good. I should get that. Yeah, we want to run a load of races for skill points now, honestly, if we can. I think if we get Swinging Maestro and then we get all of the debuffs, I think we're fine. Get hydrated, I will do. Thank you. We have good power, which helps us a lot. And now we just see if our debuffs work out, basically. Mystifying Murmur really helps. It is such a good ability, actually. We are really in the clump here, though. We do have good power to make it out of it normally, but... I think we're getting stuck in a bad position here, aren't we? Maybe not. Ooh, and we get the double debuffs there. Is that a... Wait, we're just getting completely screwed here, though, aren't we? I mean, we maybe get third. Oh, come on. Okay, we get a roll. I don't think it's enough, is it? Oh, third. We get third. Okay, top three is fine. Top three is fine. We get enough from that. Oh, thank you for the Ko-fi donation. Thank you. Let me go check up on that. One sec. Bombadil, again, you are so kind. Bombadil gave a really big donation at the start of the month and has followed up with 69 euros as well. Thank you for unhaunting. What do you mean by unhaunting? What have I done? Wait, what is unhaunting? I really appreciate you. I really appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. I appreciate that too. What is unhaunting? What have I done with that? I appreciate you. Thank you. Means an awful lot. You know, it keeps us doing what we're doing. Oh, so funnily enough, if you finish third, the real life horse, this is Nice Nature, they finished third in like every single race they did. It was kind of sad for them. Trick rear is really good. What else do you give? I actually wonder if it's better to go for trick rear here. Murmur's not bad either. Yeah, we go for this actually. Knight gets the MVP. Knight's Oriana. It's very, very good. It's very, very good. Did Zeref get that fun fact? Ah, no. Zeref, you still around? I can do a fun fact to you. Well, I can... Yeah. Wait, what do we get there? Extra training, we do not do that. What was the log here? What do we get? What do we get? We didn't get the... Yeah, we didn't get a good hint. What do you give? Hesitant pace chases, hesitant front runners. Did we get either of them? Well, some hesitant stuff, but not all of it. Subdued front runners, hesitant pace chases. We have one of them, but not both. We probably don't want to take like a... Wait, 11%? 14%? That's not too bad, actually. Unless there's a good thing to run in today. No. Okay, now we hope for one of the other hesitant things. That's good. Very good. 3 hints on it too. Nice. Very good. So we definitely take that. Very cost efficient too. I'm wondering if we save some skill points though. Do we have a race we want to run today? Could run the medium. We could run the medium actually. That could be okay. Let's take Frat 7 front runners. Yeah, why not? We have so many debuffs now. Yeah, let's run this. Let's run this. Because we really need more skill points. We have a ton of debuffs we want to buy up. Our stamina's okay now, which is fine. Our speed's pretty low, but we have so many debuffs, our stats matter less because we debuff fucking everything now. And we do have decent... Our wit's okay. Like, we do need more wit to get things, like, kind of crazy, but yeah. Oh, late start's not right. That actually doesn't depend on wit. The game tells you it depends on wit. It doesn't. Mystifying Murmur helps. Rushed? Really? We shouldn't be getting rushed with the wit that we have, but I guess it dries off pretty quickly. Okay, we're going around the outside. Positioning is pretty good. Hesitant late surges is helpful. We're not in a bad spot now. I mean, do we get top 3 or do we... No, shitting hell. Okay, we get 3rd, which could be worse. Funnily enough, if you finish 3rd, sometimes you actually get better. You actually get better results because of like, yeah, because this horse always used to finish 3rd. Like, we get 90 skill points from that. That's actually legit. It's actually better to finish 3rd on this character sometimes. That's very funny. We get inspiration now, so hopefully we get some good stats from that and maybe some hints to skills. Firm conditions. Firm conditions isn't bad, actually. It's very cheap and it's very effective. Nice. Let's do that thing where we rest. We do need to start leveling this up at some point. And it gives us a ton of skill points too. What can you give us? We have actually quite a lot of stuff we can get from this, thinking about it. Even though it's better stats, yeah. I think we always go for skill hints if we can. Come on, give us something good. Groundwork's bad. Sucks. This is skill points. This is good. 40 is good. You can get 60 from that, I think. We don't want to run along. We'll actually rest, I think. Wait, no, we can... No, we can just keep going wit training. That's fine. We want to get trick rear. We really want to get trick rear. Stop giving us the bad hints. Do we want corner recovery? Maybe we do. Do we have corner adapts? No, we don't. We didn't get that. Is this long or what? Is this long or medium? The medium. How many more debuffs have we got to buy? 1, 2, 3. Let's do sharp gauge. I think we can kind of get away with it for now. Khalil, no! Oh, God. That will be a legacy and a half, won't it be? Won't it? Won't it be? We have no speed. That is actually a problem. Oh, she has like a sailor dress on today. Did I run out of it? Yes, I did. Cool. Well, last game today, folks. The 2 best and maybe most historic LGL teams played, and Reddit thread has one comment after 23 hours. Rip Japanese League of Legends, I guess. Yeah, I saw, but like... The LGL teams have sucked sadly for a little while now, which it's very painful for me to say that. But they've really struggled. The LGL scene lost a lot of interest once it no longer had like guaranteed positions at Worlds and MSI and stuff like that. And because all of the players and teams moved out to Taipei, like a lot of LGL pros like Utapon and a couple of the other like classics, like veterans, chose not to go, I think, basically. And also like Japanese interest is not on Reddit, obviously. 67 points, not bad. I saw it. Okay, get something from you, or we get. What do you give? Tether. Do we already have Tether as a skill, right? Did we get it already, or was it? I'm pretty sure we already had. We already have Tether. Okay, so we've already got Tether, so we don't need the skill hint from you. We should actually just go for more wit then. That's wit max. I think we still got one end closer thing from here. This strategy sucks. Skill hint. I mean, it's not very useful, but I guess we wait. This is 8 skill points. We do it for the skill points, actually, if anything else. I do it for the trance. To feel alive. We look for Trick Rear, hopefully. Trick Rear is pretty good. Ah! Stop giving me the shit hints. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. That sucks. Sleep deprived as well? You kidding me? Jeez. Detonation focused me, and Softbank Hawks are the 2 teams that were playing, so you can occasionally give us something good. I guess this is better. We go stamina. Anything else I can buy from here? Subdued pace chases, subdued late surges. Sharp gaze we already got. Pace chases is probably better because that includes my Zog recaps and stuff. We don't have enough for corner recovery. Okay, we should be able to. Okay, and it's a medium race. We're much stronger in medium races because we have some debuffs which only apply on medium races. I have some memories of Rampage. Rampage and Pentagram were a bad organization. Come on, no late start. This is already, like, not a bad debuff run. Rushed? Eesh. How do we keep getting rushed with such good wit? Game 3 means Amber Gamber's about... Maybe. I don't know. Ask Amber. Mystifying moment, that's good. Oh shit, we're actually in a decent spot now. Our ult's gonna help us. Absolute cinema. Our speed is not very good, but I don't think it matters. Nice, cool. And we have so many debuffs, we just stink everyone else off the course. Nice. Nice, good stuff. Nice, get some skill points in there as well. Okay, so how many debuffs do we still need to get? How many debuffs do we still need? There's one here, which we have one there. Is that it? We have a ton of debuffs, folks. How many have we got? Holy shit. This is... We have 9 debuffs. The stinkiest of natures. Jesus. Hello, everyone. Let's get back into it then, shall we? That's so many debuffs. No one gets to run for free here. Game 3, BLG. Two very different late games. Knight had a magnificent Orianna game. Was just so far ahead, had 2 great side... I need to keep an eye on that, actually. When there's a mage with 2 good side lane matchups, like Sion and Galio, you run into a lot of issues dealing with that. Pickwick, by the way, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. And God, Pinchless, I will get around to that comp point, don't you worry. Yone's Ziggs banned away from BLG. So I presume with the Ziggs ban that they want to pick an Azir first pick rather. BLG might now last ban Azir, which I presume they should actually. And then that would let, I mean, Taliyah's already gone as well. So there's no Taliyah, no Ziggs, no Yone, which are all pretty good into the Azir. Do you let the Azir go through? No, surely not. So that's now gone. What's your first pick? So you should have known the Azir was going to get banned on 3. You telegraphed that hard. So what do you want as your first pick? Because, you know, you telegraphed this pretty hard. What other purpose does the Yone and the Ziggs bans have? I suppose you want to pick something with just more dive and stuff like the Ziggs. Yone are very good into melees. Poppy first pick. First pick, Poppy. I mean, there's still Shinzao available, who doesn't like dealing with the Poppy. What other 8? I mean, Renekton looks fantastic now, doesn't he? Yeah, Renekton looks fantastic. Renekton Sejuani, that's so good into Poppy. Because Sejuani doesn't mind, like, going melee range of Poppy. He doesn't have to Q in melee range that much. I'm worried for IG here. Now, the Kai'Sa does help. The Kai'Sa helps quite a lot. There's no Poppy to stop them getting to the back line either. The Shy Quinn angle here, unironically. Look, it's bad versus Renekton Sejuani is the problem. Very good versus Renekton, very bad versus Renekton Sejuani. Although I think Quinn's been underrated for a very long time. She got some hotfix nerfs at some point. She was getting way too strong. IG looking for a dive comp. They have the Poppy, they have the Kai'Sa. You can go towards a Nautilus very early if you want. I think Ryze is good into Sejuani Renekton, on the whole. I guess you're a little low range. If you misstep and you get Flash Renekton W, you die. Now, what does Knight end up doing? You have the Poppy, you have the Ryze. Cassiopeia. Now, Knight was known as Orochimaru back in the LDL before he came up into the LPL. Back in, God, when was that? 2018? Something like that? Knight picking Cassiopeia. Not played it that much in recent years, but he played it a couple of times earlier this year when Shank started to pick it back up and was very successful at it. Okay, when did Knight come in? Yeah, Season 8 is when he came up into the LPL. It would be in 2017 before that. Knight Cassiopeia, Orochimaru in the mid lane. Bans now towards better laning answers in towards the Renekton. Jace is gone. There's no Gwen. Could ban away Jax, I suppose, even though Jax is not fantastic into Cassiopeia. There's a laugh there from Knight. Easy Hoon, of course. Yeah, Easy Hoon is just there, by the way. He's one of BLG's coaches. One of the most legendary mid laners of all time himself. King of Azir. Season 5 spring. On release. Alistar banned away. Can't really do much in terms of bursting through an Alistar. They have ult. He just doesn't know. Really? Braum banned away by IG. I mean, Sejuani Braum is so nasty. Do they ban away Nautilus? You know, I think Elk might be looking for a Corki angle as well, you know. I know it's not a fantastic into the Poppy, but Corki feels pretty good here. It's early game power. So BLG wants something that dominates the Ezreal. Now, you can play maybe Ezreal into the Kai'Sa. Play towards Ezreal with lane dominance. You could also go Corki Nautilus. Has Rel been picked just yet? No, you could pick Rel on 4. I think Corki's the pick either way, though, right? If they go towards the Rel, you can go towards the Nautilus. unless they're afraid of letting the Kai'Sa Nautilus go through. So they pick the Nautilus first. They know that Kai'Sa Nautilus is too powerful. Mako can still go towards Rel, but it's less powerful than Kai'Sa Naut, which can get that passive proc so easily at level 1 with the passive auto and the Q. Rel is still an engage support. It's not bad for IG, it's just not the Nautilus in the way that they would have liked it for the laning phase as well. Then what do they pick in as their top lane? I need something that survives Renekton. Sejuani. Do they feel like they have to go Jax? Jax doesn't feel that strong right now, and I don't love him into Nautilus or Cassiopeia. What does the Shy do? You don't want to pick someone like Quinn even, because there's Nautilus on the field, and actually Cassiopeia is really good against you too. Is it the Nidalee? I mean, you can survive the Nautilus a lot easier by hopping away. I think Nidalee's not bad, actually. It probably is the pick, thinking about it. If you want lane dominance which survives, Gnar also not bad. I would have preferred the Nidalee just because it's fun for the Shy. The Gnar is not bad. The Corki, obvious last pick. Good early game carry. Gives BLG just a blunt force sledgehammer to play through the early game with. The Gnar is meant to survive against the top side of the map, and then eventually, actually, if you don't shut him down with the Renekton Sejuani, you can beat out the Renekton quite easily in the 1v1. However, Bin and the Shy both very, very practiced at this matchup. It used to be, for a great many years, if you were playing top lane in pro play, you must know how to play Renekton. Gnar Renekton matchup was the top lane matchup for so long. Bin and the Shy will showcase it here. You see the drafts. I'm trying to think who I prefer in this one. Renekton Sejuani, very powerful. Corki, good early game. Cassiopeia, good against the Ryze, pretty good against the Poppy. You don't have something like a Trundle Poppy to kind of like displace them. Bit vulnerable versus the Kai'Sa Rel, who can dive onto you and make people surround you so you can't get a one single directional ult. I'm not decided on this draft. I think the early game power of IG is good, but then it's not been about early game execution for them. It's about late game. In some ways, with that in mind, I think IG, you can argue about a late game. Because Renekton Sejuani falls off. You have a Kai'Sa who can fly into the backline. You have a Gnar that technically wins out in side lanes. Well, yeah. Like, I think IG have out late game options. I don't think it's like a massive outdraft. Anyway, BLG need to sort out their mid and late game transitions. And they go towards objectives. They must be able to close out this game. They have an early game comp that must get the ball rolling. IG, well, they're on their tour of top teams. They played against AL, top esports. Now against BLG. See how it all works out. At the level 1, Mako can crash down away. Hook missing. Important. Let's see how those gyros now that the level 1's diffused. Wards traded. Better warding into the enemy jungle by IG. Now, this is a thing that you do for Renekton, because what Renekton what Gnar wants to do is kind of sit in one of these brushes early and use that to dip out of Fog of War. Dip into Fog of War, rather, to drop minion aggro. Use their range advantage and make sure that Renekton can't really push them out of lane. So you walk up with your Renekton level 1, and you make sure that they can get control of the brush. Otherwise, playing range against a melee, instant lost lane. Pretty much. Pretty much. Are you still there, by the way, Pintulus in chat? You still there? Yeah. You don't have to put the ward for... you don't need to put the ward into the brush. You just need to make sure the Renekton can get into that brush first. Because you don't want to face check the brush as the Renekton into the Gnar, because if he gets the boomerang, he slows you down, and you can't gap close the level 1 very well. There are some lanes you can E-start him as Renekton, but you can't really do it against Gnar, because he slows you, and then you get a little bit screwed. Shadow is spotted heading over here. So he took blue buff into enemy Raptors. Wei took red buff and Raptors, walking in behind mid lane now. Not much he can do here. Buckler thrown. Raptors taken, so it's camp for camp. No, it's not camp for camp. Shadow is a camp down because he didn't manage to take an enemy buff. So Shadow's going to need a little bit of help from his lanes to help him get into the enemy jungle or get double scuttle. Hey, Pinchless. Do you redeem that compliment? Let me think. You know, I would walk into your top lane to make sure you had brush control, even if you were playing the ranged top laner. even if you had the winning lane already, what I wouldn't give to see you happy, flourishing in your lane, moisturized. What's the other things on that list? I would walk into your lane to give you that warp Insulus. Oh, ye mighty scion of chat. I say scion as in like the word scion, not the champion scion. But that too, if you want to be scion. I ain't judging, you know? I ain't judging. Scion's a fun champion to watch. Been getting okay lane control up here. Renekton better wave clear at the early levels. Rookie could get engaged onto here. Q lands. No melee synergy. Gets the stun. Yeah, because if that stun went into a Q directly under his feet, then that would have been the increased damage from the Twin Fangs of Night. Flash in from Way, perhaps? No, doesn't connect to the wall. We'll get some damage from the E, Q, and the Buckler. Doesn't get the Q pop, or, of course, the second part of the E damage. You do play a decent amount of Aurora top recently, and I'm sure you're the best in the world at it. Shadow takes that top scuttle. Again, needs a little bit of... hang on. I was about to say needs a little bit of help getting ahead of farm. But Way's gone for the 3 camp and then just, you know, BS kind of advance, right? Ooh, good trade there from Rookie onto Knight. Gets the phase rush to walk away from him despite the miasma being under his feet. The couple of chunks which Way have got onto Knight have impacted his lane. He'll have to teleport back a little early now. I suppose Rookie's going back at the same time. Doesn't matter that much. Did he stop the recall? No. He might be able to fight over Raptors. Knight can teleport in right now, though. Wait, hang on. Shadow just queued into the wall. That's a problem. Shadow losing a small Raptor. It's actually not that bad, you know. This is a term which we like to call full build Poppy, by the way. When Poppy hits level 3 and has a red buff, they are full build. They need nothing else in life. They have reached late game status. That's it. Way's done that. 16 CS. Make a spotted on vision here. How much should they bait this in? Don't need to, really. So despite the couple of ganks in towards Knight's lane, hasn't led to that much. Passive not really doing that much onto Maker right now. Only hit the first part of the W, not the second. On roaming about the map now too. Both bot lanes have left their lane. Nothing interesting happened in that 2v2 bot side. There's a cull picked up for Gala, not for Elk, worth noting. That being said, Elk playing for the early power, Gala playing for the scaling. I suppose that shows in their inventories. Well, I say that. Tier is a little technically scaling too, but you know what I mean. Nobody got time for One Piece in its dragged out episodes. Hey, One Piece is good. I watched a lot of that on TV growing up. Now, I haven't kept up with it, but I have fond memories of One Piece. Also, there is something nice about, like, you can say dragged out, and yes, there are some which are, partly because they needed to do, like, filler episodes before the manga artists, like, kept up with the story and stuff. But sometimes this is nice to spend time in a world like that, you know? Like, I love it, Gintama. Gintama is just all nonsense until, like, something random, like the Benizakura arc turns up, and then you're like, oh, it actually has a story. Incredible. Gintama is my favorite anime, actually. I'll put on the Gatling gun. Start stacking up the Conqueror. Way is behind IG's bot lane. Still a little strange seeing Way on the other side of the Rift BLG. I suppose he was only there for a year, but still, recently. Ooh, a game 3. What good timing to get here. Well, welcome in, Kyrevan. And welcome into everyone else who's joined for this game 3 as well. IG have been doing a bit of a tour of the top teams recently. They played against Anyone's Legend, Top Esports, and now BLG. And they've had a mixed bag of it. Some of it fantastic. They, and you know, in week 4, they 2-0'd AL, and they 2-0'd like teams like JDG. Now, you look back to these kind of games, right? Last week, they got 2-0'd by AL, and they did manage to clutch out a win versus Top Esports 3-1. Now here against BLG in another 3-game series. I think IG have solidified themselves as a top 4 LPL team. We just don't know which one of the 4 they are. Now, you could say the same about BLG, because BLG got blasted by AL. Perhaps AL are now in the top spot. They're looking very good recently. Tarzan looks like he's back on form. Their drafts are getting better again. Way walking in for a buff steal. Behind in farm a little bit. Shadow has had good access to things. Worth noting. Oh, Jesus. It's happened again. We have teleports. Chicken jockey. Oh, I said it like that. Well, no, I know I did. I know why. Don't know why I chose to do it. Actually, 4 teleports from BLG at their maximum. On the other side, 3 for IG. Guys, we could have a point where we have 7 teleports at the same time. I thought Season 5 and 6 were bad, where everyone was taking teleport. And we'd have, like, quadruple teleports towards bot lane early in, like, Season 6, 7. I thought that was bad enough. Now we've got an extra teleport from spellbooks from, like, junglers and supports. Who thought that was healthy and safe? Dragon started up. Now, Sejuani, not that fast at taking dragons on her own. Very strong we have a melee. They don't have that here. On would have had to walk over to do that. That's an important thing, by the way. If you're playing particularly something like the Yone, make sure you try and do that. Bin, does he have an extra charge of Z? Nope. Still need to finish Gintama. I got to like episode 100 or something. Ah, so you got through the Benazakura arc, which is one of the best parts, and that's one of the things which I think tell people to reach that bit's really good. It's really good. Jump towards bot side. You can't cleanse a Nautilus ult. Where is the rest of the CC? Tries to ult out, but Gala Kai'Sa, famous though it might be, cannot survive that. Does get the one back though, blows the ult and the summoner for it. How do we not mention that? Gala Kai'Sa, of course, the Prince of Pentas on his arguably most famous champion. Getting a kill early. The other kill going up to Shadow on a Sejuani, who will be able to get out without his Q being cancelled. We'll walk in and spot way there now. Teleports in from On. He's died, and now he's teleporting out onto the map. God damn, we have too many teleports in this goddamn video game. Was that a kill or an execute? It was a kill. It was a kill. Ooh, flash away from Rookie. On now down that summoner. That's a problem, because now if Knight gets the Miasma onto him and things go... Well, you could even flash for a Miasma at some points. Knight will have great ability. Shut down that Rise. Cassiopeia has always been good into that champion. Going towards the Rod of Ages build, worth noting. No tier on him. Wonder what he's going to go for his build, actually. You know, sometimes you're losing some cooldown reduction by going for this. No mana from, like, Charles to Hatcher as well. Oof, goddamn, this is the Corky early power. Full shred from the Gatling gun comes in. Might got a good chunk onto Rookie again there. I do think, on the whole, Knight has been outplaying Rookie, at least in the early parts of the game. The Galio game started well for Rookie and then fell off around side lanes. Aurora was massively carrying the first game until BLG realized that they have a bit of object permanence when it comes to, you know, winning the game in late game. Stick their heads in the sand and go, ooh, things fine. No, it's not. Who's winning right now? Well, BLG have a 10 CS lead in top lane. He's one in bot lane and mid lane, but there are 2 culls on the other side, so I wouldn't say it's enough of a lead from any one side to say who's winning right now. If IG manage to survive through to their culls being finished, if they manage to survive to 2-3 items, I think they are very happy. Probably 3 items is really where they start to take over. But if BLG manage to get huge amounts of dragons, crazy side lane leads for Bin or something like that, then I think BLG cleanly close things out. No, is that true? No, they're really bad at closing this out, so maybe that's not true. I shouldn't say that. BLG always has the throw factor. You're absolutely right, Embu. Absolutely right. BLG are bad, typically, at playing around Atacon, and kind of Baron too. BLG has stood for bad late game recently, sadly for them. Got it. Combo down by Rookie. Rise early damage is okay nowadays. It's remind you that. Doesn't actually have any AP built up and actually did a decent amount to a tank HP bar. It's okay, I suppose. Heartsteel first. Gets that first Heartsteel stack. Hell yeah. Value for the Sejuani. 16 extra HP. Woo! Nice. There's been a lot of play around mid lane this series. BLG have not, for the last while, been a mid-centric team. What they end up doing is sending all resources bot lane, or they did before, send all resources bot lane to allow Elkanon to play from ahead, because they were quite bad at playing from behind before that point. Because all resources were bot side, it actually meant it was just a pure 1v1 top side. No one was going top side, really, so Bin would benefit from that. But what that did mean was that Knight kind of had to play on his own as well, right? Because it's close, mid is close enough to bot lane that if resources are put down bot side, enemy team can still go mid lane if they really need to. And that's often what would happen, so Knight would often be playing in 1v2s and 1v3s. However, in this split, they've actually been playing much more towards Knight, especially when he's been on stuff like the... when he's been... hang on a second, I just missed that cannon. Oof. When he's been on stuff like the Aurora, for instance, more likely to see people enter his lane. Bin about 10 CS up, as we said, but Cull nearly cashed in for Nymaera and Kai'Sa. BLG have not been able to fight while those culls have been stacked up. Shy, not able to land that on her boomerang, actually. The jump onto his head happens, though. Reminder that when Nard jumps, he gets, I think it's 40% attack speed now. It is an absurd amount. Mega Nard comes through, dodges out on the wallet. Not quite out on the house toss, though. Not able to stop that through. There is a Dominus available to him. God damn, Shy hitting more stuff now, though. Very, very bursty champion is Mega Nard. You forget how much damage Nard does until you actually play against Mega Nard in lane. You go, oh, yeah, that's nasty. Just have the phage, though, of course. Base damages do the rest. Mega Nard has the highest base stats in the game. Mini Nard just behind Yuumi, I think, actually. Renekton going in with the flash and the Dominus. The Shy has the flash. And we'll get out to safety with it. However, Bin gets to stick around in top lane. Push out the wave. So it's flash for flash, but Bin wins the HP trade. Might be able to get a demolish on tower. That might buy him a plate. That would be the important win here. Dragon started on the bot side. There is an IG member in Fog of War. Maker flashing gets cancelled out by Shadow. Jump forwards onto Knight, who's trying to get damage down. He manages to get it. Manages to cut off Rookie at the pass too. Keeps doing damage, and I think IG might just meet their makers. 2 dead. Feats of strength, at least the kill part of it, goes over towards BLG. As a great disengage of Mako. Mako thought he had an unseen flank, could get onto the carries, couldn't quite do so. Shadow and Knight outplay. Shadow stops Mako getting into the play. Knight stops Rookie getting into the play. Both of them splitting up and looking for clues, and they find the culprit. Just a mild-mannered janitor all along. Scooby-Doo had taught as well. No, Wave was walking forwards. Mako just unfortunate to be spotted there. Just blasted by the Sejuani Q. Knight flashes onto Rookie. Wei tries to get the wall stun, can't quite manage to do so, and Rookie's ult does not see his jungler to safety. Shadow genuinely saving that fight. Much better game 3 from him. I think he's been playing poorly recently. That was much better. His early game pathing's been good. Got a 2-0-1, decent heartsteel stacking. Good to see this from him. Now, I don't want BLG to follow the same storyline of change jungler, honeymoon phase, things fall off, and the jungler gets just, you know, career seems to capsize at that point. I don't want that to happen. Wei was, of course, part of that too earlier this year. Beitron replaced him, and Beitron looked good, then fell off at MSI, and the start of this split. Shadow came in. Looks like it's going to do the same. There are obviously memes that IG's jungler, which they just let go. Jed. There are memes that, oh my god, but what if BLG get him instead? BLG wants to know your location. Always a little bit of meme behind that, but it's so ridiculous that BLG have been through so many junglers in the last while. But you can't help but wonder. Can't help but wonder. The Shy has no flash. Bin pops the Dominus. I think the hop's already been used. Shadow walking upwards. The Renekton Sejuani coming up tops here. The Redemption, I don't think it's going to save him. Magnar's coming up, and it won't do a good amount of work there. What it will do is buy time for the Herald to come through for IG. Stun onto the Nautilus. The W times out. Wait, I don't think he's making it out of this one. On flashes backwards, just in case there was something funky to happen towards him. I think that flash is a bit egregious there. BLG don't get the Herald, but they do get 2 kills. This amount of gold going over to BLG is very worrying for IG. This is an early game comp from BLG, which can snowball very nastily. Walking forwards, no grubs to the side of BLG. They gave up all of them earlier to IG. But Bin's still going to get first tower and top side. They're still pushing in towards mid lane. Rookie's trading on bot side, but a full turret in mid lane, the most important turret of the game. BLG come away handsomely paid from this as Gala even blows the flash. Gala Kaiser, so often praised for him. Getting punished here in this early game. His Cull's cashed in. It helps him in terms of that gold value. Rookie having to realm warp out. Second ult of the game. Second defensive one. There's this jungler on JDG whose name is currently escaping me that I think could be a really good fit for BLG. His name is or Shum or something like that. Crazy. Someone call it the BLG management. The thing is, there was a conversation I was having, well, there was a tweet chain very briefly I had with Cubby on Twitter where Cubby was talking about how, you know, GG and Tien might actually be pretty good for BLG in terms of style. My point would be, I don't think BLG have time to integrate junglers. Doing it at this point in the year means you have to relearn early game, vision control, objective setup, macro in general, and that has been where they're struggling. The only person who could genuinely help BLG now, if you think that jungle is a problem, is Shun, because Shun has spent so much time with the team. I think it would be less time to reintegrate him back. It won't happen. It won't, because of all of the issues which happen in off-season. Stun towards that top side. There is a Dominus available for Bin. I don't know if he's living through this. Tower might just die. Tries to kill away the Heralds. The Redemption could have come in for extra damage as well. Kill, Tower, clean kill for IG. What's happening on the other side? In a turret push by BLG. Reminder, they do not have 3 grubs. Herald on top side to demolish. There's going to be 2 turrets for IG on top side, whereas BLG will trade for 1 in bot lane. I guess they're farming up an extra wave at the same time. I say that. They're going to lose top lane wave to turrets. That's not necessarily true. Knight's getting a ton of gold, though, from just turrets. He was there at one of the tower pushes and then goes down towards that bot side and gets that one too. 1,000 gold lead in the jungle. Has Rylai's Rod of Ages as a 2-item combo. Yes, that hurts. That hurts a lot. BLG inspired 2026. Oh, I'd love to see it. Would you? I don't know. If you're FlyQuest, you probably wouldn't love to see that, would you? 1,000 gold lead. Only the lead now for BLG. Both culls cashed in for IG. Good tower push and topside. Good cross map. Dragon up in 20 seconds. BLG still very, very strong. If that hook landed, that could have been a fight for them. If you kill an engaged support before the fight is so tilted in your favor. Oh, Gala. Gala, Gala, Gala. Why were you there? Mako just escaped in that same spot. Gala, who looked so good in game 1, who has been so excellent in some of their series, including against top esports, from what I remember, makes a crucial, crucial misplay. Dragon will go to BLG. That's sole point for them early on. IG weren't set up for a cross map. They wanted to contest. They will no longer be able to do so. Oh, Gala. So what happens here? It's walking up, walking back. Corky's Catling Gun is really nasty. And then... I don't get it. You are not safe there. You know that they're around in force. Big mistake from Gala. That could genuinely be series ending. Atakan now started up by IG. BLG, do they have a teleport they want to use? They have double. This is going down very, very quickly, though. IG will get themselves a free Atakan. There's a push in mid lane. BLG choosing not to fight this. IG will get a lot of XP from this. Where's the cross map? You're going to take blue buff here. There's no inner turret on the other side to take on bot lane. You can potentially take it in mid lane. Mako put onto the miasma. Yeah, that's a dead rel at least. You shouldn't flash from this one. Dead rel. Push in towards the mid lane. So it's a turret kill. Jungle camp secured for BLG. Atakan on the other side for IG. Now, Atakan is a valuable objective. Gives you so much experience. You can see that... actually, is there no one with an XP lead? Okay, alright. You know what? Credit to them. No one actually has an XP lead for IG. BLG had been farming up waves a lot better. IG... Now 3,000? Yeah, around about 3,000 gold in the disadvantage to BLG. Those extra tower pushes helping them. The vision control they're putting down also very helpful too. If you look around here, lots of vision around this point here. That's the kind of thing which can be very powerful. BLG pick a fight in that side of the jungle again. Bit nosies on weak side. Quite hard to kill with the Shojin Stride Breaker. Stride Breaker really helps versus the ranged carries. Three grubs from IG. You would have expected them to have the tower lead, but they've not been able to do so. BLG have grouped up and pushed towers a lot more effectively. 2 items onto both AD carries. At this point, Corky is a little stronger than the Kai'Sa, but the Kai'Sa will start to outpace him after this point. Gala Kai'Sa, despite the mistake earlier, may well be able to make the difference later, as it so often has. Knight on 2.5 items. Yep, pretty scary. Pretty scary indeed. What other big itemization breakpoints have we got? No Rod of Ages for Rookie just yet. No Seraphs on the Cassiopeia at all, by the way. Not going towards the double scaling items, which... see how that works out. It means he's lacking in cooldown reduction. But then again, you need it less for twin bites and stuff. Another jungle camp steal away. Red buff taken. Wait, takes Krugs on the other side. See that, in terms of actual farm between the Poppy and the Sejuani, fairly similar. Not even the kill gold separating the two of them. Unending Despair finished by Shadow now as well, so he's got a good multi-resist combo. Good staying power in fights between Heartsteel giving him HP scaling damage, unending spell, also technically doing that as well, but also giving the crazy, crazy healing. Crazy taxi. Hey, Darkwell, good to see you. Gala working his way towards a Nash's Tooth, going towards a bit more magic damage as his third item. You don't always see that from the Kai'Sa now. In fact, actually, Gala was one of the people that love going Terminus third. Kraken Slayer, Rageblade, Terminus. Then going to Jack Show after that point, be the AD on hit, crazy damage. No real crit in that build. Rookie spotted on wards. Remember BLG, we said they kind of had that vision control earlier. This is kind of the end of it now. Their controls will get cleared. BLG, they can test for the vision control. Way spotted in River. Then charging up the Dominus. Who does he go towards? Ult missing from the Sejuani. Auto attack reset onto Way, but he's out of range of the Sejuani so far. And now Sejuani is getting blasted. Doesn't get the flash. Goes out very, very easily. Knight now caught onto the wall as well. 1-for-1. Knight not actually going to get punched away because I don't think Way really wants to do much about that. In fact, he'd rather keep him there to do good damage to him. Bad play by Shadow. Misses his ult and doesn't have flash. Gets CC'd in that. But luckily, BLG, their vision control kind of does the work for them. This is the play in the topside jungle again. Ult missed. Knight very tanky for this point of the game. Has the Rylize now too. Third item, of course, doesn't have to waste gold on something like boots because he's a snake. So it doesn't need boots. They need like one long sock, I guess. Dragon started up. BLG could get themselves soul off this bin. Has no ultimate. That's kind of important. Does have the flash though. The Shy charging up Mega. BLG can give up one dragon when they choose to, but IG get away with that one a little bit freely, not gonna lie. IG getting that for free. BLG, what's their answer? Well, Baron's alive. Bin not having ult for that fight, I think was a big decision maker for them. They'll walk over towards the Baron. Sejuani can tank this pretty well. The Redemption will deal damage to BLG because that came from Mako. Hook onto the Poppy. Not that tanky, and the Miasma stops them getting away quickly. However, Gala starts to free fire on the other side. Flash roll from the Corki. Smite is now down. If the IG do not get a good fight here, the Baron will go down after because they have no ability to cast those objectives on. Flashing forward for the staggering blows, and IG stagger backwards, drunk in the bar fight. Shy tries to drink him under the table and rocks him with a Mega Gnar, but I don't think the damage is there to follow up. There's a roam up to try and stop him, and it's so close. But Rookie will get his top laner out to safety. 2 dead, no smite for the side of IG, and I believe BLG might have won themselves the Baron. The HP bars are a little touch and go, but with a teleport ready from Ben, he can come back in full complement of HP points. Hit points. Yep, that's what we're saying here now. And the Baron will go down to BLG. Way caught out in that face check. Gala does have ults. Shadow is really low. I'm quite worried there actually for them. Smite is put onto the table. Gala could try to flash onto one side of the fight. Bin, not in a great spot. Gala should kill one and probably will do. Stun goes onto him, but Bin, I think he's dead. Rise dies on the other side despite some good combos. 1-for-1, Baron on 4. IG might be able to punish some resets from BLG. They're all very low HP. They need to go and recall. The Shy pushes in towards that top lane. Can they take mid lane out to turret? No, I don't think they can, sadly. BLG take a face check from Way and turn it into what could be a game-ending play. Smite goes down so quickly. Knight at these early 3 items. Level 16, so goddamn strong. Rookie having to flash away from the Rylize Landry's burn as well. See that Gala just not able to get onto one target to gun them down. See right here as well, he's so afraid of Renekton Flash W. Can't walk up. Gala having to pay so much respect to Bin on the Renekton. Rookie seeing his teammates out to safety by walking away from his ultimate, putting it down for their own escape route. Come with me if you want to live. My name is Arnold Schwarzenegger. famous from hit movies The Terminator and other such action movies. Do you think that would work? Do you think Ryze would be good as Arnie? I don't know. I think they should do a biopic of Ryze and then have Arnie do it. Ooh, ult on the turret. Plays at the angle. Wei doesn't have flash, and Wei is blitzed again. The old jungler of BLG now playing across from them. Gets sent their regards. 0 and 4. This Poppy just not had the impact IG wanted them to have in the early team fights. The early skirmishes, I suppose. Green Prison goes on to Knight. Not doing that much. Bounce does okay. Has a Seekers now, by the way. Makes it even harder to kill this guy. The Shy doesn't have flash. Does have Mega Art. Threatening a wall stun. Been Nectin coming over. Barely missing onto the Shy. BLG do not break the base, but they do take an inner turret. Only a minute left of the Baron. They haven't not breaking the base with that Baron could be okay for IG, actually. How much can they scale up? I mean, is scaling now a factor? They don't have a Sion or an Ornn hyper tank. On the other side, you have, you know, Renekton Sejuani, which against 0 tanks does better in the late game. I mean, against stuff like the Ornn Sion matters a lot less later on. You know, stuff like Skarner, right? You know, stuff that tanks up more. If you're mini Gnar, you don't get to be that tank. Shadow. You get damaged an amount by Ryze. 2,200 gold behind, though. Orochimaru in the mid lane. Knight, famous for this before he became a fully fledged pro player and one of the best players in the world. Returning back to Old Faithful, I suppose. Take a moment to stop and appreciate Elk's performance in the Corki as well. I think that his late games have been rough, and I think that the Xayah was not fantastic either, but this Corki has been awesome. Flash away from Wei. Nautilus Ult follows him. Summon it down again. 20 seconds till the Dragon. BLG could get themselves the Ocean Soul the second time of trying. The first time IG lost members, lost the Baron, but they did at least stop the Soul. Bin, no flash. Does have Dominus. Hang on a second. Let's not go too far forward there. Doesn't have the best magic resist items. Loses half his HP. Doesn't have teleport. Well, I guess he could do. Juani Ult not doing that much value either. BLG, not the best intro this time, actually. Corki putting on the Gatling gun. Mako, no flash to force and engage. The Shy just running out of Mega Gnar. BLG no longer afraid of that one either. Lots of playmaking tools down for IG. IG muscle their way into the Dragon. That's a problem, actually, for BLG. Dragon's going to go down. They're muscled out of it. They're teleporting in. They're looking for the fight. They're not looking for the Dragon. They're looking for the fight. Claimed by IG. Not that many flashes to fight this with, though. How much damage can IG do? Mako trying to get away. Poppy Ult missing. Trying to file back into the 5v5. The miasma is okay, but Gala is starting to free fire. The Renekton is not tanky. BLG bad late game once more. Surely not. Surely not. Gala flies in. Gala, Kai'Sa trying to deliver IG to the promised land. And they get 3. They get 4. They've done it again. And ults from Knight will not be enough. Triple kill to Gala, perhaps the 4th. And Knight will not be able to survive. BLG in the late game just cannot get it done. Invictus Gaming from the brink will stop yet another Ocean Soul. How has this team lost again in the late game? The script writes itself. BLG lose 2 Soul Dragons back to back. Gala's Kai'Sa flies like a bat out of hell into the back line. BLG, bad late game. IG take the series 2-1. I cannot believe it. BLG throw another late game. They throw it again. IG clutch it out. It is both. It is IG clutch and BLG throw. BLG, after looking so good at the start of this split, cannot get it done in the late game. A bad flank from Bin. Caught off on his own, not doing anything. A great dive in later. That'll be our games today, folks. I have no idea how that happened. IG's team fighting in the late game is just better than BLG's. BLG do not know how to set up an objective. Their objective setup is poor. Their objective setup is very poor. IG, on the other side, you have to praise them for being able to hang on, being able to find these late game team fights in a way that no other top team in the LPL has found in quite the same fashion. They walk away 2-1 from this. They 2-1's top esports. They've beaten now 2 of our top 4 teams. I mean, I said I think they're a top 4 team, but where are they in there? Where are they in the top 4? Clearly, better than some of them. How far do they go? IG. We're going to leave it there today, folks. Thanks for joining us. If you're watching on YouTube, the show will end now. If you do want to drop a like, comment, subscribe, makes an awful lot of difference to us. If you're on Twitch, we'll radio over to someone else. See you in a bit, folks.